The protagonist opened his eyes. He found himself in the body of a child who began to make cute sounds. He thought to himself that it seemed he had been reborn again. He first asked to be waited for, and then decided that in this era he must be Lex, a boy who was born into a normal, rural family. People probably thought how a child could speak in such an arrogant tone. It's because he is reincarnated. It means he has been reborn. Lex was a hero in his previous world. He defeated everyone, both enemies and demons, with the strongest sword at the time. He was immortal, having been reborn, just like this time. Why did he say it again? Because he was reborn for the second time. Also, he was a sage in his previous life and could use any type of magic. He doesn't know why people started calling him a sage then. Although he received many compliments while he was both a sage and a hero, he always had a lot of different problems. In other words, he will now live a normal life in this world, peacefully. The coveted titles he had, such as sage and hero, are long gone. It's okay. All this happened, not on his conscience. He will be able to enjoy this life. This is exactly what people call a symbol of freedom. He will live quietly and become an adventurer. After 15 years, the main character turned into a teenager who was very cute and smiling. He always carried a sword with him. In this world, at 15 people are already considered adults. Children leave their parents to find a job. The main character told his parents that he would become an adventurer, so they did not go against his wishes. Dad addressed him by name and said that it was his life. He could do whatever he wanted. Mom told him to take good care of himself. If something bad happened, they would always be glad to have him here. The main character was embarrassed by their words. He was very pleased. Then he decisively clenched his fists and said that he was leaving. His family was shouting at him that he was the best, to be careful. At the same time, there were warm smiles on their faces. Lex turned around, waved, then thanked them and said that he was leaving. The main character thought that now he could live freely. He clenched his right hand into a fist, then raised it up and said that it was time to become an adventurer. As he walked through the forest, he thought that even the nearest town, Togi, was a bit far away. It would probably take him about half a day to get there on foot. He spent the whole morning at the coming-of-age ceremony. He feels like he's a little late. He's eager to finish registering as an adventurer as soon as possible. At that moment, he lifted his leg, and with the words that he needed to hurry, he made the decision that he would use the magic on his legs to move faster. And then he flew into the air and thought that he could fly without any restrictions. He rose high into the sky. After that, he began to look around to understand which way he should fly. Then he found the city with his own eyes. At that moment, the main character thought that he should use teleportation magic. However, something confused him. He suddenly decided that he should do a little hunting. Adventurers are supposed to hunt monsters. Then from above, he saw a dragon. He realized that it was an ordinary green dragon, but if he wanted to live peacefully, then this should be the ideal goal. He decided to use the sword and knowledge from his previous life. This sword was enchanted with a large amount of eternal magic. For this reason, the green dragon was definitely an easy target. The main character decisively raised his sword. A smile appeared on his face. He said that he should quickly kill this dragon. Lex decided to increase the speed of his flight, after which he headed straight towards the dragon with the thought that he would kill him in one fell swoop. As he flew closer, he realized that something was wrong. He realized that the dragon was looking out for someone. However, the main character thought that it didn't matter anyway, and with loud cries he began to approach him. The latter suddenly turned in his direction. Lex cut off the dragon's head with a powerful blow of his sword, as if it cost him no effort. He thought that this was magnificent, and then took out a magic bag. He opened it and said that it was time to collect the loot, this magic bag that he made himself. It looks like a normal bag, but the space inside is expanded by magic, so no matter what you put in, it will fit perfectly in his bag. Especially such a precious item. With these thoughts, he loaded the dragon's body into it. Then he said that everything was fine, everything was finished. He had to leave here before it got dark. Then he used magic again and flew up into the sky. He had to register as an adventurer quickly. Here, he heard some rustling sounds. He looked in that direction and wondered whether he had imagined it or whether he had really heard something. At this moment, the unknown man thought that they had been attacked by a monster during the trip, but what was even more frightening was that it was a green dragon. Even an army with the best royal troops would not be able to cope with it. This means that the word strongest alone is not enough to describe this terrible monster. The knight began to shout that their horses are the dragon's target. They must use them and then run away. The man turned to the others and told them to retreat first. He thought to himself that in such a place they could not afford to lose a single horse, but this was the only way for them to survive. The knight apologized to Volkan and said that he would not let him die alone. He would also sacrifice his life. At that moment, the main character flew with the dragon. The man watched in shock as the young man easily dealt with the green dragon, which they were very afraid of. The main character didn't pay any attention to them, he just said that it was excellent. At that moment, the man and the horse watched in shock. When it dawned on him, it was already over. After that, right in front of his extremely surprised face, this teenager took out a small bag that swallowed everything and even the giant body of the dragon inside. It was a rather unusual scene in front of him, and the only thing that came to his mind was that it was some kind of magical object. The man continued to be in shock. He denied the situation. He thought that it couldn't be. How could such a teenager own a magical object? At the moment when the knight wanted to turn to the main character and ask him a few questions, he suddenly flew away. The man tried to stop him with words, but he did not pay any attention. The knight thought that he couldn't believe his eyes. Everything really happened in the blink of an eye. This bag swallowed the dragon, which made them tremble with fear. Everything ended quickly. The dragon was cut into 2 pieces in just a second. However, at that moment, the man remembered the princess, and panic appeared on his face. One of the knights said not to worry about the princess. Even though she lost consciousness, she was safe. The man exhaled and said that it was a great job. Leo is glad that the princess is okay, but at the same time, his heart is so heavy. The fight with the dragon could have brought this decrepit body to the brink. The man said he had no idea what was happening, but they survived, turning to his horse. But the knight could not forget the young man. He tried to understand who this young man was. At this time, the protagonist finally reached the city of Togi. He thought that he could still register as an adventurer. After some time, he began to walk along the streets of the city. There were many people there who were talking to each other. He tried to figure out where the Adventurers Guild was located. However, almost immediately he found the right building, after which he went inside. There were several people there who were divided into groups. There was a loud noise in the room because people were chatting among themselves. The main character was delighted. He thought that they were all adventurers. It's amazing. He couldn't imagine that there would be so many adventurers here. He even got a little worried. Then he stopped himself abruptly. He thought that he almost forgot about his main goal. He needed to go to the reception desk as soon as possible. The main character looked around, after which it seemed to him that he saw the right place. However, there was a very long line in front of him. Here, one of the men in front of him turned around and asked if this was really the first time he had been here at this hour. Lex was very scared at these words. Then he stuttered that it was his first day. The man smiled and said that he was a newbie. The stranger asked him if he hadn't brought any things with him on his first mission, and then asked him if he had come to register as an adventurer, to which he replied in the affirmative. This nice man said that everyone had already finished work. People came to report on the completion of the mission, so he does not think that many people like him will come to register. He asked the protagonist where he was from, to which the latter explained that he came from the village of Zenga. The man said that he had not heard of such a village, what region it was in, to which Lex explained that he first had to cross the mountain to the west of this city if he wanted to get there. He thought that it took him by surprise. The main character was so excited about becoming an adventurer that he spoke about it so easily. The latter said that he knew a shortcut. This allowed him to get here quickly. The main character smiled sweetly and said that it looked like there was no one ahead, to which the man said that he would go then. The girl said that the next one should come to her. She greeted Lex and said that her name was Elma. She was a registrar, after which she asked if he really wanted to register as an adventurer, to which the main character decisively answered positively, after which he asked how she found out. The girl answered that he spoke with Garand himself with such excitement. Then Elma suggested registering. She asked if he could write and read. If he couldn't, then they would help him, to which the guy replied that he could do everything himself. The main character thought to himself that after all, in his past life, he was a sage. The girl handed him a questionnaire and said that it needed to be filled out. Having received the questionnaire, Lex began to fill in all the fields. After some time, he handed the already filled document to the girl. Elma smiled and said that she would now check his information again, after which she added that he had such beautiful handwriting. She complimented his handwriting a few more times before telling him that they were also recruiting people with beautiful handwriting. Lex was surprised by her words. Then he clenched his fists decisively and said that he needed to be recorded as an adventurer, to which the girl smiled and said that she understood everything, but suggested that he think about it when he retired. Elma calmly informed him that, after this, a practical exam would be prepared for him. At that moment, a man approached the main character and threw his arm over his shoulder. He explained that this was a real fight, but it was just a test to see if he had what an adventurer needed. Lex turned to the man. He thought that the man was acting like he was the coolest guy in the whole building. This man was definitely very strong. The man at that moment asked Elma if he could be in charge of his exam. The girl was shocked by his words. She asked him again about what he said, after which she emphasized that he was an A rank adventurer. The man winked and said that Lex was probably a promising adventurer to have come to register at such a time. Therefore, as a candidate, he wanted to instruct him. Then the man leaned towards the girl and began to whisper to her the reasons why he decided to do this. Elma sighed and said that she was very sorry, but his exam would not be conducted with one of the guild employees, but with Org-san. The girl added that he was sometimes out of his mind, but being an A rank adventurer, he could give him more advice than their guild members. The main character bowed to the man and asked him to take care of him, to which he said with a smile on his face that he loved his diligence, being the same old man as he was. At that moment, the people announced that they were going to finish today's purchases of materials. The protagonist thought that he needed to resolve the issue with the dragon. The man asked if he really wanted to sell something. Lex said he needed to pay for his room and food. He was planning to sell the materials he got from the monster he was hunting. He has no money. The man laughed and said that then he needed to go to Elma. While he was taking the exam, others would evaluate his goods. The protagonist turned to him and thanked him. He thought to himself that Org-san was so understanding he felt relieved. At that moment, he began to take out his magic bag. He then laid out the remains of the dragon in front of him and asked to be judged. At that moment, all the people in the guild froze in shock. The protagonist explained that the dragon was a bit big, so he would put it on the floor. His prey took up almost half of the guild's premises. With a smile on his face, Lex asked everyone to buy this green dragon, pointing at it with his hand. After this, the main character approached Org-san and asked him for forgiveness for making him wait. He said that he was ready for his test. However, the man stopped him with his hand. Org-san asked him if he was really hunting for this, to which the main character replied that he did it on the way here. The man began to ask him if anyone had helped him, to which he replied in the negative. Then he asked if he had any method of his own, to which he explained that he had cut off his head with one blow. Org-san said that when he looks at the dragon, he sees that its wings are also strong, to which Lex explained that it is a green dragon. The man agreed that it is indeed a green dragon and not a wyvern. At this moment, the main character quietly said to the man why they don't start the exam quickly, to which Org-san closed his eyes and loudly told him that he had already passed the exam. At the same time, beads of sweat were streaming down his face. Lex was shocked by his words. He said that they had not started the fight, to which the man explained that everything was fine. This test was only intended to check the ability to fight monsters or bandits. So for the one who caught the monster on his own, no exam is needed. The main character passed. End of conversation. After which he congratulated him, calling him an adventurer. Lex turned to Elma and said that the man had said that he had passed, after which he asked if everything was okay, to which the girl said that it was true if the examiner had said so. He asked her again what he needed to do now, to which the girl smiled sweetly and congratulated him on passing the test. The main character raised his hand up again and joyfully shouted that he was finally an adventurer now. From this moment on, he would live as an adventurer. After some time, Elma handed him the item. She explained that it was an adventurer's registration card. He must provide this card to stand to receive missions, and after completing them, he also shows it. Adventurers start at F rank and increase in rank as they earn achievements. When the rank increases, more missions are opened for him, so he must do his best, to which the main character said that he will try his best to increase his rank. Elma said that if it was him, then in any case he would not need to carry out so many missions. He did not understand her words and asked again, to which she replied that everything was fine. Then she explained about the dragon and said that in fact, to buy this dragon back, It is a very difficult task for them. At that very moment, she stunned him with the words that they could not buy out this dragon. This was unexpected. The main character was shocked. He asked her about the reasons for such a decision. He thought to himself that it was probably because there were too many of them on the market they had depreciated. San asked her what she was talking about, whether it seemed strange to her that she said that she could not buy it. The girl explained that the body of this dragon was too beautiful. One of the men in the hood said that it was obvious that there was no other way out. San turned to the girl again and said that she was being a bit dramatic now. She just needed to explain the reason to them. Elma replied that she thought many of them already knew that there had been numerous expeditions to the dragon. If the dragon is strong, both countries will fight for life. Even if the expedition is successful, there will be some damage on the dragon's carcasses. Therefore, it is quite normal if the materials are damaged. The girl explained that sometimes there are undamaged body parts, but these parts are extremely rare. She explained that when people looked closely at this dragon, they would not notice any damage. Apart from the spots, everything was shiny, even its scales. At that moment, people were really surprised by this cut. It was very neat. After that, Elma resolutely said that this is the reason why this entire dragon will become a treasure. They say that a dragon has no useless parts, and this dragon is the most unusual of them. However, their budget is not enough to buy this material. The girl explained that they would have to bring it to the capital and put it up for auction. She asked Lex if he could trust them and leave this dragon in the guild. They would definitely sell it at a reasonable price. He agreed. Elma said that if he put it up for auction, he could get a lot of money. He would definitely get a lot of money. She even raised her voice. The main character at that moment was thinking that he had no money at all, so he had nowhere to eat or sleep. The San behind him, was in shock. He started telling Lex that they were talking about super profits now, but he would be able to live in luxury his whole life. If he didn't sell it at auction, he would regret it for the rest of his life. He explained that he needed the money now. At that moment, the man handed him some coins. The main character was surprised. He asked if everything was okay, after which he thanked him. To which the man said that there was nothing wrong with that, he should take them. Then Lex said that he wanted to express his gratitude to him, after which he asked him to accept this gift, if he, of course, did not object. The protagonist took a dragon scale out of his bag, then apologized to the man and said that it was only small. The man and all the people standing behind him were shocked. Lex said that there was nothing wrong with it, but he still wanted to thank him, to which the man said that he would take it, after which he once again clarified whether he really could take it. Then San became very happy. He hugged the main character and said that dinner was on him, so he could order whatever he wanted. After some time, they decided to go out for something to eat and drink. So they feasted until they dropped in the neighboring bar. There was no more room for anything. After the bar, the main character rented a room. He came home, fell onto the bed, and happily thought that San and his friends were very energetic, but that's how adventurers are. It's so much fun. Lex was thinking that his life as an adventurer would begin tomorrow. He was very emotional and thought that he couldn't wait for it. The next day, the main character came to the guild. He thought that he needed to see what quests there were. Then he saw a board with tasks. He made his way to it and said that he could not find what he needed. At that moment, an unknown guy called out to him. He addressed him as a dragon guy and asked if he was really looking for a quest. The main character resolutely said that he would like to take an F rank quest first. The guy suddenly changed his mood. He said that even such people with F rank exist, after which he wished him luck. The guy said that he should try anyway, to which Lex assured him that he would do so. To himself, he thought that he had said these words rather strangely. However, he decided to look for a task for himself. It was quite a long search until he found a daily quest of F rank. It involved collecting herbs. The main character, looking at this, thought that he would take it now. The price for 10 herbs is equal to 3 copper coins. But this quest is considered daily, so the more you collect, the more money you can get. Then he remembered how San said that there was one more thing. It was that if the quest failed, there would be no punishment. Usually, quests have time limits or must correspond to the wishes of the clients. If you accept a task that does not correspond to the rank and do not complete it, then there will be a punishment accordingly. So for the first task, it is best to take daily tasks, since there is no punishment for them. But in any case, sometimes it is not worth paying attention to such tasks. The protagonist thought that this is what the man taught him. He not only lent him money, but also shared good information. He's a truly generous man, and he had already collected herbs in his village. When Lex was about to accept this task, another guy called out to him. He asked him if he was really going to accept this quest, to which the main character smiled sweetly and said that he was planning to collect herbs, to which the unknown replied that, in fact, even children can collect herbs here. The guy said that Lex was already an adult, and then he asked him that he was an adventurer just like them. The hero thought that this guy looked like a warrior of light, and that girl next to him was a marauder. The girl in the hat looked like a magician, and the guy in glasses looked like a monk. He asked if they did too. They answered positively. The guy said that his name is Gyro. He is the leader of the Dragon Slayer team point. The magician said that she told him not to use this name, to which the guy said that it sounds good. The monk said that it is absolutely correct. She told Gyro that this name is too shameful. The main character at that moment smiled and said that he thought it was cool. Gyro said that he understood him. It was a very rare sight. He could be his friend. The guy said that in any case, since he had become an adventurer, he needed to party like an adult. Gyro continued his lecture and said that if he only completed quests to collect herbs, he would not increase his rank much. At this point, the guy started talking about his plans and said that he wanted to surpass the rumored Dragon Slayer. The protagonist asked him about this again, to which Gyro explained that he heard that yesterday he himself visited the guild and asked to buy dragons in good condition from him. Lex thought about his words and thought that someone else had done the same thing. Even if it was all rumors, this unknown probably butchered the dragon more gracefully than he did. Gyro said that since the dragon was defeated too gracefully, it meant that the guild couldn't buy it back, so they decided to auction it off in the royal capital. If he was a man, he should do the job like him. The guy said that they would take quests to destroy monsters. If he was still going to do such tasks like collecting herbs, then it would be better to look for something else, something more difficult. After which the guy said that they would see each other again. The magician apologized to him and said that the guy always says whatever comes into his head. He is too confident in himself, but he is not a bad person at all. After some time, the main character went into the forest to complete a quest to collect herbs. He walked and thought that it must be somewhere in this area. Lex thought that in the village this was just a common thing. If you think about it, it seems like this is the work of adventurers. He doesn't understand why it is considered special. Then the protagonist decided that if he searched in the shadows, he could find herbs. At that very moment, he found the one he needed. This type consists mainly of leaves. It will grow again and again if its roots are left. Lex, after he had collected the necessary herbs, began to move on because he needed a large quantity, so he collected them with ease. The protagonist looked around and thought that there really were so many herbs here. He was sorry that the quest progress was not shown in this situation, and he would also have the opportunity to return 5 coins to Org Sanen. In his village, they collected herbs and used them because there were no shops, so collecting herbs for sale was his first. It turns out to be fun. Well, it's good that he became an adventurer. The main character smiled, then ruffled his hair, and said that he had already collected a lot, so he thought it was time to go. Then he listened and heard the noise of trees and some other sounds that came from a certain direction. He knows that the sounds come from there, after which he used magic on his shoes again. He flew up into the sky and thought that he now needed to scout out the situation from above. Suddenly, in the distance, he saw an angry boar rushing along the road. This monster is known as the Forest Devil, and it is very strong. It is faster than a horse, and its skin is almost invulnerable. The probability of their appearance is high. They cause damage to nature and people. But the most feared thing is that they almost always attack in groups. Lex thought about how they would keep moving, no signs that they would stop in the forest. If this continued, the city would be in danger. At this speed, the boars will reach the city of Togi in an hour. The protagonist thought that adventurers should eliminate the danger. In the guild, an adventurer must fight monsters attacking the city. This is a mission. When monsters appear, the guild sends everyone to destroy them in order to protect the cities. This is how adventurers earned the trust of people in cities and countries. There were also stories about adventurers who protected cities from monsters. All the children were inspired by the stories passed down from generation to generation. If so, Lex would make these stories a reality for the children. When the green dragon remains, he does not particularly care about other materials, but he must be careful not to damage the forest. Then he thought that perhaps the evil boars were chasing someone. The protagonist realized that they were not moving straight towards the city. Sometimes it was even difficult to understand their approximate movement. He realized that they seemed to be catching up with someone. Then he saw how the adventurers were running away from them. He thought that they had probably entered the boar's territory without realizing it. If there was someone here, it would be too dangerous to use higher magic. The protagonist jumped to the ground. He thought that he had to avoid chaos in the forest. He would have to use another kind of magic to make everything work out. Then Lex took off again. He thought about how he needed to get to the leader of the pack. When he looked closely, he realized that the fleeing adventurers were Gyro and his team. At that moment, the monk tripped over a tree root and fell. Gyro saw this and immediately called her name. Immediately, a whole pack of boars ran towards her. She sat and shook with fear. However, unexpectedly for everyone, the main character landed in front of the girl. Even the boars did not expect this, so they stopped abruptly. Gyro and his team watched in shock as Lex made a decisive statement that he was now the boar's enemy. Gyro and his team were running away from a pack of boars. He shouted loudly about it and decided to remember how it happened. The magician called him by name and said that it was all because he said that they could go further, but they didn't want that. Gyro said that she should keep quiet. Who would have known that they could find them there? At that moment, the boars continued to advance, which made the guy curse. He thought that it was impossible, that they had forgotten everything here. At first, there were only weak monsters, like goblins and kobolds. He learned to fight from a former adventurer and was actually good at first. They had a healer on their team, so if they were injured, she would be able to heal them with magic. He thought that if he chose this place, he would be able to win easily. However, now they had big problems. The whole group ran away from these dangerous monsters. Gyro thought about how he had never heard of them. Near the city, there are usually adventurers, guards, or knights who go out to kill monsters. It's safe here, the adult said. However, it is not safe here at all. There are big, scary monsters here. He immediately imagined an evil boar's head in front of him. At that moment, one of his teammates stumbled. Gyro called Norb by name. He thought that since she had fallen, he had to help her immediately. He turned around and saw that the monsters had almost reached her. The guy realized that they would trample her now. He decided that he would not be able to save her, because the monsters were very dangerous and strong. Gyro thought that he should ignore her and try to run away, or he would be crushed too. However, the other half of him thought that he should save her. He tried to push these thoughts away and thought that it was too late. While he was lost in his thoughts, the unknown appeared before them. With loud cries, he attacked the leader of the boars. Gyro looked at what was happening in shock. At that moment, the main character stood in front of him and his team and said that he was now an opponent of monsters. The guy was shocked and wondered if he was the only one who came to help them. He was the same age as him, and yet he seemed so strong. The main character at that moment thought that he had made it just in time. Now he had to help Gyro's group. He saw that Norb was injured. With such a leg, she would not be able to move. Although he wants to cure her now, he needs to be careful, otherwise he might provoke the evil boars. He thought about how he should cure her without moving. At that moment, the main character's right hand showed flashes of power. He decided to use one of the skills. He pointed his hand towards the girl and used long-range healing. The girl was surprised that the pain had disappeared. Lex thought to himself that it was working to keep them there. He shouldn't get close to Norb. The only way out was to use a long-range healing spell. The main character decided that he would gather these monsters together and accept the fight. He shouted at the girl to leave. She agreed. Lex, looking at the boars, thought that no matter what he said, they would still attack him. Then they would use their weight to crush people. However, he would not let this happen. The ultimate binding magic is tree grip. This magic turns trees into something like ivy to grab the opponent. This net is made of trees with high elasticity and high strength. Plus, it is decorated with magic. Now the boars will not be able to escape. The magician asked what kind of magic it was. She had never seen it before. Norb asked if a person could really use magic without a spell. Lex answered that during a fight, a spell is not the basis. The protagonist thought that he had memories of his 2 previous lives, so he could fight without any problems. But they seemed to have little actual combat experience, so it was easy to understand why they didn't know how to fight. Lex said that as an experienced adventurer, he should solve this problem wisely. Then he took out his sword and said that this is the end. A beam of magic was fired from the sky. He needs to channel electricity from the sky into the sword, forming a large lightsaber that uses a large amount of lightning. The main character was very determined. He told the boars to receive their punishment, after which he used a lightning strike. This shapeless blade of lightning takes lives by simply roasting them from the inside out. The sword kills the enemy without striking him. This is the skill that the master asked him to learn in his past life, allowing him to achieve the ultimate sword technique. The protagonist thought that in the past he had done this with a smug expression in front of his teacher. Then he often told him that this was wrong, this was not it. Lex thought that in any case, he would be able to kill them without damaging their skin. Then he smiled sweetly and told the guys that it was all over and asked about their condition. The protagonist asked if they had any injuries, to which the girl Mag replied that everything was fine, her magical power was exhausted, but at least they were not hurt. Lex asked about the lack of magic, after which he added that in that case it would be dangerous until they returned to the city, to which the girl convinced him that everything was fine. However, he did not listen to her. He apologized to her, and used the skill of transferring mana. The girl was shocked and asked what it was. The protagonist sweetly explained to her that he had given her some of his mana. Now she would be able to use her magic. The girl realized that she was now overflowing with mana. This was impossible. Lex said that if everything was okay, then he would take these boars for now. At that moment, Gyro called out to him and asked him to wait, to which the main character raised his head and asked if something had really happened. The boy bowed his head before him and resolutely thanked him for saving their lives. The main character told him not to worry, it's a normal thing for an adventurer. After that, the guy asked him to tell him his name. Lex asked him again about the question. To himself, he thought that the guy was right. He knew his name, but he never said his own. The main character extended his hand and said that his name was Lex. He hoped that they would work together in the future. Gyro shook his hand and blushed. Lex, looking at him, realized that something was wrong. He asked the guy out loud if something was bothering him. Gyro said that he didn't know anything, didn't understand anything. He thought he was strong because he was able to defeat those goblins. Because of his confidence, the whole group almost died. The guy said that this is why his older brother came to someone like him. Now he feels the difference in the man's temperament. The main character said that he was exaggerating. Gyro grabbed the main character by the clothes, and his face turned red. He said that he had already fallen in love with the strength of his older brother. Then the boy fell on his knees before him and asked him to allow him to become his disciple. The protagonist was shocked by how the situation was developing. He thought that now he had his first student, but he did not need him. After some time, Lex returned to the city. He was very thoughtful. He thought about how he got promoted to D rank just because he completed the mission to collect herbs. What he did was an F rank mission. It was his first mission, and he had risen in rank twice just by doing one mission of that rank. The main character remembered that he had argued with the girl. He asked how this was even possible, to which she replied that everything was more or less like that. At that moment, Gyro jumped up to him and said that this was expected from his brother, that he had already become D rank. At that moment, the girl Mag grabbed the guy by the collar and said that he was going with her. They still needed to report on their missions to destroy goblins and kobolds. Lex, looking at this, thought that he looked like a pet. The protagonist thought that although he was a little worried when he asked to be his teacher, it was not so bad when someone approached him in such an honest way. In his past lives, he had been approached with bad intentions. Sometimes they praised him as a hero or a sage, trying to convince him to help their cause, but sometimes they tried to steal all his research. At that moment, Elma saw that he was deep in thought. She asked him if something had happened, to which he replied that everything was fine. The girl told him that he deserved a reward of 15 gold coins for collecting 50 herb bundles. She tried to say something else, but he interrupted her. The protagonist asked her if she could explain why he had risen in the rankings. He was surprised by such a rapid rise and asked if she was sure that it was not a mistake. Elma explained with a sweet smile on her face that this was not a mistake. He was now, without a doubt, a D rank adventurer. The girl explained that, firstly, regarding the mission to collect herbs, they were very grateful for the opportunity to purchase a large quantity of high-quality herbs from him. Since adventurers tend to get injured during their missions, they can never have enough medicinal herbs. In addition, the evaluation team praised him for how carefully he collected them. All the herbs were in excellent condition, without any damage. The protagonist thanked her for these words. He thought that he did not expect to be praised for the way he collected these herbs. It kind of makes him happy. The girl continued and said that, secondly, there was a message about the destruction of the evil boars. This is the very reason why he was promoted to D rank. The protagonist was shocked by her words. He asked if it was really just for destroying the evil boars. She explained that normally only B rank adventurers or higher could defeat the evil boar, but he had defeated almost everyone, so it would be their loss to keep him at F rank. They had originally wanted to promote him to B rank or C rank. However, since this was his first mission, in order to keep him out of trouble, they decided to make him D rank. The protagonist breathed a sigh of relief. Elma said that since he had only registered as an adventurer yesterday, they thought he might get into trouble if he rose in rank too quickly. He thought that was nice. They cared about him. The girl said that, in this sense, the incident with the green dragon also determined his promotion. But if people find out that he is doing this, then everything could go wrong. They are temporarily delaying the assessment of his rank. The main character smiled sweetly and said that everything was fine anyway. It was just a green dragon. He thought to himself that he wanted to avoid trouble as much as possible. Elma lowered her head, covered one eye with her hand, and said that it was not just a green dragon. Then she simply agreed with his words, because she realized that it was useless to argue. The main character said that he wanted to talk about the evil boars that he wanted to sell. He thought that he hunted them quite well. Lex said that he froze their bleeding with a spell after that to prevent germs from getting into the wound. Elma said that she was very sorry, but because of how well their bodies were preserved, their budget would not be enough to buy them all. To this, he asked if the situation was really repeating itself. The protagonist thought that then he would not be able to receive any income at all. He knows that he receives some income from collecting herbs, but he still needs more money. The girl told him that their guild was buying one of the boars, and then one of them would be bought by the feudal lord, and the rest were planned to be put up for auction in the capital. Elma said that monsters with such a clean cut are a very valuable thing for them. That's why they will buy it for research purposes. Lex asked if they really want to use them as research material. The girl asked him if it would be okay for him if they were put up for auction, to which the main character responded in the affirmative. He thought to himself that this was for the best. At least for now he had an income equal to 2 angry boars. This should be enough to cover his expenses. The main character asked the girl how much he would get from them. The girl immediately repeated his question and thought about it. Elma said that they were ready to buy the entire evil boar for 1,000 gold coins. Lex was very surprised by her words. The girl explained that since they could not prepare the payment immediately, she proposed to transfer 100 gold coins directly, and then the remaining 900 gold coins would be given in the form of a savings book. The protagonist, still in shock, asked if this was some kind of mistake. Elma replied that it was very difficult to destroy monsters with large-scale magic without damaging its quality. The girl said that the price depends on how well the fur and skin are preserved. In this sense, the price for an angry boar with completely undamaged fur is extremely high. She also added that, besides that, a messenger of the feudal lord approached them to buy an evil boar, but they had not yet told them the price for it. Since the feudal lord, Viscount Grimoire, is an aristocrat with a vast and fertile territory, he can buy the evil boar at a higher price than they can. The protagonist thought about it a lot. He asked if he was really going to pay more than 1,000 gold coins for the evil boar. He thought to himself that it was just an evil boar. Was it okay to pay so much just for it? There were many better monsters in the demon world. Elma said that regarding the boars that will be put up for auction, he will have to wait some time to get the money, so he needs to be patient. The main character smiled very sweetly and said that everything was fine, at least he already had 100 coins. Then he asked how everything went with the dragon at the auction. The girl replied that the dragon had been sent to the capital in the previous quarter. It would participate in the auction that would take place in 3 days, although it was possible that the battle had already begun among the nobility. Elma smiled and said that the dragon would definitely have a higher bid price than the evil boar, so we should look forward to it. The protagonist said that he would look forward to it. He thought to himself that he wondered how much he would get for the dragon. Elma said that she had something important to say. Feudal Lord Viscount Grimoire invited him to dinner, to which Lex apologized to her and said that he would have to refuse. The girl asked him why he was refusing, since it was an invitation from a feudal lord, to which he replied that it was too much trouble for him to deal with a nobleman. The girl said that it was a great honor to receive an invitation from him. Elma said that, with all his achievements, he might even make him his knight. Lex thought to himself that this was another reason why he didn't want to do it. Out loud, he said again that he didn't want anything. The protagonist turned around to head towards the exit. He said that he just wanted to live a simple life, then waved to the girl and said that he would now turn away. Elma tried to stop him, to convince him otherwise. However, he did not listen to her. He was thinking that after he repaid his debt to Org-san, he would throw a feast today. At this time, in one of the mansions, a man with a mustache asked if they had heard rumors about this. Another man with glasses asked if it was really about a dragon for sale at auction. He heard that the dragon's corpse was in surprisingly good condition. Apparently, the dragon's head had been neatly cut in half. I wonder what kind of magical swordsman could have done such a thing. The man with the mustache asked if they had heard, and then added that someone had witnessed the scene in which the dragon was defeated. The men immediately became alarmed and asked who this man was, to which the man with the mustache replied that it was Sir Leo S.A. Apparently, he was on top-secret missions when he encountered the dragon. According to Leo, a young boy suddenly fell from the sky, cut off the dragon's head, and flew back into the sky. The men did not believe his words. They thought that he had gone crazy. Then the man with the mustache explained that because of this, the matter is called the revelation of an angel by higher authorities. The men laughed at these words. Then his interlocutors suddenly became serious. They looked intently at the man with the mustache. The latter thought that Leo's top-secret mission, the mysterious young boy who defeated the dragon and the weapon made to cut off the dragon's head with ease. Everyone has their own conclusions about this incident. There is a current priority. There is a current priority. And it is a dragon at auction. Everyone will certainly bid on the dragon. The man was thinking about what he should do now, whether to cooperate with someone to buy the dragon. Then he needs to decide who to work with. At that moment, an unknown voice announced that he brought news. The dark-haired man with glasses reported that it seemed that the angry boars were put up for auction. All the men asked him about it in surprise. They started thinking about the dragon, now also the evil boars. The priority should still be on the dragon. Of course, the value of several evil boars is not comparable to the value of the dragon. However, what if the evil boars are in incredibly good condition? Apparently, the skins are in good condition, so they can be turned into a skin rug. Not to mention that 3 angry boars are the same condition put up for auction. The men were surprised again. Such quality materials, which are extremely difficult to obtain, are put up for auction one after another. Such things happen only once every few hundred years. There is no doubt that it will happen once every 10 years. The one selling these goods is apparently also the one selling the dragon, as well as the Adventurers Guild in Togi City. The man with the mustache asked him again about what he had said. Then he wondered what was really going on in this city. At this time, the main character came to the guild. He found a task for himself, after which he approached Elma and said that he wanted to take on this mission. The girl asked if he really wanted to take it on himself, after which she was surprised. She carefully asked the protagonist if he was sure that he wanted to take on this particular mission. Elma added that he knew only new adventurers could take them, for example, goblin hunting or herb gathering. Then he suggested a third option about cleaning the ditch. The girl said that cleaning the ditch was more of a punishment. He was already a D-rank adventurer, he shouldn't take on such a mission. The latter thought to himself that she was right. His rank had increased. There was a better task for him. However, he does not do this for the money. What is really important to him is freedom. He said out loud that now that he has finally become an adventurer, he would like to try different missions. The main character asked her if this was really abnormal, to which the girl exhaled and said that she understood everything. His request for a mission to clean the ditch was accepted. Elma also added that it was good that he no longer had money problems. Lex smiled and said that it was true, he was going to go on an adventure. At that moment, Gyro asked him if he was also going on an adventure. The protagonist greeted him, saying that he was from the Dragon Slayer team. Gyro asked him to stop, to which Lex asked if they had changed the team name, to which the guy replied that it reminded him of his own stupidity. At this time, the girl magician asked him what he was saying. She reminded him that he had just recently said that he would become a great adventurer and conquer the whole world. She also added that he said that in order to do this, he must be able to defeat the dragon, so their team would be called Dragon Slayers. Gyro began to deny his words. The girl Mag said about who else here is ashamed. People secretly smirked every time they heard the name of their team. At this time, the main character thought that they really get along well. Gyro turned to Lex with a smile on his face and asked him what mission he had taken on today, to which the latter hesitated a little. Then he announced with a smile on his face that his mission for the day was to clean a ditch. The guy first wanted to be happy for him, but then he froze in shock. He loudly asked him again about whether he really chose such a mission. At that moment, Norb said that she was very sorry, but she would like to ask him to tell them about the reasons why he chose such a mission. Then she apologized again and said that her name was Norb. She was a priestess, but she was only a student, and she also thanked him for that day. The protagonist said that he had done a natural thing, after which he asked him how her leg was, to which the girl said that thanks to his healing magic, it had healed. Lex said that there was nothing wrong with that. He just did what he had to. He thought to himself that priests often said that, but their devotion had no effect on their magic. He had a terrible experience when he said this to the high priestess in his first life. After that, he thought that this time he would keep all thoughts to himself to avoid tender arguments. The girl Mag said that they should probably introduce themselves too. She said that her name was Mina, she was a witch. The girl next to her said that she was Maguri, a thief. She was very pleased to meet them. The main character looked at the girls in shock. Then he said that he was pleased to meet Mina and Maguri. Norb tried to remind him of their recent conversation. Gyro joined the conversation again and asked why he was going to clean the gutters, to which Lex replied that he didn't really have any particular reason. The main character asked if they knew the story of the great swordsman Rygard, to which they replied that they knew the story. Norb's parents told him this story when he was a child. Mina said that she also heard this from her grandfather. Meguri also responded positively. Lex continued and said that he was once a great adventurer with the title of Master Swordsman. Gyro said that although Rygard is known as a great swordsman, in his youth he was just a bad rebel. When people tell his story, they usually have different stories. One day, when the guild finally ran out of patience, Rygard was ordered to clean the ditch for a year. At the time, he was threatened that if he quit, his adventurer's license would be revoked. Rygard then reluctantly began to clean the gutters. He was always laughed at. There were moments when he almost exploded with anger. But for him, whose existence depended on being an adventurer, there was no other choice but to endure. One day, people began to sincerely thank him for cleaning the ditch. When the man heard these words, he felt ashamed of his past behavior, and he started a new life. The protagonist said that this is the first story about the great swordsman Rygard. Gyro said that he understood everything. Lex wants to follow in Rygard's footsteps and train his mind by clearing the ditch. Lex thought to himself that he just wanted to experience what Rygard had experienced. Out loud, he asked if they were going to work. Gyro answered decisively yes. Norb said that they would work at night. The protagonist asked them again and asked if it wasn't dangerous to work at night. Mina said that recently, rumors began to circulate that people hear a creepy voice from the street at night. The townspeople turned to the guild with a request to solve the mystery of the creepy voice. The girl said that it was largely patrol work, but the compensation was good since it was night work. Gyro interrupted his girlfriend and asked if he could see the main character's method of work. The latter tried to explain that it was just a regular ditch cleaning, to which the guy said that he knew everything, but he felt that it would help him become stronger. The main character said that he didn't think it would be interesting to watch, but he didn't mind. Gyro thanked him and then invited the guys to come too. Norb said that she felt bad leaving Gyro alone. Besides, she was curious to see how Lex works. Maguri said that only if they can work at night. The protagonist suggested that they start from a certain place. Gyro was very excited. He said that they would finally see Lex cleaning a ditch. The latter said that there was nothing special about it. Lex thought that it seemed like the water purification magic hadn't been able to reach this area. The water here was muddy and there was dirt everywhere. The man with the mustache asked them if they were really going to clean the ditch. It was very noble of a young man like him. He told him to try his best. Lex turned to the man and said that he would do everything in his power. He thought to himself that the people in this city were very kind, so that's how Rygard felt. Then he said that it needed to be done. Gyro asked him to wait and asked where his tools for cleaning the ditch were. Lex asked what tools he was talking about, to which the guy asked him how he was going to clean the ditch then. At that moment, the main character decided to use his power. He used the skill of complete purification. Gyro was shocked. He even stepped back from him and asked what was happening. He started asking what it was, why everything was cleared in the blink of an eye. The protagonist explained that it was a magic of cleaning a large area. He simply used magic to clean all the dirt. Norb asked him what kind of magic it was. Lex asked her about what she didn't know. He explained that it was magic for cleaning big cities and everything else. The girl said that she had never heard of such magic. Norb asked about the light they saw recently. Was it really the light of purification? Was it really the magic of the sacred attribute? To which Lex answered positively. In his first life, he created this magic using the power of the holy attribute to easily purify things. Come to think of it, the people in the church made weird faces, saying something like how you need to use holy power for things like this. Norb said that she didn't know that he could use such amazing magic. The protagonist said that it wasn't that surprising. Lex continued to smile sweetly at the guys and said that, in any case, this is how he was going to clear all the canals around the city. Gyro said that he thought that Rygarde's story had gone completely wrong, to which the protagonist asked that the result would be the same. Then he went the other way and said that they needed to clear the next place. The guys were shocked. Then they came to the next area, where Lex used his magic again. However, in this place, when the magic began to work, a deafening scream was heard. Gyro and his team were very surprised by this. The main character pointed his finger to the side with a serious look and said that something was happening in the channel. There were dark bubbles there. He asked what it was. Gyro asked Lex what these dark bubbles were, to which Lex replied that they were a shapeless dark attribute of the monster. Due to their sediment similarity, they are hard to spot in swamp-type places. There are many soldiers who have been seriously injured due to surprise attacks. Norb suggested hurrying up and eliminating them. The main character stopped the girl with a smile on his face and said that everything was fine. She did not expect such actions from him. After some time, they saw that the bubbles were getting smaller. Lex said that the dark bubble had already been cleared by his magic. This magic can also kill weak monsters. After some time, the dark bubbles disappeared completely. Mina said that they were gone. Meguri said that the problem was that the monster had managed to slip into the city. The main character said that he must have slipped through the waterways under cover of darkness at night and hidden in the mud during the day. Mina asked him about what he just didn't dare to say about the terrible voice that came from this monster at night, to which Lex answered positively. Gyro said that this is what you would expect from his brother. He even completed their mission. He is so amazing. Meguri asked them that did not that mean they failed their mission since they didn't do anything? Lex and the others were shocked by her words. He realized that things were bad. He bowed his head to them and apologized, to which the guys did not answer him. He thought to himself that it was not on purpose. After some time, Gyro turned to the main character and resolutely asked him to help him choose a weapon for him, to which Lex asked him again whether he really wanted him to choose a weapon for him. The guy confirmed. Then Lex asked him why he was asking him about this. Gyro explained that the protagonist killed the evil boars with one blow, and he thought he had a very cool sword. Lex told Tom that it was a very ordinary sword. He thought to himself that even though he had sharpened and strengthened it with his magic, it was still just a pumped-up version of a sword. I wouldn't cut enemies any harder or any bigger. The main character said that besides, the adult boars were finished off by his light magic. Mina told him how he was talking about it so carelessly. Light magic is one of the most difficult magics, but he argued with her. Lex said that if you understand the theory, then using it will be easy as pie eye. The girl said that only a genius would say that, to which he said that if she wants, then he can teach her this magic. Mina, shocked, asked him again whether he was telling the truth, to which the main character answered positively, saying that it was not difficult for him at all. He thought to himself that he did not know that the girl wanted to learn it so much. Gyro immediately ran to him and sadly began to hug him, saying that it was not fair. He also wanted to be taught how to use a sword. Lex asked him not to cling to him. The main character said that there are still people who are much stronger than him. Gyro replied that it was hard to believe. The guy said that firstly, piercing the skull of an evil boar with a sword is already abnormal. He asked if he understood what he was talking about, to which Lex replied that he did not think that it was anything unusual. He explained that there were people who could do more incredible things than he could. Gyro interrupted him and asked him again to teach him, to which Lex agreed. The guy immediately became happy. Meguri asked everyone if they were going to the gun shop. Everyone froze in shock, and Gyro said that he had completely forgotten. After some time, they came to the store building. The guy told Lex that this was the best gun store in the city. There were so many different weapons here. The main character looked around, after which his gaze fell on one of the swords. He thought that this sword was beautiful, but there was one but day. At that moment, one of the buyers took this sword in his hands and said that it looked good. Then the guy turned to the seller and said that he would take this sword. Then the man said that the sword cost 10 gold coins. Lex loudly asked if it was really that expensive. Here, the main character realized that it sounded loud, after which he apologized. The buyer asked whether it was really too much for him. But if you consider that it was made by the Master Gordo, then it is even cheap. Lex thought that Master Gordo was really that incredible. But there was something wrong with that sword. He asked Gyro out loud that that sword was really that good, and Master Gordo was really that cool. The guy asked if he really didn't know Master Gordo. The main character explained that he came from the village, so he didn't know much about it. Gyro explained that this great blacksmith is widely known not only in Tione, he is even known in neighboring countries. His skills are the best of the best. The main character said that, frankly speaking, this sword is not that good. Could it be that it is a fake? The master froze at that moment. The man turned to Lex and asked if he really had any complaints about the sword, to which Gyro and his team froze in horror. The main character said that, simply, everyone says that it is a very good sword, but he thinks that it is not so good. Gyro turned to him. He tried to stop him with words. At that moment, the master asked again whether he really considered him not so good, after which he asked to name the reason. The main character said that the sword really looks very beautiful, but he doesn't feel any spirit in the blade. He explained that it was not a mass-produced product, but it appeared that the sword had been thoroughly annealed and the blades had not been hammered well, so it would be quite dull. However, the handle was well made. It didn't look like it would break easily. Even though it looked like a sword, he would say it was just a piece of iron shaped like that. It was like a club or a wooden sword. Gyro was shocked by his words. He began to make unintelligible sounds. The master chuckled and said that everything was clear to him. He calls it a piece of iron. The man said that the main character really says that the sword that he, Gordo, forged looks dull. Only at this moment did the protagonist realize that the man was Master Gordo. He thought to himself that he had not known it was him, how many bad things he had said about the sword. The master began to laugh loudly and said that he had good eyes then. At the same time, it was clear that he did not feel any anger. The protagonist was shocked by his words. The man explained that in their days, people buy his weapons without even knowing their price. He was tired of people coming here just because of his name. The master said that he was right. It was right. It was just a strong weapon that looked like a sword with a beautiful handle, and it was also blunt. He was surprised that Lex saw everything. Then Norb, nervously, asked if this was true. Then could the people who bought from him really be seriously harmed? To which the master said that she should not worry. These guys take quests that don't even require a sword. Durability is their best quality. As soon as those people get better at their job, they will come here for better weapons. Norb said that all the weapons were lying here. She asked if they weren't all defective, to which the man asked her if she really thought so. The master explained that the real weapon he had made was lying there among the others. If she could find it, he would give it to her for free. Gyro asked if it was true, then turned to Lex and said that they needed to search. Megori said that she would also search. The protagonist tried to stop them. Mina said that she was a pass. A mage like her does not need heavy weapons. Norb said that she also has a mace from the church. Then the master repeated after the girl and then turned to the main character so that he would also take part in the search. He asked him again. The man said that Lex was able to discern the quality of that sword, which meant he would be able to find the real one. The latter thought that he was provoking him. He said out loud that he would do it after the others. At that moment, Gyro and Meguri found their swords. They reported that they had chosen these swords. Master Gordo told them that they were both mistaken. Appearances can be deceiving. At the same time, he calmly sat on the chair, without even examining the swords closely. Gyro immediately jumped up to the protagonist and asked him to find him, with tears in his eyes. Meguri also asked him to avenge them. The main character immediately went to examine the room. He noticed one sword. At first glance, it looked worn and dirty. But his feelings told him that this was the right sword. He took it in his hands and said that he would take it. Gyro and Meguri were surprised by his choice. The master asked him why he had chosen this one. Lex explained that although it looked worn and dirty, but this dirt was not real. The blade and sheath were perfect for each other, and it was forged many times better than the one they had talked about. The man smiled at his words. He said that the main character chose the right sword. It is a real weapon. The others were surprised by this. Master Gordo turned to Gyro and Meguri and said that they both were taken in by appearance. They trusted small details on the sheath. The girl said that it was very rude. The man said that a promise is a promise, so he gives the sword to the main character. The latter asked if he really could. The master said that since people do not know the value of things in their day, It is pleasant to realize that there is still someone who knows their true value. The man said that the sword that Lex holds is one of his best works. He can further decorate or remake it if he wants. Gyro started to be happy for the main character. He said that it was very cool. He was even good with weapons. He was incredible. However, Lex refused the sword, to which the master said that he hoped that he had an explanation for why he decided to refuse the weapon given to him by the dwarf. Gyro immediately began to whisper that he was upset. He just needed to take the sword. Meguri said that it would be right. Usually you have to accept gifts honestly when they are given. The main character thought that he knows that it is rude, but he has one problem. He apologized out loud to Master Gordo and said that he could not accept a weapon that he would not use. The man asked him the reason, to which the main character said that he would not accept it because he already had a sword, after which he showed his own. He explained that he still used the sword, and throwing it away just because he had a new one would be very cruel. The master said that it was good that he took care of his weapon. The man asked him if he didn't mind, he would like to look at his weapon. Since he had rejected his weapon, he wanted to make sure of the important reason. Master Gordo asked him about it again and said that if he convinced him, he would give his sword to Gyro. The man explained that if the main character's sword was not as he described, then Lex would have to use the master's sword, and he would give his sword to Gyro. Proudly asked him about the fact that in this way it would be considered that he neglected his weapon. Lex thought to himself that these were strange conditions. Gyro seemed not to think about anything. He was only happy about the fact that he would get the main character's sword, but the latter, with an indifferent face, told him not to think about it so quickly. The guy told him to do it. If he was unlucky and Lex didn't convince him, then he would show that he could take care of his legacy. The main character asked him to calm down. Master Gordo extended his hand to him and told him to hurry up and show his weapon. Lex agreed and took out his sword. The man chuckled and picked it up. He then pulled the sword out of its sheath, then looked at it and was surprised. Master Gordo began to stutter. He looked at it as if it were a work of art, and then shouted loudly about what it was all about. He said that he had never seen such forging. The man asked if it was made of iron, and then added that he had never seen such a texture. Everything was done so smoothly and balanced. The master's eyes lit up, and he said that it was a work of art in the form of a sword. Then he asked who made it, to which the main character frightenedly said that it was he who made the sword, after which Master Gordo asked him again in shock. Lex explained that he made it at the blacksmith shop. In exchange for materials from the monsters, he was allowed to run the place. The protagonist thought that, in fact, he had mastered the blacksmith's craft in his past life. At that time, the master held the sword in his hands. His hands were shaking endlessly. The man then fell to his knees in front of him and asked him to take him on as his apprentice. Lex, shocked, asked him what he was even talking about. The master, with tears in his eyes, asked him to teach him this method of forging, to which Lex asked him to stop it. The main character said that his dwarf friend said that if he is a warrior, he should learn to make his own weapons when he cannot rely on a blacksmith, etc. This standard method of forging was passed on to him by force. Master Gordo said that this could not be ordinary forging. Even the king of the dwarves does not know this. He also said that since he knows the blacksmith's craft, his sword will no longer be useful to him. The man said that he would gladly give it to Gyro, and then he asked him again to teach him. After he saw his sword, he could no longer call himself a blacksmith. The main character was absolutely shocked by the situation. He thought that the master even knelt before him. Lex decided to go to meet him, so he sat down in front of him and with a smile on his face said that he would teach him how to make swords, but he would not teach him anything he did not want. The man became very happy. His eyes even sparkled with joy. He thanked the main character with all his heart. Gyro said that this was expected from his brother. He even made Master Gordo his student, to which Lex said that he did not want to. It was just that the situation took such a turn. But the guy didn't listen to him to the end. He was only happy that he would receive a sword for free from the master himself. The main character thought that this guy's training should be made more difficult. The man with the monocle's name is John, and he is the talented butler of the Viscount Grimoire estate. His lord will soon return from the auction in the royal capital, but before that happens, he must find the adventurer who killed the dragon. He never expected that he would decline the invitation to dinner. Because of this, the guild gained the right to protect their adventurers, and negotiation became impossible, so he had to come all this way to negotiate with the adventurer. The girl wishes John welcome to the Adventurers Guild. He asks if the adventurer is here. She says that he was here not long ago, but she thinks that he went on a quest. The man understands this. I wonder what kind of dragon slayer this is. The guild refused to reveal the information. However, he will finally be able to see him. He can't wait any longer. The dragon slayer must be in the middle of this whole crowd. One guy asks to look at his armor. It is shiny and looks like jewelry. Every fan can understand that this is not an ordinary armor. The man realizes that this guy must be one of them and asks for a minute, but the guy asks him who he is. The man introduces himself and says that he would be glad if he told him his name, if he doesn't mind. The guy's name is Org. John says that he is currently, at the behest of the Viscount of Grimoire, looking for an adventurer who meets certain criteria. For example, a strong man wearing such a magnificent armor, he sees that the armor is of high quality. An amateur like him can understand that it is extraordinary. The guy smiles and understands that he understood. This is a special armor made by Master Gordo, and that's not all. This armor is made of dragon scales. John is surprised by this fact. The dragon was recently put up for auction, so no one could get its scale, so that means he could get it after hunting the dragon. He is surprised that he has a dragon scale in his possession. The man asks where he got it and thinks what his answer will be. The guy understands that it happened during one quest. He is very lucky. Jack thinks that this is a pretty bad excuse. It looks like he doesn't want to reveal his identity if he knows the reason he can control him. But to get his hands on such good armor, whether he is a high-ranking adventurer or not, the guy agrees. John realizes that he has admitted it, as he thought he is a dragon slayer. He asks if he would like to meet his master. He is looking for strong adventurers who can become knights. If he is willing, he can be hired as a knight. What is his answer? The guy says he doesn't want to stand out too much. John asks him to be sure that his lord will sort it out. He doesn't have to answer right now. How about having lunch with his master before answering? John explains that they will prepare a lot of delicious food for him. The guy says that he can. John understands that he was able to negotiate. It remains to convince him to become the vassal of the Lord. He thinks it will be easy to convince a man who only has muscles on his mind. Then, with the guy's permission, he leaves. They will meet when she is ready. The guy agrees and looks at the man leaving. Everyone around is stunned by this. They realize that Org was invited by the nobleman himself to become a knight. They can't believe that he ignored many and went to this guy. He has no trained eye. One guy asks the other not to say that, but the other guy says that he was hired because he wore dragon scale armor. This guy is not amazing. His brother thinks that they called Org after evaluating his abilities. The armor just influenced their decision. It was just the green dragon scale that he gave him. No one would have thought that this was high-quality armor. The armor was the result of practicing Gordo's technique that he taught him, and Ord took these scales because it was free, so the armor is nothing more than a prototype. He doesn't think she can look amazing. It's weird, he's scared of how stupid he is sometimes. However, they were going to go to training. Instead, they will complete a couple of quests. His brother almost forgot. Today is the day of sword mastery training. Someone suggests starting training here. There is a group of people. Someone asks what they will do. Will he teach them a secret technique? The girl tells him that he is stupid. He will not teach the secret technique to such a clumsy person. The guy gets angry at her, and then the guy calms them down and suggests starting with body-strengthening magic. However, he knows that the guy can't use magic. It's because he's a warrior and has no idea how to use magic. Everyone has mana circulating inside their bodies. The amount of mana varies from person to person, but there is no one who does not have mana. He asks to watch as he concentrates mana in his hand, then swings it. The boy then punches the ground, causing it to crumble, with the students looking at him from behind. This is a basic body-strengthening magic. When their body is enveloped in mana, it strengthens the muscles and also increases speed and defense, a technique useful not only for warriors but also for magicians and priests. The guy shakes the dust off his palms and asks if they've seen it. It's simple, isn't it? But they all say no. Body-strengthening magic is easy to use if a person feels mana, but the guy tells him that it is not easy at all. The girl says that he didn't use spells. How did he do it? They don't understand if they can do it. They think that they are not capable of it. Even though body enhancement is called magic, it is largely the circulation of mana throughout the body, so he does not need to control mana with spells. There is no need to cast spells for the full effect, so he can become a step higher in using magic without spells. The girl asks why he spoke like that, as if he understood everything. The girl tries to concentrate mana. She can feel it, but it is difficult to control. Mana moves in the opposite direction from where he wants it. Despite everything, they can already sense mana. This means that they have been using spells for many years. They cannot control mana without it. The girl looks at her hands and thinks that she can feel mana, but she is not sure. Since Meguri is a thief, she relied on intuition very often. It looks like she can already feel mana. Meguri will most likely be able to master body-strengthening magic first. Meanwhile, Gyro. The guy's already tired, but he tries again, but he just hits the ground with his fist. He can't visualize his mana flow and his hands hurt. Is there a more effective way to train him? Then, 3 of them managed to master what the guy tried to teach them. They all show it. They were able to master the skill so quickly. The girl says it is very useful. She can fight up close if they are surrounded. The girl with glasses says that it looks like her defense has increased more than her strength, and the girl also says that she is useful for stealth missions. Magic enhances certain characteristics depending on individual qualities. Their characteristics increased depending on their professions. Meanwhile, Gyro is crying and asks the guy if he can do it. He says he will do it. He himself practiced a lot to be able to use it. Gyro is surprised by this. Gyro tells the guy that he is amazing. He is surprised to hear this, asks about what kind of training he had. He remembers the man explaining that it doesn't matter how much mana he has if he can't control it, and the secret is his fighting spirit. If he has the spirit, he will be able to use mana without spells. He completely forgot about the fighting spirit part because he was trying to understand the laws of the universe, and as a result of the knowledge he gained, he was nicknamed the Sage. The guy says that he trained and tried to understand the reasons for this, the cause, the motive, the effect, and the law. If he understood this, he will be able to reproduce the result. But Gyro does not understand what he is saying. Simply put, he needs to understand what mana is. Gyro asks if he needs a talent for magic to understand it. It's impossible for such warriors to understand. But the guy asks to look at Meguri. She's a thief, but she manages to do it. He asks if he has seen Norb's healing magic. He replies that this magic is amazing. If it is a simple wound, it will heal it without a trace. Does Gyro feel anything when it's used on him? He only feels a little softness. The guy says he felt mana. It's like when someone uses healing magic. Mana is emitted. Ask to try to imagine it. We need to make Gyro believe that he feels mana, but Gyro jumps to conclusions and is wrong because of it. Suddenly, the guy hits the ground and everything shakes. Everyone looks worriedly at the guy who is lying in a crater from the impact. Everyone praises the guy and runs to him. He managed to do it. He asks if they should worry about him exploding. The protagonist apologizes for this. However, the fact that he exploded is a success. The protagonist believes so. After Gyro learns how to use mana, he does a few more hits. He is happy that it is very cool. He never thought that he could do something so cool. The protagonist appreciates their gratitude, but they destroy nature. They tell him that he is an excellent teacher because he was able to teach even Gyro. The girl thinks that they have definitely become 1 rank stronger, perhaps even more than 1. Lex thinks that this is an exaggeration. The girl in the hat asks why Gyro exploded earlier. The guy explains that he accumulated a lot of mana in his body and did not change the direction of its movement. She asks if he accumulated that much. If, for example, they continue to pour water into a leather water bottle, it will burst. The same with mana. Body enhancement magic is magic that strengthens the body by circulating a small amount of mana throughout the body. Gyro's case, he produces too much mana in his body and it can tear him apart. If you accumulate a lot of mana inside the body, then you need to release this accumulated mana. The girl thinks about it. The guy explains that it is with the help of magic. The magic that people use is the result of the reproduction of mana inside the body. This is the theory of using mana without a spell. If they release the mana, they can use magic without a spell. The girl realizes that he can just do this to use magic without a spell. If they just do that, they'll just end up releasing raw mana. So if they want to use magic without casting again, they need to add an attribute to it and process it. She understands that she'll be able to use magic without a spell. Since she is a mage from birth, she'll be able to learn it quite quickly. He thinks there is something every wizard should know. Why doesn't Mina's teacher teach her it? Norb approaches Lex. He asks if she is also interested in learning magic without repetition. She is interested, but there is something more important. She points her finger. Gyro is not moving at all. Lying on the ground, he ran out of mana. This happens to people who get carried away after just learning magic. The guy asks to let him rest. Norb is glad to hear that he is okay. He just fell and she thought he was sick. However, she didn't know that it was possible to fall from using magic. or if it really had a high mana consumption because it was a special type of magic. The protagonist tells her that she is exaggerating. An explosion occurs from behind, and this time the Guri lies on the ground. The guy carries her. They jumped a lot. The girl apologizes, and the guy asks her not to apologize. It's his fault that he didn't tell them about the consequences. Suddenly, Mina falls to the ground. The protagonist apologizes. 3 out of 4 people have run out of mana. From now on, they should also manage the use of mana. In the Viscount's house, Grimora the butler meets the master. John tells the man that he looks great. Did he manage to get what he wanted? Although it cost him a lot of money. This Baron Gutsy kept raising the price as if he was deliberately scaring him. He was forced to spend an unnecessary amount because of it. However, he still got the dragon core that Celia needed. This increased the accuracy of Celia's foresight. John asks if this was done to increase the accuracy of foresight. The man replies that yes, because foresight is necessary for managing the territory. There are many people in this world who use fortune-telling magic, but she is much stronger than others. She is an expert in fortune-telling magic called foresight. She is very precise, to the point that it even affects the management of Viscount Grimoire's territory. While John is curious about how dragon materials are used in divination magic, the Viscount has no idea. The only important thing to him is that it can definitely increase Celia's precognition as long as she knows how to use it. That's all that matters. What is even more important to him is that how things stand with this issue. John is surprised by this question. He exhales and asks the man to be calm. He has already contacted the adventurer in question. All that remains is for his master to negotiate with him. He asks if he will agree. He saw that he was as power-hungry as anyone else. It seemed he wanted to be appointed to a position that was less prominent. Either he had a bad conscience, or he was looking for someone to support him. The man says that it is not so important now. They must face the disaster that Celia foresaw. John realizes that this is the same disaster that Celia mentioned earlier. Celia said that she saw a terrible sight, this vision where his territory was engulfed in flames with the help of someone's hands. He did not believe it at first. However, a dragon, evil boars, and a dark blot appeared, each of them a monster that is a serious problem. There is no way that these things could happen in such a short period of time. For this to happen, it means that something will happen on this very land. Asks John if he thinks the same. He will not let this adventurer fall into the hands of another nobleman. Let him start preparing for the dinner party as soon as possible, asking about the adventurer's name. A couple of days later, the dressed-up girl turns to her father. He asks Celia what happened. She should tell him about her precognition. He asks her if she saw anything else. She agrees, thanks him for the dragon core he gave her. Now she can see things more clearly. It's wonderful. It was worth paying a lot of money to get it. She can't thank him enough, because thanks to this, the accuracy of her predictions has increased several times. The man is surprised by this and asks the girl what she saw this time. The girl wants to say something. The father looks at her worriedly. She made out a group of monsters she had never seen before, covering the entire land. The man is shocked by this and looks at her. He says that, because she said it, it will definitely come true. It was the right decision to hire an adventurer for these events. In fact, he was wary due to the recent events and decided to hire an adventurer. However, this is not an ordinary adventurer, but a man who is able to kill a dragon. Celia is surprised by this fact. The man explains that the dragon core he gave her was from this adventurer, and he got it after killing the dragon. She is surprised that the adventurer was able to defeat the dragon. John says that not only that, there were 3 evil boars that were recently auctioned off to the capital, and 1 evil boar that was purchased by the Lord. This adventurer was able to defeat these evil boars alone. The girl is surprised by this. This is the same adventurer who defeated the dragon. That's not all. A dark blot that managed to slip into the city, some adventurer defeated it. Most likely, it was the same adventurer. The girl pays attention to something. She asks her father what the name of this adventurer is. They say that his name is Org. The girl pronounces the guy's name, realizing that he is the only one who can become the savior of this earth. At this time, Org himself sneezes. He scratches his nose and wonders if someone was talking about him. The people behind him say that it was not them. Today, the Viscount Grimoire's hopes were placed on a certain adventurer. The whole group lies on the ground and rests. It was tiring. Quite a while had passed since the girl last moved so much. As rear guards, all they have to do is cover them with magic. Body enhancement magic is certainly amazing. but it will be bad if they rely on it too much. The protagonist suggests taking a break to restore some mana. The girl asks if they will continue. It's better to practice when there's little mana, so they can remember the minimum mana needed to activate body enhancement magic. It's the same as when people realize how little money or food they have left and they start using it wisely. The guy gets up and says he's recovered. He's not quite sure. But his fatigue has disappeared after a short break. He has so much energy. He laughs and says that, after all, he is his brother's best student. The girl asks, what does that have to do with it, but it could be related. She is asked what she means. She replies that Gyro is very durable because he is a warrior, but he must also have high stamina. He still can't move freely. His stamina hasn't recovered. So he says that learning from Lex has something to do with it, but in reality, the guy didn't teach him anything. The protagonist realizes something and asks Gyro to use body enhancement magic, and he agrees with him. However, the guy notices that he is getting ticklish. The main character knew that he has an attribute on magic. He thought that Mina and other magic users already knew about this. By adding an attribute to colorless mana, it could become fire magic or wind magic. As for body enhancement magic, it is magic that enhances the body by circulating mana throughout the body. It is magic that uses colorless mana. Gyro's body enhancement magic doesn't have colorless mana, but it does have one of the attributes. The guy gives a positive answer. This is the next step in body enhancement magic. It is an enchanted attribute. They ask again about the enchanted attribute. Gyro says that it sounds cool. The guy asks to wait. He can no longer use it. Gyro happily says that he is really very cool. The girl asks him not to run ahead of her. The protagonist says that Gyro introduced Norb's restoration magic to master body enhancement magic. Gyro introduces all this thorniness. It's just a hypothesis, but because of his good understanding of this feeling, he could unknowingly turn colorless mana into holy mana of restoration magic. In other words, the magic of restoration does not depend only on the strength of his faith. She cannot believe that this is possible, but this is only his hypothesis. The attribute the guy added to his magic is classified as healing enhancement, which is a type of recovery magic. There are others like flame enhancement. The girl asks if it turns out that there is one for each attribute. This is true. In magic, there are 6 attributes, namely earth, water, fire, wind, light, and darkness. Plus, there are manufactured attributes such as lightning or ice. They can also add a protective attribute, such as one that has resistance to poisons. So there are a bunch of different attributes, which is convenient because you can do whatever you want with them depending on how you use them. Does that mean that if he trains more, he will be able to use body enhancement magic with different attributes? That's really cool. In this case, the guy suggests continuing the training, but they still haven't recovered. If they don't hurry, he will become super strong faster than them and will destroy the same giant monsters as his brother. But the girl says that there is no way to do that. Suddenly, there is a tremor. Everyone looks forward in shock. The main character jumps and thinks what kind of bad feeling this is. Everyone follows the guy, and then they notice that it is a damned viper, a huge snake. The girl asks if she is too big. She is bigger than the evil boars that Lex dealt with earlier. They ask him what kind of monster it is. The protagonist explains that it is a monster from the demon world. Yes, but this monster shouldn't be in this world, but with such a huge size, even with summoning magic. But it doesn't matter. Gyro says that they must defeat her. Asks the girl not to be a boar. They have mastered the magic of body enhancement, but the main character would not recommend doing this. As its name suggests, it is a cursed snake, and everyone is surprised by it. Just getting close to it will cause them to take damage from the fumes. This monster is also known as the Night Killer. Also, the viper has a huge body and fast movements. It is strong even without the curse. The girl asks how they should defeat it. Only 3 of them can use magic, so they will return to the city and report to the guild. If it's a monster from the demon world, it's a mission for A-rank adventurers. They can't do it. He will stop it. The girl says that he will be cursed. This monster is fast for its size. The girl asks what he will do with the curse. She is not yet strong enough to remove curses. Even if he asks the high priest, the monster's curse will be expensive to remove. He is going to show everyone the power of body enhancement magic in a real live fight. Light appears around the guy. A holy attribute envelops his body. He uses holy enhancement. One of the benefits of this attribute is that it does more than just boost attacks against evil creatures. It has the ability to reflect curses. The main character stands in front of a huge snake. Then he jumps up and flies straight towards her, raising his hands up. The main character ends up right in her mouth and manages to fix his position there. The main character says that this is the end and attacks the snake with all his might from the inside. The snake flies up, and the main character thinks that he sent it flying too far. Gyro turns to the guy. He says that it's over. This is how it all happens. If you master the magic of body enhancement, you can use different effects from attributes and easily defeat the enemy. The guy tells Gyro that someone who can cover themselves in restoration magic will eventually be able to do what he can, and Gyro asks if he's serious. The girl turns to Lex and says that it turns out that now the threat of monsters from the demon world has disappeared. He doesn't think so. Cursed Viper, due to its huge body and ferocity, this monster is not suitable for summoning. It thinks that somewhere there is a gate connected to the demon world. Since he couldn't immediately sense the cursed Viper, he thinks that the gate is hidden behind some kind of magical barrier. He is confident that the gate is most likely somewhere nearby. He will go and destroy it and collect materials from the damned Viper along the way. Gyro suddenly shouts at the guy that he is amazing. The girl asks him not to do that because he scared her. Can't help it. Big monster suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and then bro just defeated him. He's so cool, like a hero from Legends. Gyro wants to fight like his brother. One day he will show them that he can fight like that someday. Suddenly, Gyro starts shaking and doesn't understand what this feeling is. Then everyone feels it. One guy points his hand up and says that something is coming here. Everyone looks up and sees someone's silhouette with wings, not understanding who it is. A demon with horns and wings stands and looks at people who are horrified as they think about what it is. Suddenly, he starts to land towards them. The girl wants to do something, but they all notice that she can't move. Gyro is asked if the demons are the ones that were in Legend. The girl says that they really exist. The demon asks again about existence and now understands everything. Unlike them, humans only live for 100 or so years. Even life-extending magic would only give them another 100 years, so they erased them from history after banishing them in the past. The evil demon says that they are a bunch of fools. How dare they forget their sworn enemies? The girl asks the demon why he is doing all this. He laughs and says that it is funny. She really wants to save this wounded man. However, the respite is over. Suddenly, he leaps forward and tells everyone that they will die here anyway. The girl turns to Gyro, and he hears her. He stands right in front of the demon and is about to attack him. Thanks to body enhancement magic, he can match his speed. He wants to hit the demon, but the girl picks him up and flies away with him because the demon attacks with a black sphere. The demon asks if they thought they could dodge something like that. Then his attack turns towards them. Gyro realizes that it's a homing attack and things are really bad, the guy thinks. He thinks that if it has come to this, then he should try. He turns to Mina and asks her to use her body enhancement magic. She does not understand why, but agrees to do it. The guy grabs her arm and asks her to hold on. The surprised girl does not understand what he is doing. He throws the girl straight into the sky, causing her to scream, and the demon only laughs. The demon tells him that he is trying to sacrifice himself to let his friends escape. The guy rushes to attack and screams at him not to underestimate him. However, the demon promises him that he will die before he reaches him. Gyro says that is why he just managed to hit him before he dies. The demon attacks the guy with a sphere, who makes a block with his hands. It's hard for him. The demon screams for him to finally disappear. However, the guy confidently says that this is definitely not the case. Then he rushes forward. The demon is shocked by this, and the guy swings his arm to hit him and shouts that he shouldn't underestimate him, after which he manages to hit the demon in the face. The demon falls down and hits his face. Then the guy pulls out his sword and is about to finish off the demon. The guy swings with a scream and finally makes a strike, attacking straight at the demon, who can do nothing. There is dust at the site of the impact. The guy asks the demon how he feels about it. He smiles and tells Norb that his plan was a success. Then the girl looks out from the tree and makes a positive gesture, agreeing with him and smiling. That's right, they had a plan. When Gyro saw Norb's sign after she helped Maguri, he secretly gave a return sign after throwing Mina. Norb understood this message, and when she saw him jump into the demon's attack, she realized that he was telling her to cast a protective spell on him. The girl had been standing behind the tree all this time and watching. As a result, he had the body enhancement magic that his bro taught him, Norb's defensive magic, and traces of elemental healing enhancement that were in his magic. Relying on these three defenses, He challenged this demon. And in the end, everything ended well. He sits on the grass and notices that his body hurts a lot because of this. The guy reports that he is still alive, but suddenly the demon appears and shouts at the guy, insulting him. The demon shouts at people not to dare to become arrogant and think that they can win. He kills them all. The demon makes another attack. The guy realizes in horror that he is still alive. They really are not strong enough to defeat him. The demon tells them that this is very stupid. He will make them beg to die quickly. The guy smiles and says that he now thinks they've bought enough time. The demon looks at him in confusion. Gyro asks if he noticed that behind him is the one who will make him beg to die quickly. Right behind him, the main character is attacking. He manages to hit the demon in the back, causing it to scream and writhe in pain after the guy's attack. The protagonist apologizes for being late. Gyro says with a smile that he leaves the rest to him. Everyone looks at the main character with a smile, who says that it seems he came just in time. He had a bad feeling after taking the corpse of the cursed snake, so he decided to return quickly. But he did not expect to see a demon, the enemy of all mankind, here. Although he caught him by surprise and threw him far away, it is still not the end. He will definitely return. He is worried about his comrades. It seems like Noel and Mina are okay even though they're out of mana. As for Meguri, it seems like she's already been healed, and Gyro has a lot of wounds and can barely stand. The protagonist realizes that he needs to heal them before the demon returns. His hand begins to glow and he uses advanced healing. A light aura appears around him. Everyone looks at their body and realizes that this is incredible because all the wounds disappear. Gyro thanks him. The guy tells everyone to stay behind. He will take care of the demon. In truth, he wanted to help him fight the demon, but he doesn't want to be a burden to him, so he will just rely on him. The guy asks not to worry, and with a smile asks everyone to rely on him, to leave the demon to him. The demon screams that humans are pathetic and do not understand how they dare to do this. The main character asks again and says that he was deceived by those same pathetic people, which means that he is weaker than them. The demon is angry about this. He yells at the protagonist to shut up and casts one attack in each hand. The main character confidently says that he will not allow him to cause chaos in his world. The main ability of demons is Dark Flash, but he doesn't feel any powerful energy from it. Is he really a low-level demon? The guy watches carefully and notices that, in addition, the black hole is still a problem. He understands that this is a gate. Most likely it connects their world with the demon world. This gate is even more dangerous than the demon itself. The gate is too close to the city. He needs to defeat the demon as soon as possible and destroy this gate. Then he thinks some more. The guy thinks that if the demon is on the same level as the gate, then it is possible to kill both of them at the same time. He suggests becoming a little more serious and takes his sword out of its sheath and confidently says that it is time to begin. The demon screams in rage, but the protagonist remains calm and uses the magic sword activation. He stands and concentrates. Then the main character appears in front of the demon and uses a space rupture, which causes the demon to be shocked and start screaming from the guy's attack. The dissection of reality, the rupture of space, this is magic that does not care about the laws of the universe and cuts through everything in its path, a spatial attack that ignores any magical and physical resistance. The protagonist runs thinking that he hasn't used large-scale magic for a long time, and is very glad that everything went quite smoothly. He waves and says that he is done. All four look at the protagonist in shock. Gyro says that he remembers how he recently boasted about his unimaginable strength, but it was nowhere near his strength. The girl reports that the destruction of that demon and the gate is only one blow. If they told this to anyone, no one would believe it. The main character in confusion thinks the same. The guy asks Elma what happened. The girl says that his reward for the green dragon and the evil boars has finally been delivered. The main character says that he finally waited for this. The girl reports that they also received a reward for the evil boars from the feudal lord. Therefore, their reward is summed up. Gyro happily says that Aniki is aiming to be rich. He himself is surprised because it was only a green dragon. The girl sighs and asks to underestimate these dragons. Anyway, she asks him to go to the waiting room to get the reward. The guy asks if it's possible to do it as usual. But the thing is, it's a huge amount of money, so it's better if it's in the waiting room. Gyro realizes that this means he will never know how much Aniki will get. The girl says that even if he is Lex's closest friend, he still needs to follow the rules of etiquette. She calls him the Dragon Slayer. The guy screams and asks not to pronounce this name. The name of the group that he came up with became the main shame for him. The protagonist is not against him, and the others being present. The girl is surprised and asks again about it. In any case, they will find out everything, so it is better that they see everything themselves. Now Gyro is happy. He knows them better than anyone. The girl agrees with them, fixes her hair, and then sees them off and asks them to come in here. She opens the door with a key and places a huge, heavy bag on the table, informing them that this is their reward from the auction. The girl puts another small bag on the table. People think about what is interesting in the small bag. Maybe it is change. She reports that this is a reward from selling a green dragon and 3 evil boars, a total of 20 platinum coins. Gyro tells his partner that only 20 gold coins is too little for everything, but the girl asks what he is talking about, because these are not gold but platinum coins. The protagonist thinks about platinum coins and understands that these are the coins that are used when using gold coins becomes difficult. These are special coins. The girl magician asks Noel about the cost of 1 platinum coin. She remembers the exchange rate. She remembered and told everyone that 1 platinum coin is equal to 10,000 gold coins. Everyone was shocked by what she said. The reward is 20 platinum coins, which means that the total is about 200,000 gold coins. The protagonist is amazed by this, like everyone else. This is a huge amount beyond Gyro's understanding. The girl tells that at the auction, they managed to sell all the parts of the monsters, eyes, bones, skin, internal organs, and the core. Everything was sold separately. Selling dragon parts was not expensive, so almost all of it was converted into gold coins. However, one part of the dragon was popular among the participants, and they fiercely fought each other for it. The main character thinks about what this means. As for the evil boars, everything went quite smoothly, and they were successfully sold to the nobles. The guy says that this is still too much money. The girl says that the feudal lord's reward makes up the lion's share of the entire amount. The main character asks again about the feudal lord. The reward includes payment for eliminating a particularly dangerous monster. The guy asks about it. When a strong monster appears on the feudal lord's territory, the one who eliminates it receives a corresponding reward. The protagonist understands this, but even so, the amount that the feudal lord transferred is incredibly huge. It seems that the feudal lord is a good man. The nobleman cares so much about his people. Apparently, there is still decent nobility in the world. The guy happily accepts the reward. Gyro tells him that he is incredible. A normal D-rank adventurer would not be able to earn even a fraction of that amount. In fact, the guy is also surprised. As they already know, the reward amount is 20 platinum coins. The money they have prepared here, taking into account the commission, which is 8%. There are 18 platinum coins in a small bag, and a small change from the contribution in a large bag. In total, there are 4,000 gold. The main character understands what it means that there is a smaller part in a larger bag. The girl also says that this huge amount of money can be deposited into the guild bank account, but the guy already has a magic bag for such purposes. In any case, if they ever go after another big game, she asks them to come to their guild with the catch. Despite the commission, she guarantees them a decent fee. The girl asks if they just want to earn the commission. The girl pretends not to understand what she's talking about. The main character thinks that it's natural that they also want to make money. He suddenly focuses on big game. The guy remembers how he killed the snake and asks if they could sell him something. She realized that he had already managed to catch more. She happily says that, of course, this is a great chance to earn money. The guy understands that she is an incredibly passionate employee. The girl asks if it's not a cursed monster. Won't it be dangerous? The guy says, yes, it's a monster from the demon world. You can't just take the curse off it. They don't have to worry. The curse of the cursed snake will stop working after it dies. The curse of the snake is somewhat similar to body-strengthening magic, only with a cursed attribute. It's like when Gyro used healing when practicing. The girl asks if she can ask if he just said something about a monster from the demon world. The guy says yes, it was a monster that the demon summoned through the gate. She screams in shock about the demon. This is what a normal reaction should look like. An absolutely normal reaction. The man sitting behind the chair asks Celia about what happened. The girl talks about that premonition. She says that the prediction about the catastrophe with hordes of monsters has disappeared. She is very happy about this. Both men are shocked by what she said. When she used the precognition yesterday, it still predicted a disaster. but now that vision has disappeared. The man asks her if this means the earth is safe. The girl says yes, everyone will be able to live in peace. The man is delighted by this and shouts, "This is great news." To think that this happened right after he hired that guy. As he thought, he was right. John says that the org must have noticed something in Milord's words and eliminated the root cause of the disaster. As expected of a dragon slayer, he should be rewarded according to his merits. As expected of an A-rank adventurer, just hearing the Viscount's words, he sensed something was wrong and took matters into his own hands. If that's the case, he should be promoted to S-rank. The girl asks them to wait and says that she will now call the authorities. Let them wait here. A few minutes later, Elma pushes a man through the door, who asks what she meant by an emergency. He looks ahead and asks who these children are. The girl says that she will explain everything to him now. The girl tells Lex that she is the head of the Adventurers Guild, and if something happens that exceeds her authority, she contacts the guildmaster. The guy is shocked that he is the guildmaster, that such an important person needed to be here. The man says that he is pleased to meet you. He is Barkley. The main character says that it is mutual. His name is Lex. Everyone else introduces themselves too. The man is glad to meet them and asks the girl what business she has with him. Does she know that he is a very busy man? Elma asks if he is only busy drinking sake and playing cards. He is a former A-rank adventurer. Please let him continue working according to his rank. The main character is interested in the former A-rank. Noel whispers to the protagonist that usually, in order to become a guildmaster, you have to be at least an A-rank adventurer to take that position. Now the guy understands. The man laughs and says that he is simply incredible. Elmi doesn't want to ruin his mood, but recently a cursed snake was discovered in the area. Barkley asks what it is this time. She explains that it is a dangerous A-rank monster from the demon world. Then the realization of what is happening dawns on him, and he asks about it again in shock. He asks how the monster from the demon world ended up here. Let her hurry up and make an emergency request to the adventurers. The girl asks him to calm down, because the snake was neutralized. The man understands this, and says that then they need to gather magicians and priests so that... But he understands something. Barkley is shocked and asks if this is true. The girl says that it is. The appearance of the gate to the demon world and the demon itself was also confirmed. The man asks what kind of demon is in their days. He didn't even know about their existence. If it is related to the demon world, then they need to report it to the government. She tells him that the gate and the demon have already been destroyed, and then the man is shocked again and asks how it all ended. He tells Elma that it's not funny even for her, but he might not say it, but he is the guildmaster. The main character intervenes and says that it's all true. The guy can show the carcass if he wants, Gyro says. Lex never lies. Barkley asks to bring the snake's body to the production department, probably because it's just a mutated snake or something. This is what the production department looks like from the inside. They were inside it for the first time. Here they were, cutting up animal carcasses. Barkley informs that only high-level teams have access to the production department, as they are capable of hunting big game. He asks the guy to show them the body. The guy shows the bag and says that here it is, but the man says that the damned snake is much bigger. Suddenly, a huge snake carcass appears, which makes the man very surprised and asks what it is. He asks where he got it from a magic bag. He is also smart, but wasn't it lost? Where did he get it from? The guy doesn't understand, because he just brought it from home. In his village, everyone has at least one of these. It's very convenient. The man is interested in what kind of village this is. The man tries to catch his breath, and Elma says that everything is as she said. Now he understands that it is true. He asks Elma why she didn't tell him about it earlier, but she told him everything, starting from the moment he defeated the dragon. It's his fault that he didn't listen to her. The man asks if this is the newbie who was able to defeat the dragon. The protagonist says that it is. If the man had worked harder, he would have known about Lex a long time ago. She asks him to work very hard, and the man asks if she planned this from the beginning. The man agrees with her. If he had defeated a dragon on his own, and now also the body of a monster from the demon world, then he would naturally believe it. Barkley asks the guy if his name is Lex. He was the one who defeated the demon, right? Where are the remains of the gate and that demon? The guy starts telling. The gate and the demon himself. He left them in another dimension. The man asks if he is serious. The guy asks if it is problematic. He says that if there is evidence, he can report it to the government to get their attention. Without solid evidence, the upper ones simply won't believe. Nobles tend to doubt everything that isn't supported by evidence. People make up stories to get money. He'd encountered this in a past life. Gyro says they saw it too. Lex used magic, cutting the demon in half and sucking him in. Mina says that's right. It was incredible magic. Meguri reports that the demon had an incredible thirst for killing and thought that they would stay there, in the name of the church. Noel assures that all this is true. The protagonist is surprised by them. There's also the body of the monster from the demon world. If they freeze it and hand it over to the army, it will definitely draw attention to the case. The guy apologizes for ruining the evidence, but Berkeley tells him not to worry about it. Berkeley says that the main thing is that there were no casualties. He is sure that they all understand this. He cannot tell anyone anything about this. The incident with the demon is enough to make even the higher-ups stir. Gyro asks if this means that all of Lex's accomplishments have been wasted, that it's not fair, but Lex says that it's okay. The safety of civilians is more important than that. Barkley tells them not to worry. He will still give them the appropriate reward, as well as payment for the monster's body. And also as a guild master, he promotes them to B-rank adventurers for destroying a dangerous monster. The protagonist is shocked by this. Gyro praises the guy for being a B-rank adventurer now. To be honest, he wanted to promote the guy to A rank right away since he defeated him single-handedly. But if a newbie like him were to increase his rank too quickly, it would be suspicious. He would increase it even more once he completed another dangerous quest. The man wants to get promoted quickly so he can get into dangerous territory. This is a zone that low-ranked people cannot enter. Because of the danger, the zone was closed by the guild, so it is called dangerous. There are 3 types of such areas, which can only be entered by B rank and above, a rank and above, and S rank. The guy realizes that he needs to be at least B rank to get in there. Meguri realizes that this means he promotes Lex to B rank just so he can have access to the zone. The man confirms this. Dangerous territory, as the name suggests, this place is dangerous, but the possible result is worth the risk. If they clear this area, they will undoubtedly get promotions. There is an extraordinary place inside the zones that needs to be neutralized. They are expanding and can become a threat. Do they know about the corrosive earth? Everyone has heard of it. Gyro wonders in bewilderment whether such a place even exists. The man says that there is a territory near the city. He can start from there. He will be officially promoted as soon as he finishes there. Elma reports that they can ignore the guildmaster's irresponsible statements. They rely on them. Unfortunately, their merits are too great and cannot be openly assessed, but they will still not go unnoticed and will be recorded for assessment. The same applies to all their subsequent merits. To be honest, he didn't know that the dangerous territory even existed, but if they could still help in some way, then he wanted to test himself. The protagonist smiles and says, okay. Then they go into dangerous territory. They walk in and see Ord being asked if it's true. He says it just shows how confident he is. Lex tells Org that he managed to defeat the snake. Ord tells him to keep up the good work. Org seems to be in a good mood. What happened? Org is glad that Lex asked him about it and shows him back where the animal's body lies. Everyone asks if it's an evil boar. Org says that it is. He came across it while doing a quest to destroy monsters. It was pretty tough, but nothing can stand against his death blow. Lex says it's amazing. He didn't expect anything less from him. Org says to think he was able to defeat a B-rank monster by himself. He's getting stronger every day. His friend asks if it's because of his armor. Org grabs him and asks him to shut up, because luck is also a skill. The main character thinks that it is nice to have a friend with whom you can fool around like that. The main character says that the equipment is just a tool, because the monster was defeated by Org, who says that the main character is right. The guy thinks that usually their parents protect them, so it is really difficult to catch one. If you cook the meat of a baby boar on the fire, the meat will be soft and tender. And the Org is just incredible. Since he was able to find the cub, he is glad that today's steak will be very tasty. A friend asks him if he wasn't going to the banquet tomorrow. He remembers it and says it's an important matter. The nobles can't stay away when there's someone as high level as him. Accepting the invitation is what a true A-rank adventurer should do. The protagonist realizes that he is amazing. If he were invited to a banquet, he would be alarmed and decline it, but tonight he will get drunk. Everyone gathered in a crowd. Gyro cries and screams about how he will be very lonely without Lex. Everyone around looks at him. Mina asks him to calm down because he is not a child anymore, but he does not understand what she is talking about. Gets angry and says that Lex is leaving. Doesn't she understand? Suddenly, the guy is happy because he understands that they can just go with Lex. Mina asks not to be stupid, they are only F rank and cannot go into the Forbidden Zone, which is accessible to adventurers with B rank. He starts to get indignant again, and then the girl hits him on the head and demands that he stop whining. The main character realizes that they are just like brother and sister. The guy says that then they just need to increase their rank as well. Noelle says that it is not as easy as it seems. They are only F rank adventurers. They need to do something extraordinary to catch up with him. The guy asks not to worry, because they have already mastered the magic of strengthening the body. If they continue to practice, they will become stronger very quickly. After all, strong people don't rely on talent alone. They achieve success through pain. If Gyro and the guys who strive to become dragon slayers, then one day, they can definitely become stronger. Gyro asks the guy if he thinks he can. The main character agrees. He is absolutely sure. Gyro is happy and says that he will still catch up with him. The guy will wait for him, but Mina has serious doubts. By the time he becomes B rank, Lex will probably already be SS rank. Since we're talking about Lex, it's very likely everyone agrees with it, but Lex thinks they're overestimating him too much. Mina thanks him for teaching them magic. She will do her best to learn lightning magic. The guy says that she will be able to teach it in a short time. The main character can always return if he gets lonely, and in the meantime, they will raise their rank. She thinks that there is no one left who could teach us magic better than the main character. Of course, since the local mages in the city only taught their students the basics, it's no wonder they want to learn more. He asks about visiting his home village. He has a textbook of magic written by him in the village. Mina is surprised by this and says that she should see it, but the guy says that there is nothing special about it. He wrote it for those to learn magic because he thought it might motivate them. Mina says that this is a very interesting village in all respects. In the textbook, the guy only described magic suitable for children. I'm not sure that it will be useful to them. In any case, his village is to the west. Behind a couple of mountains, he's about to leave and asks them to take care of themselves. Everyone stands in front of him and sees him off. Elma also asks him to be careful and says that Orga was summoned by the feudal lord, so he asked her to give him a message. He is sorry that he cannot see him off, but wishes him a good journey. Besides, the guildmaster also wanted to see him, but he has a lot of work. The guy thinks that even the guildmaster is afraid of Elmu. Gyro tells the guy that he will catch up with him, but he should just wait. Mina says goodbye to him. Megori says that she expects souvenirs from him. Noelle asks not to take her words seriously. Let him be careful. People ask him to try, to surprise everyone there. They will see each other again. He would like to stay here for a little while longer. This place has become so cozy, just like his native village. However, he is an adventurer, and the life of an adventurer is full of adventure. He shouts to them that they will see each other and uses the wind wing. Everyone is shocked that he flew up. Mina is surprised that he can even use flight magic. Megori asks if it is that hard to master. Mina explains that even though she is not a mage, she was shocked that it is incredible. People have been studying the magic of flight for a long time, but even after so many years, no one has mastered it to the proper extent, although there are rumors that research is still ongoing thanks to the military and the government. It's much easier to ride a monster these days if he wants to take to the skies. Like Noel thought, Lex is amazing. He always does crazy things. Gyro shouts that it's time to train. He will train as hard as he can to catch up with Lex, and then he can go with him. Mina says that training is good. Doesn't he want to know more about Lex? He of course agrees with this. When Lex mentioned his home village, everyone became interested. They were curious about what kind of place it was. In that case, everything is decided. Mina says that they are going to Lex's homeland. Noelle says that if it's about the homeland, then they will be able to find out the source of his power. In any case, they are packing things, and finally, they will be able to find out the secret of his incredible power. Everyone screams and rejoices at this. Then they all notice that even the guildmaster is here, and Mina asks what he is doing here. He thought it would be rude if he didn't see him off, but he didn't have time, and he also wants some screen time, just so they know, Elma. It's not because he wants to relax or anything like that. Now, Elma suggests getting back to work and drags the guildmaster, who says he's also interested. He shouts at them that if they find out anything, they should tell him. Elma says that's enough chatter. It's time to get back to work. The man in the palace thanks Org for accepting their invitation and tells him to relax and enjoy the food. Org agrees and thinks the dishes look extravagant. Then he cuts off a piece and tries it, amazed at how delicious it is. Everyone is sitting at the table. The man brought a bottle of wine. The Viscount drinks it and tells Org that he heard that they caught another evil boar. Org says that yes, but he recently defeated one of them. The man heard that he did it alone. Org says that to defeat such a huge monster you need the appropriate skills, but this is not true. It was small, so he was able to win. If it was bigger, it would not be like this. The girl says that he can still defeat a B-rank monster on his own, which is expected of an A-rank adventurer. The man says that he is indeed not only modest, but also very talented, and he is glad that he can get to know him better. Even so, the reward he got from the auction for the dragon and the evil boars must be incredible. With that kind of money, is there any point in remaining an adventurer at all? How about becoming something like a knight? The man asks, and drinks wine. It seems that my lord has finally touched upon the main topic. He is a talented man who can defeat even a dragon. If they had such a man among their knights, they could keep the other nobles under control. Depending on the situation, my lord may even try to offer marriage as payment to hire him. If it comes to that, Lady Celia will be sad. Something needs to be thought of. The guy doesn't understand what kind of dragon they're talking about. He looks at them in confusion. The man talks about the dragon and the evil boars that were sold at auction. It was his daibacha. Does he know that it has become a hot topic even in the royal capital? The girl says that thanks to him, they were able to get the dragon's heart, but the guy doesn't understand this. This makes the butler think. The man heard that the one who defeated the dragon and the evil boars was an adventurer from the city. Isn't it him? He knows that he doesn't want to stand out, but there's no need to deceive him. The butler thinks that everything is as my lord said. He does not need to pretend to be stupid. But Org tells them that he is not the one who defeated the dragon. It was another adventurer, after which an awkward silence ensues. However, it was he who defeated the evil boar, but it was his first. The man asks if it was the sixth, but the boy denies it. The man asks John what all this means, and Celia also asks him to explain. The guy wonders if they want to explain what's going on. The man and Celia get up from the table. John laughs nervously and says that Org is also a talented person who is able to defeat the evil boar. He is glad that my lord was able to get such a talented subordinate, after which they both yell at John. The protagonist sees the city of Hexy and is amazed by its beauty, heading straight towards it. He thinks that the forest is big. Even in his past lives, he has never seen such forests. Is there even a forest bigger than this one? Suddenly, he notices something. It seems to be the magic of fire and light. It seems to be from the adventurers who entered the forest. The guy says that this is one of the dangerous territories, a forest of demonic beasts. Apparently, this is a B-rank zone, based on the name. The monsters here are beast type. He should land and go through the gate. Obviously, his actions can shock people. The protagonist looks ahead and is surprised, thinking that this is unexpected. People on the street are going about their business. There might be B-rank adventurers here. How can it be so lively? In any case, you should first visit the local adventurers guild. He opens the door with a creak, thinking that here is his new base. There are many people inside. It seemed like this guild also served as a tavern. He had heard about it before, but in person, it all seemed different. But he probably better concentrate. Where is the notice board? He notices children in the building. They look younger than most of the adventurers. They are newbies like himself. The guy understands that quests with a rating of C or lower are requests that have nothing to do with the forest. He could take a couple of rank C or D quests, but there are quests that are exclusive only to rank B and above. Perhaps he will start with those. Someone approaches him from behind and asks if he knows that he won't be able to take the quest with his rank. He looks around and doesn't see anyone. They ask him if he's even listening and grab him by the shoulder. He turns around and sees a girl who says that she is telling this to someone because there is no one here except him. He is amazed at how beautiful she is, but says it out loud and apologizes for his vulgarity. She blushes and accepts the apology, but he was just complimenting her, so she has nothing to be angry about. But suddenly she says that's not what she wanted to say. She says that these quests are related to the demonic beast forest, where B-rank adventurers can enter. A newbie like him needs to find a quest that suits his abilities. He says that he is B-rank. As he already said, he is a B-rank. He raised his rank the other day, and he has permission to enter dangerous areas. She asks if he is serious. The guy answers positively, and after that, she starts to get nervous. The girl says that she is very sorry. But the guy says that everything is fine. His name is Lex, and he is from the city of Togi. Can he find out the girl's name? She tells that her name is Liliera. She is an adventurer who lives in the forest of demonic beasts. She asks if he also came here for the demonic beast forest. He agrees. He was promoted to B rank. The guild leader told him about the territory, so he came to the nearest city with this territory. Liliera understands that he has already completed all the preparations, but the guy does not understand what he is talking about. Judging by this reaction, he was not told anything about what the forest of demonic beasts is. The boy asks if it is not just a forest full of beasts. But this is far from the truth. She asks to listen carefully. The forest of demonic beasts is a place where absolutely all creatures are monsters. The guy gets scared from this. Animals, bugs, and even trees are monsters. There is not a single animal there. That is why it is called that. That is not all. Monsters disguise themselves as forest flora and attack, like slime, for example. That's why to enter the forest he needs not only potions and antidotes, but also barriers with incense from monsters. He will not have time to loot if he has not prepared all this. It is a very scary forest. That's why preparation is so important. If he doesn't have companions, he will have to join a company that has a barrier maker. If he understands, he agrees. The girl hopes that he understood everything. The main character was surprised when she suddenly got angry at him, but in fact, she is a kind person. He feels relieved. Although her words were quite sharp, she was just worried about him. The guy thanks her for telling him all this. She tells him that he is quite honest. Being able to listen to others is a good skill, which explains why he is already a B-rank adventurer at such a young age. The guys tell her that she didn't want to listen to their advice, so she had to learn everything on her own skin. She shouts at them that it was a long time ago. The girl says that this is exactly why she hates shameless people. Despite her words, they look like good friends. In any case, she sees a B rank for the first time, close to her in age. He asks her if she is also a B rank. The girl gives a positive answer. It's nice to know there's someone else his age. He knows the feeling because everyone here is older than her. This meeting was predetermined by fate. She offers the guy something to eat and smiles, but he says that there is no need to treat him, but she asks him to accept this as an apology, and then she agrees. Since the city is located near a dangerous area, many traders flock here in search of rare materials that should only be found in dangerous areas, which is why adventurers have so much work. The protagonist now understands why there were quite a lot of requests with rank B and below. Also, monsters sometimes leave the forest, and eliminating them will be a quest of rank B and below. Monsters leave the forest quite rarely, so this is rarely seen on the notice board. The girl tells the guy that, judging by his appearance and manner of speech, he seems younger than her. She asks how old he is. The guy replies that he is 15. The girl asks that he has only been an adventurer for a year, the possibility of getting rank B in 1 year. He is very talented. The protagonist denies this and says that he was probably just lucky. Luck is also part of the skill. Will he invite her to the next birthday? But the guy says that it is still a whole year away. The girl asks again. Lex explains that next year he just recently turned 15. Everyone looks at them. The girl asks if the coming-of-age ceremony was recent and how long he has been an adventurer. The guy replies that it hasn't even been a month. The girl starts shaking and tells the guy that he means he's just a fake. The girl asks what she means. The girl hits the table with her fist. She loudly tells him that this is disgusting and that he should not come near her again. The protagonist asks what she is talking about. The girl leaves. He does not understand what to do, what he said, whether he should catch up with her and apologize. But how should he apologize if he does not know what for? One of the guys starts laughing and asks the newbie not to be sad because she just hates people like him, rank hunters. The main character asks him who he is. The man says that his name is Ivan. He is an adventurer living in this city. They shake hands. The protagonist introduces himself and asks what he means by rank hunting. This applies to those who join parties with high-level adventurers and end up dragging him around so he can level up even if he's weak. The children of nobles use this trick. The guy doesn't understand why he would do that. The man understands her feelings because they will not survive in the forest anyway. This concerns him too. He better start looking at reality and soberly take on quests that will be within his power. The protagonist says that he was never in a squad at all. He accompanied someone, but he did not join the squad. The man understands that he wants to say that he became a B-rank adventurer using only his abilities. The guy says that this is true. The man suddenly starts laughing out loud and tells the guy that there is no point in lying anymore. After all, it's for his own good. It's better for him to start with F rank. Admitting his own weakness is a strong act. It's quite problematic that no one believes him. If it always stays like this, it will be difficult to move from city to city, and how can he convince them? The man asks how about it. He knows a quick way to demonstrate his strength. There is one quest that will help him with this. If he can complete it, then despite his frail appearance, he will be recognized. This quest is a baptism of fire. The main character thinks that he doesn't understand what he signed up for. The man tells the boy to follow him. He asks him to show them his abilities. The guy doesn't quite understand, but if he can resolve the misunderstanding by showing his abilities, then it will be fine. They have arrived at the place. This is the forest of demonic beasts. As he had heard, all the creatures are monsters. The plants themselves sow their own seeds to expand the forest. That's why the neighboring countries always give the same quest. The tree that people are cutting down is a plant-type monster, a mimic monster. They disguise themselves as trees and attack people from behind. They are all annoying. The constant quest is to exterminate them. Newcomers have to fight with plants at the very entrance. Screams, tears, suffering will haunt him until he becomes stronger. This is the essence of baptism of fire. In short, the main character must do everything in his power to exterminate 10 of these plant monsters. If he can't kill at least 10, he won't last a minute in the forest. He should be able to do that. He is asked to do everything in his power to exterminate 10 plant-type monsters. If he can't do at least that, he won't last a minute in the forest. So the eternal quest is a training for beginners. The man says that in order to become an adventurer who lacks strength to quickly get stronger, they need to accumulate experience. In fact, this quest is designed to train thieves and monks with low combat stats. In this forest, even the rearguard must be able to fight in close combat. For a guy, it sounds harsh. The man tells the guy to go if he understands everything and pats him on the back. He doesn't have to worry, because they will be here if something goes wrong. The main character agrees. The guys ask him not to overdo it. It's okay if it doesn't work out. The guy knows he gets teased sometimes, but they still care about him. It's probably because they think he's a newbie. The protagonist thinks that it looks like there are only Ivan's group here, and the group that is currently fighting nearby. He thinks he should do it to avoid unwanted consequences. In this forest, all the monsters, neighboring countries are also trying their best to prevent this forest from growing. Therefore, the main character has no reason to hold back. He will simply burn everything here to the ground. The protagonist uses hellfire and casts a fire circle, directing it straight. Fire magic is a spell that shoots flames of super high temperature in a straight line. The firepower is so great that the flames can instantly burn all the oxygen in the air. This magic suits them perfectly if they don't want to do pinpoint damage. He looks and sees people who are stunned. He asks them if this is not enough, then let them wait. The man asks them to stop and asks what that was all about. It was just hellfire. The man asks what he means by simple. The name itself is terrifying, but it's just magic, which is usually used in the household. Then they begin to celebrate the appearance of this amazing newcomer, everyone drinking a glass of beer. One man asks if it's amazing that he can use amazing magic. The other one saw it too. He spent so much time using his axe and he just destroyed them in an instant. The protagonist says that they overestimate him. He did nothing special. In his village, this magic was used to mow the grass. The men think that his house is more like a demon's lair. In any case, if he is with them but forgot his name and asks about it, the guy reminds him of his name Lex. The men discuss how, as long as they have Lex, they have nothing to fear and will no longer have to work in that forest. They ask him if it is really that dangerous there. The local monsters are not only strong, but also have great vitality. Those trees are full of water inside, so it is difficult to burn them. Also, due to their large numbers, they have an overabundance of material and there are no more buyers, which is why so few adventurers take on this quest. And if no one does this, the forest will continue to grow, so there are many reasons why the forest still continues to grow. Now that Lex has appeared, with his fire magic, be it raw wood or tree monsters, he will be able to burn them in an instant. They are waiting for him to get rid of this forest, waiting for him to mow it down. The guys are clapping for him, but he asks them to stop because it hurts. Suddenly, the main character notices that the same Liliera is coming to them. She walks past the guy with displeasure. He needs to do something to resolve this misunderstanding. The man asks him to relax and not worry. If he brings materials from the monsters he killed in the forest, then she will understand that his abilities are real. The protagonist is going to give it his all, which is expected from Ivan. He inspires confidence as a mature adventurer. The man shouts and suggests celebrating in advance, although, if you think about it, he doesn't inspire much confidence. The main character stands in the house and understands that it is time to go to the forest of beast demons. He is wondering what to choose. Suddenly, someone addresses the guy. A tall girl asks if he is Lex. The guy says that he is, but who is asking him? The girl apologizes to him for being rude. She introduces herself as Marisha, assistant to the head of the Hexy City Adventurers Guild. The guy thinks that she is a very important person in the guild. He says hello and is very pleased. His name is Lex. He asks her what she needs from him. They have a task with which she would like to ask his help. Would he like to listen to her? The guy asks about the task. This is a direct request from the assistant guildmaster. It will not be easy. The guy doesn't think it would be rude to refuse without even listening. He says that he's not promising anything yet. If everything suits her, then they can start. Marisha says that he has the right to decide whether to accept the request or not. After considering all possible circumstances, the guild will not force him. Everyone looks at them and the main character notices this, asking the girl what kind of task this is. Marisha suggests getting down to business right away. He wants him to stop the growth of the forest. She had heard stories from adventurers that he was apparently an incredible fire mage. They said he had burned a section of the forest to the ground with his magic. She sent guild members to check, and they confirmed that the stories were true. They reported that a huge area of forest had been destroyed. The fact that he has already been baptized means that he already knows the general situation in the forest. He asks if this is about how the forest grows without stopping. The girl gives a positive answer. They are already working on a solution with other countries, but since their opponents are endless monsters, they do not have enough strength to stop the forest from growing. In truth, if the forest continued to grow at this rate, the day would not be far off when it would swallow up the entire city of Hexy. They had already prepared for such an outcome. But suddenly, Lex appeared. They were overjoyed to hear this news. They thought it must be manna from heaven. The guy wonders what she's talking about. She wants to ask him to use his magic and burn the heart of the forest. His reward is proportional to the size of the area he burns. They will give him 1 silver coin for every square meter. The reward for destroying the trap plant is 5 copper coins. He asks why such generosity. The girl says that it will help them save time and effort. Even a double reward is disproportionate to this. But unfortunately, the size of the reward is limited. The difference will be given to him in the form of a rank increase, which means that in exchange for money, he will advance through the ranks. The guy asks if there are any restrictions on burning the forest. The girl thinks that if it is possible, then she wants him to burn the whole forest. If the shape of the forest is distorted to the extreme, then that area will be ignored, as it is not rich in resources, and monsters in that area will continue to sow new seeds, which will only change the shape of the forest, and the forest itself will continue to grow. The protagonist understands that if the form is distorted, the adventurers will lose interest. This is exactly true. In the worst case, if the forest shape becomes long, there is a chance that the city will be completely covered by the forest, which is why he wants it to burn around the perimeter. They will also provide transportation. If there is a request from neighboring countries, they will do everything to agree that the entire amount will be subsidized by the country. The reward is really good. However, everything will change if he is deprived of freedom of action. He imagines himself fighting with a normal sword, asking if he will be able to take other quests if he accepts this request. The girl says that, of course, while the forest is periodically burned, she can also take any other quests. If he thinks about moving to another city, the girl replies that he has the right, but she will be healthy if he first burns down the forest. If he can treat this request as a normal quest during an adventure, then he accepts their request. The girl thanks him. Once he has destroyed the forest, let him report it to the staff. She will immediately confirm the completion of the request. The girl sighs. The protagonist realizes that it was the right decision to listen in the first place. He thinks about what request he should accept. Ivan comes and asks if he's going to take the quest. The guy tells him that he looks bad. What happened? Ivan has had a bit too much. The man gives him some advice in the beast demon forest, ignoring plant-type monsters. The guy is shocked by this because aren't all living creatures there monsters? The thing is that plant monsters can't move. The less time he spends, the better. If the guy thinks he is in danger, then let him leave. People who can do this will die. He will go in and out very often. He should develop the habit of retreating in time. The main character understood everything and thanks the man for this, who asks the guy to take care of himself. He thinks about monsters, and then he sees a quest to exterminate forest wolves, a B-rank quest. The target of the extermination leaves the forest, attacks livestock and runs back. The situation remains unresolved. The guy chooses him. Since he was the one who exterminated all the pests in the village before, he will choose him. This will be his first quest in the Beast Demon Forest. A group of soldiers walked from the castle towards the forest, discussing how well they had rested yesterday. They were interested in each other's well-being. In general, they felt pretty good, saying that for such a cause it was possible. Ivan said with a smile that thanks to the doctor, the work was going well. That was great, because now they were in the black. Suddenly, one of the soldiers' faces distorted in shock. In front of them they saw a forest, the branches of which were broken and the grass was destroyed. Throwing the axe over his shoulder, Ivan said in shock that the branches of the plants were destroyed. They didn't understand who could have done it. It seemed to them that they were carefully cut off. Ivan first thought that it could have been Lex, but then he told himself that he couldn't, because he was a magician. He was sure that he would have simply burned everything. Someone had cut the branches on purpose for some reason unknown to them. But after examining everything to the end, they decided that it didn't matter now. They just decided to go along this road, after which the group headed further along their path among the cut branches. Earlier, Lex, being in the forest, decided to go on a journey. Carefully moving among the trees, he gradually cut off each interfering branch. As he surveyed what he had left behind, he decided not to underestimate them. At that moment, he was attacked by a tree monster. Having deftly repelled his attack, the guy moved on. They say that it really is easier this way. Instead of trying to defeat them, you just need to neutralize them and move forward. He quickly moved on, cutting tree branches. After some time, he found himself near the fence. Sighing heavily, the guy said that he was very tired. He thought about following Ivan's advice, but it seemed there was no point in running back and forth. Besides, Militia had told him to do whatever he thought was best, in the way that was most convenient for him. He thought for a while, and an idea came to him. If all the monsters in the area attacked, it would be much easier. After that, he began to concentrate his magic. Looking around, he realized that he first needed to make sure that no one was nearby. After that, he shouted loudly that he would set all these trees on fire. Everyone nearby should hide. A magic ball formed in his hand. He realized that he had already warned everyone and commanded the hellfire to burn. After that, a bright flash appeared, causing all the surrounding vegetation to burst into flames. Sometime later, he looked at the wasteland, where only smoke remained. He decided that it was much better this way. Now, adventurers don't have to constantly run out of the forest to take a break. The guy thought with a smile that this was great and that he should make the same road to the city. Standing near the fence, the guy happily raised his hand and said that he was done here. Now he could go ahead in search of forest wolves. From the dark depths of the forest, the boy heard a long howl. The main character realized that he had reached the right place. He jumped up sharply to look around from a height. While in the air, he looked for the source of the sound. Suddenly, he saw a small village off to the side, the gates of which were broken. Looking closely, he saw that the smaller ones were wolves, and the larger ones were adventurers defending the village. At that moment, a battle was taking place between them. The protagonist descended to the ground. His landing sent stones and dust flying in all directions. The wolves who noticed him headed towards him. They were quickly approaching him with a menacing growl. Noticing one of the howling wolves, the protagonist realized that it was the leader of the pack. First, he needed to deal with him, and the rest could be dealt with later. Drawing his sword, the protagonist focused on the approaching, roaring beast. He swung his sword, ready to attack. In one swift movement, he deftly dealt with the enemy. When the others saw this, they howled pitifully and retreated. The boy gathered his mana and hit them with a mist of sparks. The wolves literally trembled in pain. It was a B-rank quest, but forest wolves are C-rank, so they are not very strong. The main problem is that they attack in a pack. The main character was faced with a large number of defeated opponents. Exhaling, the guy calmly put away his sword and said that they were needed for a quest, so they would need to be brought in good condition. He decided that the tails would be suitable for this. As he was quietly collecting them, he was called out. The out-of-breath adventurers he had seen earlier ran up to him. They were curious whether he had defeated the wolves. Lex replied that he simply needed forest wolves, so he decided to use magic once. Those who came were amazed by his power. The woman told him it was cool that he dealt with them so quickly. Putting the tale in his bag, the guy replied that it was just nonsense. The adventurer added that it was great that he was there. He asked Lex if he was a B-rank adventurer. Lex confirmed his words, adding that he had only recently become one. And the enthusiastic girl told him that he was just great. So young, but so talented. He scratched his head in embarrassment. The main character didn't know what to tell them. Afterwards, he anxiously asked if he had interfered with their work. After all, they were pursuing forest wolves. What if they had the task of destroying them? The man smiled and told him not to worry. They just needed to protect the pasture from attacks. The girl said that clients understand how difficult it is to catch forest wolves running away from the forest. They will report that they have managed to pacify them. As they left, they waved to him and said that the villagers would now be safe. They also asked him not to worry. They would not take credit for his accomplishments. The boy laughed in response. With a slight smile, he said that his task was finished. Now, it was time for him to return. Looking at the picture that stuck in front of her, Militia was stunned. She did not raise what had happened. Instead of a forest, there was now a wide road in front of her. She was immediately informed that Lex had burned the forest. A subordinate came to her and told her to hurry up, that's why she was here. He was extremely emotional when he told her about the road that had appeared in the forest. It was so wide that a whole cart could pass through it. The assistant was shocked. He asked the girl who could have done this. She had no less emotions. She understood that the only one capable of such a thing was Lex. Suddenly, the main character was called. Frightened, he turned around and asked what had happened. Milasha ran up to him. She was very interested in whether he had made a new road in the forest. The guy calmly replied that it was him. Now, as adventurers, going there would be safe. The girl tried hard to stay calm. Through force, she managed to thank him. She kept silent at first, and then said incredulously that she had asked to destroy part of the forest around the perimeter. She bit her thumb out of emotion. She approached the blushing guy and whispered to him that they would sort it out later. She had a job for him. The main character looked at her questioningly. She began to tell him the essence of the request, explaining along the way what territory she was in and that she would pay extra for it. Later, the main character came to report on the completion of the task. He was told that he tried hard. The guy replied that today he burned this part of the forest and paved a new road there. He also said that he had an order to destroy the six-armed monkey. The girl said that she had already examined the parts of the monster, and she added that regarding the widening of the road, the person in charge would check the place. Afterwards, they would give him his reward. In addition, the arson fee would be 24 gold. She would give it along with 30 silver coins for the order for today. The protagonist thanked her with a smile. The boy stretched and said he had done a good job. He thought to himself that he had simply set the forest on fire. That was a great stroke of luck, but he felt like he had forgotten something. It suddenly dawned on him that he had forgotten to show Liliera the monster. He fell to his knees, exhausted, and thought that this way he could clear up the misunderstanding. He took the task of destroying the monster for this very reason and simply gave the necessary items. He spoke dejectedly about the fact that he would have to take on a new assignment tomorrow. He thought that he should eat to cheer himself up. Around him, people were shouting about the need to eat. Suddenly, Ivan called him with a smile. He came up to him and clapped him on the shoulder, asking if everything was okay. Lex said he was in pain. The man said they had made a great deal because of him. The guy didn't know what he was talking about. Ivan winked and replied that he had cut a path through the forest, which made their work easier. Things were going much better for them now. If it becomes dangerous, you can go out onto the road, catch your breath, and go back into the forest. There is now space for exploration, and you can collect items. The sad guy laughed and said he was glad he was helpful. The man wondered what had happened to him if he looked downcast, after which he hugged the guy with a smile and told him that the old man would help him with advice, but first they had to eat. Later, sitting at the table, Ivan asked him if they still hadn't resolved the misunderstanding. Lex replied that he hadn't been able to do it in the morning. He thought he would come with the loot in the evening, but he accidentally handed over the items. The man laughed at what he had done. The boy asked him with tears not to laugh at him, to which the man apologized. He told him not to worry and asked what would happen if he succeeded. The main character was surprised by this offer. Ivan said that he was a famous adventurer in the city, and if he vouched for him, the girl would definitely believe him. Lex thought that he was a very good man. Well, the man replied that he was helping them too, so it wasn't a problem. The men nodded their heads in agreement. The protagonist was glad that he could clear up this misunderstanding. He said that the girl was late. It was already dark outside. Ivan suggested spending the night in the forest. As long as the barrier was up, they could afford it. He asked not to worry. They would stop on the main road of the square. After all, it was convenient. In a couple of days, everything changed a lot. Suddenly, a man called them and asked if they had talked about Liliera. Ivan said that everything was correct. The adventurer answered that a couple of days ago she said that she would go deep into the forest. Then she left and did not return. These words shocked the protagonist. In the forest, there are restrictions on the amount of things you can take with you. The further into the forest, the more monsters that attack, ignoring the barrier. Ivan said with concern in his voice that it was dangerous to wander deep into the forest. Lex realized that the girl was now in great danger. The man added that, having overdone it a bit, they had gone into the very thick of the forest. That's where they found the Zenso herb. While they were celebrating, the girl came up to them and asked menacingly where they had found it. Ivan was surprised at what a very rare and healing herb they found. The protagonist thought that it seemed like the herb was used to create a high-level medicine. The man also said that they could not even imagine that the next day after their return, there would be a whole road through the forest. They were then extremely surprised. After these words, his face darkened. He also said that the place, but they did not find healing herbs, are 2.5 days away on the road to the northeast. There are very strong monsters. For safety reasons, they turn back to places where the beasts are weaker. They set up camp there and only then returned. Lex asked Ivan how far it was. He replied that this part of the forest was far from the road. It would be difficult to get there now. He pointed to the necessary place on the map. The protagonist asked them later if it would be better for them to go searching. Ivan replied that no, since it was already dark. If she was already returning, they risked missing each other, and they themselves could get into trouble. He added that they shouldn't underestimate the vastness of the beast demon forest. Everything around there is dangerous. Unlike a normal forest, it's much more dangerous at night than during the day. Plus, the little girl and her team are also B-rank adventurers. The men added that they would not do anything stupid. Even if something happened to them, that was the fate of adventurers. Ivan confirmed their words. If they are looking for trouble, then they must be prepared for the consequences. The first thing to do is to take care of your own safety and act accordingly. The protagonist clenched his hands, realizing that he had to wait until dawn. Liliera was a B-rank adventurer. She'd been doing this longer than him too, so it would be wise to act. He decided to believe in her. Ivan smiled and said that they could join the search if needed. Not for free, of course. They started calling him petty, to which he replied that they were professional mercenaries. At that moment, there was a knock. The door swung open, revealing exhausted people on the threshold. Everyone in the tavern looked away in amazement. Looking at their condition, everyone was wondering what had happened to them. They started screaming for someone to use healing magic. One of the men who passed by told what happened. When they set up barriers and set up camp, they were attacked by a pack of blade wolves. The people were terrified because they were A-rank monsters. This is the name given to creatures that shoot razor-sharp bones that cut through the flesh of their prey. Their bones are extremely strong. The situation is made worse by the fact that they attack in packs. The adventurers were curious about where it happened. The guy said it was about a day's drive from here. They attacked suddenly when they had set up camp. People were shocked. Because it was very close, they had never heard of monsters appearing in that area. But the guy added that that was not all. One of the monsters was black. They had never seen anything like that before. The adventurer said that he coordinated the pack's actions. They told him that it was most likely a mutant, because its behavior was different from that of ordinary monsters. People were whispering that now it turns out that this monster has mutated and is equal in strength to rank S. In that case, they might give a special task to clean it up. Lex asked what it was. Ivan replied that if the situation was not taken under control, the city could suffer. When such dangerous animals appear, the guild sends out a mission of the utmost importance. Once such a quest is announced, adventurers of rank C and below cannot take quests for the corresponding territory, and rank B and above can only take this one. That's how high a priority this quest has. Militia stamped her foot and loudly announced that the guild was reporting a special cleansing mission. It had 2 parts, cleansing the pack led by the Black Wolf and guarding the road to the Beast Demon Forest until the cleansing was complete. If the merchants who decided to set up camp on the road were attacked by a pack, people would think that the path was too dangerous and would not use it. Therefore, the guild must get rid of the monsters that were the source of all the problems. Ivan understood that they wanted to show that this road was safe. The girl announced that for each wolf destroyed during this cleanup, they would receive 150 gold coins. They would pay a reward of 600 gold coins to the person who destroyed the leader. The people around were amazed at the size of the reward offered. It was 1.5 times more than usual. However, Ivan was thinking about the fact that there were quite a lot of them. The main character did not understand what he was talking about. The man said that the pack numbered about 50 individuals. Individually, they were equivalent to B-rank monsters, but with such a large number, it was obvious that this time they were going to unite the adventurers who were members of the guilds and organize a joint raid. It turns out that this pack is 10 times larger than the group of evil boars. It is because of the number that we assign the A rank. How strong is this mutation? Because of it, the information they already have will not help them. Lex thought that the mutated monster, although it looked similar, had significantly different skills. In addition, it was probably stronger than usual, so they were at a disadvantage. People started shouting that they needed to go to the square and wait for the departure. They also thought about whether it would be better to explore the forest from a distance using magic. Ivan asked the others what they were going to do. They had just finished the previous work. The protagonist was puzzled why they weren't going to go. The man replied that the reward was good, but there was no point in taking on the job just out of greed. Besides, the cleanup was unlikely to be over quickly. They wouldn't be late even if they set out tomorrow. But now, they needed to rest. The guy understood his words. That was to be expected from Ivan. He doesn't follow the events and is well aware of his own situation. He is also tired today, so the morning is wiser than the evening. At this time, the man who was being treated began to beg people to save Liliera because she was still in the forest. The boy was horrified by these words. He ran up to the man, asking what was wrong with her. He replied that he was wounded and that she distracted them to let him escape. The protagonist was stunned. He wondered if the girls had managed to escape in time. People around started saying that considering the time it took to get here, it could be said that it was already too late. But if there was a barrier stone, there was a chance of survival. But since the pack had broken through despite him, it meant that it was defenseless. The guy clenched his teeth. He thought about how they hadn't resolved that misunderstanding. Lex turned around abruptly and was about to go help her. Ivan asked him to wait and not to rush because it was dangerous to go into the forest now, but there was only panic in the guy's eyes. He was thinking about the girl. The man grabbed him roughly and shouted that even so, what kind of stupid person would go alone? He at least understood how huge the forest was. Looking away, Lex said he didn't have teammates. The man pointed to his chest and said he did. The boy didn't understand him. The man shouted loudly that the little girl was covering her comrades and got stuck in the forest. So if you find the little girl, please accompany her. The people around him began to cheerfully agree with him. They decided that it was time for them to go too. The protagonist was impressed by their reaction. The man said that all adventurers are comrades. They don't abandon their own in trouble. Besides, now is the time to earn some extra money, and at the same time, it's not that hard to find the baby. One of the men told him that he was not made for such speeches and asked him to stop. All those present began to get ready for the journey, collecting their weapons and necessary supplies. Seeing this, Lex almost cried. Ivan said that they were moving out too. He ordered everyone to restore mana with a potion. People began to say that it was not tasty, but they asked them not to be picky. The man drank the medicine and also noticed that it did not taste good. They were ready to go. Lex went with them. Approaching the forest, Ivan said that they would move in a straight line. He also added that they should not forget to leave glowing crystals so that they would not get lost. Everyone was to ignore monsters, except those that got in their way. Everyone accepted the order and set off. The light illuminated the monsters ahead. People began to wonder who it was. Hearing a roar, they realized it was an ogre bear. Besides, they were a male and a female, each of them a tireless mountain of muscle. Besides, they had such thick skin that even a battle axe couldn't cut it. Ivan ordered the magician to hide them with magic, so they did not have time. The girl obeyed, however. The main character said that since there was little time, he would deal with them himself. After that, he abruptly moved forward. He leaped sharply straight towards the faces of 2 giant bears, creating clouds of dust. They looked straight at him with furious faces. The main character struck the monsters one after another. To do this, he used blades in a vacuum, which the roaring monsters tried to dodge. However, all their attempts were unsuccessful. Standing next to the defeated monsters, the protagonist announced that he was done and they could move on. The adventurers behind him were unsure if he needed them at all. The group of people continued moving through the dark grove. They moved briskly with each other, destroying the attacking monsters along the way. Lex asked if the monsters always attacked so actively at night. Ivan answered that not quite. It was the first time he encountered such pressure. It was probably a mutation. At that moment, a monster in the form of a monkey attacked him with a scream, but the main character deftly cut it into several parts, surprising the man. As Ivan said, the number of monsters attacking them exceeded expectations. In that case, it would be much faster if he cleared the way for them by burning the monsters with flames. Ivan shouted at him to move forward. The boy tried to resist, but the man said that all they were doing was holding him back. He shouldn't wait, and they would come from the other side. He added that after finding the baby, Lex should launch some effective spell into the air, and if they found her earlier, the magician would give a signal. The guy realized that with so many monsters, it would be better to split up and expand the search area. After that, he jumped high up and agreed to go ahead. After that, he used Hellfire, which lit up everything around. Ivan stopped in shock and said that the guy really could have done it alone. The boy continued to use his magic over and over again, destroying monsters along the way. Sweating all over, he worriedly wondered where the girl was. Suddenly, he heard a howl from the thicket. Turning in that direction, he tried to understand where the sound was coming from. There are many individuals in the pack. If he follows the trail of one of them, he will most likely be able to find the girl. Suddenly, it dawned on him what he had found. He realized that this was only part of the pack. It seemed that they were chasing something together. He quickly headed in that direction, sensing the presence of large monsters. In addition, he felt the presence of one person. At this time, the girl was hiding among the trees. There were many wounds on her body. Having focused, the guy realized where she was. The adventurers did not understand how this happened. Broken tools were lying on the ground. One of the archers was seriously injured. The girl realized that the monsters had broken through the barrier. If not only the archers providing cover, but also the healers responsible for setting up the barrier are wounded, they won't last until the city, even if they manage to escape now. The girl thought in fear that at least someone needed to stay okay. After that, she began to lure the monsters with the fire from the torch. She shouted to the others to take advantage of the chance and run. She would definitely catch up with them, and they had to go ahead. They told her that they wouldn't necessarily call anyone for help. The girl snorted and lowered her gaze. It was a whole day's journey to the city. Even if they hurried, the road there and back would take 2 days. She didn't think she could hold out just... The girl watched her comrades leave. But she must be held accountable for dragging them here by force. After all, she involved the others in this to achieve her own goal. Looking at the monsters, she screamed that she was not going to part with her life until she found the grass. After that, all she did was try to survive. She ran like crazy. She had to stay okay at any cost. The monsters attacked her again and again, her face twisted in pain. At some point, the girl fell, unable to run any longer. She thought that it was all over for her because she was surrounded, with nowhere to run. The girl was sitting by a tree surrounded by monsters. Her leg was also injured. She simply couldn't physically run anymore. All her potions had already been used up. She couldn't even recover. The girl cringed and began to cry quietly and ask for forgiveness from everyone. The black wolf next to her howled furiously. She thought that they had come a long way, and there was only a little bit left. With a dull face, she said that she wanted to end her life with her own hands. But her weapon was no longer usable, and in the next moment, this monster would tear her to shreds, and she so wanted to become a real adventurer. At that moment, the monster noticed something. A bright flash, like fireworks, appeared right above them. The girl looked in shock, not understanding what it was. Could monsters really do something like that? After that, she heard a voice that cast a spell of homing ice spears. Literally, in one instant, each of the wolves was struck by a powerful blow. They could not wipe it off. The girl's mouth opened wide in surprise. The girl saw a man approaching him. It was Lex, who extended his hand to her and said that he had come to save her. Her face brightened. She looked at him in shock as he examined her, saying that she had been hurt badly. He took her hands and used ancient healing magic. The girl began to breathe heavily and her face became more peaceful. The wounds began to gradually disappear. The guy was calm now. He told her that he would finish quickly, so she should wait inside. After which he used a reinforced barrier. A protective dome formed around the girl. She did not understand why he was helping her. The boy slapped his chest and said that all adventurers were comrades of sorts. Helping each other was natural. He turned away, laughing and thinking that he sounded just like Ivan. He walked out to the snarling monsters and told them to get ready. They had clearly not left their territory willingly. The real enemy was the pack leader, the one giving the orders. That was the one to defeat. He saw the main monster behind all the others. The protagonist began to examine the mutated monster. It is a terrible harbinger of trouble. He will never believe that such a creature appeared naturally. In his past lives, there were no such creatures. Lex already thought that the monsters here were weak, and simple skills were considered something incredible. But this mutant does not bode well. The guy didn't understand what was going on here. At that moment, the leader howled. The guy realized that now was not the time to think about it. The pack of monsters began to quickly approach him. The protagonist said that they probably thought that by targeting the girl, they would put him at a disadvantage. He thought they were naive, for which he put up a magical barrier. The guy deftly dodged every attack. They attacked him from literally all sides. The guy simultaneously dodged and attacked them. Each of his blows reached its target. Suddenly, one of the monsters got close to the girl. However, from the collision with the barrier, it literally twisted. The girl was shocked by what she saw. She didn't understand how it happened. The guy said that this barrier is the highest defensive magic. As long as she is inside, it will easily repel all attacks from such monsters. The girl couldn't understand how this was possible. Lex said that everything was fine, he would drive them away. She shouldn't worry and just stay there. The girl asked him again, while another monster tried to gnaw through her barrier. She realized that he really works. Liliera told the boy to be careful of the black one because he is different from the others. The boy calmly answered her that he knows everything. He thought that she still despised him, but now she was worried about him. Even though there was a misunderstanding between them, she was still a good person. After that, the boy concentrated and turned to the main monster. He said that their ranks were thinning. Isn't it time for him to join the fight himself? The other wolves began to look towards the leader. The leader of the pack simply growled again, and they rushed to attack. As the boy thought, they were acting under the compulsion of the mutant. If so, then there was no need to fight them. After that, he rushed to attack the leader. He wanted to stab him right in the back, but the wolf defended himself with a spike on his back. The animal trembled from the tension. The protagonist realized that he was strong. After that, the mutant struck a blow that greatly strained the protagonist. With one furious movement, he attacked the guy. The girl screamed in fear to the side. However, the protagonist was able to catch the cutting spike with his bare hands. The sharp edges stopped literally centimeters from his face, and the veins on his hands bulged. The mutant turned around in surprise. The girl also didn't understand what was happening. The mutant was examining his back, where one of the spikes was missing. The wolf and Liliera cried out in surprise at the same time. The boy's hand literally shook. He said that he had put so much effort into making this sword. How dare he break it? His face darkened with anger. The girl was amazed that he was angry because of this. He rushed towards the monster like a dark shadow, shouting that he would answer for this. The wolf literally had tears in his eyes from fear. Not knowing how to react, the girl silently watched the mutant being beaten from the side. With his tail between his legs, the wolf tried to escape from the boy. However, he did not give up and broke off his second spike. Grabbing it, he swung for another attack. With literally one movement, he destroyed the enemy. Landing a little to the side of the defeated enemy, the guy said that his spike was quite sharp. The remaining wolves began to quickly move away from the battlefield. The boy thought that they could not be pursued. He told the girl, who was hiding behind a tree, that now it was possible to come out. He asked her if she was okay. However, the girl could not say anything. He said that he had defeated their leader, so everyone ran away. He showed her the head of the monster, which scared her greatly. He then extended his hand to her, saying that it was late, so they should go back. However, the girl looked at him with a sad face. He did not understand what was wrong and why she was looking at him like that. She screamed at him, a question about why he saved her. The guy calmly answered that he had already said that adventurers help each other. The girl clenched her fist and said that she meant that. She continued to scream, asking him why he had taken such a risk. He had come alone into the forest and at night. The guy tried to calm her down, saying that he was not alone. However, the girl did not listen to him and continued to talk about how she had said a lot of nasty things to him and called him a fake, insulting him. The guy first lowered his gaze and then said that everything was fine now and asked her to calm down. After which he hugged her and said that when he heard that she was in danger, he rushed to help. only them all. Liliera tried to tell him something, but the guy interrupted her, saying that an adventurer does not abandon friends in trouble. He stroked her head. He told her that the great swordsman said that it is the duty of a real man to save a girl in distress. The girl tried to argue that he was just a legend, but the guy said that he wanted to be like this legendary adventurer. That's why he came to her aid, to save her. The girl cried and said that he was stupid. He saves people, taking the legend at face value. But someone like him is her ideal of a real adventurer. The protagonist was shocked by her words. He did not understand why she burst into tears in the middle of the dialogue. He looked around anxiously, not understanding how to console the crying girl. A voice was heard from behind, which said that their Luki made the girl cry. He made the girl cry. The guy turned around in shock. Ivan greeted him and said that it looked like he had successfully saved the baby. The other guy said that it didn't look like he had. Look at her, she was all teary-eyed. The guy replied that he hadn't done anything. The protagonist didn't understand why they were there. Ivan said that they saw him cast a signal spell. That's how they found them. But in general, the path he laid out was impossible not to notice, and the rumble could be heard throughout the entire area. They said that you definitely won't lose him because it was hot in every sense. They smiled at him sarcastically. Sweating, the guy realized what had happened. Ivan replied that they had been watching them for a long time. The guy blushed from the realization. He grabbed his head, thinking that it was terribly embarrassing. Ivan asked him if he would leave everything as it was, as the guy asked again in surprise. At this time, the girl continued to cry bitterly. He asked shyly if his comrades would share the wisdom of their elders, if they would teach him magic that would help stop her tears. However, they began to leave calmly, saying that they could go back. They were tired and seriously thought about whether they should spend the night here and move out at dawn. But the guy didn't want them to leave. Ivan calmly replied that they were leaving the baby's consolation to him. The protagonist was shocked. He did not understand why they were doing this to him. The man replied that he himself was eager to save the princess. Therefore, he must take full responsibility and accompany her. The boy remained dejectedly silent. Then he realized that they were seriously leaving. Ivan asked him if it was safe inside that super barrier. After that, he wished them a good night and smiled with a red face. He added that the old men were leaving so as not to interfere with the young man. The main character could only watch them in shock and beg them not to leave. The girl continued to cry at that time. In the end, she cried until dawn, and he, psychologically exhausted, returned to the city with her, who fell asleep right in his arms, tired from crying. During the day, people were walking around the city. At this time, the main character was eating his lunch with a pretty face. He was thinking that the girl had been found, the misunderstandings had been resolved, and now the food seemed tastier. Suddenly, he was asked if he could join him. It was Liliera. The guy told her that of course she could join. It was lunchtime, so all the seats were taken. The girl replied that she didn't want to join for the free seat, after which she went to the table. Sitting opposite him, she was silent. The worried guy asked what was wrong with her, because all the food would get cold. She said enthusiastically that he was right. Because the hot food got into her mouth, she stuck out her tongue and said that it was hot. The guy realized that she did not tolerate such food well. He realized that was why she was waiting for it to cool down. He shouldn't have rushed her. He extended his finger to the side and asked her permission, after which he cast healing magic on her. He said it was all right now. The embarrassed girl thanked him. The man at the next table blushed and said it wasn't just hot. When it was that hot, you wanted something cold. Turning in their direction, the guy did not understand why they were saying that. In his opinion, they were exaggerating. The blushing girl decided to start a conversation with him. Having got busy, she thanked him again, and for the magic of restoration, but now she is talking about yesterday's rescue. The guy said that it was a trifle because he is the same adventurer as she is. However, the girl was not satisfied with his answer. Jumping up, she screamed that they didn't even really know each other. Besides, she was rude to him, but he still came to her aid. And in the night forest of beast demons, where adventurers don't go further than first-class adventurers. This is not some trifle. She thought of him as a fake, the worst partner for avant lawyers, who had cheated his way up the ranks, but who himself could do nothing. She decided she was right, even without knowing his real skills. The guy thought that the girl put a lot of hatred into the word. She was probably a victim of such people herself, so he decided to ask her if she had problems with such people. Tears came to her eyes. The guy realized in horror that he shouldn't have touched on this topic. The girl said that it was a long time ago. She said that she was deceived by men who introduced themselves as A-rank adventurers. She almost lost her life. She frowned, holding back tears. The protagonist was shocked that such people existed. Liliera said that she was born in a village near the Beast Demon Forest. It was not particularly prosperous, but everyone had food and shelter. One day, she learned that the adults were afraid that the demons would spread to the village. The Adventurers Guild was constantly receiving requests to cut down the forest, but they only cleared the outskirts of large cities, and none of them reached the village on the outskirts. The adults were constantly worried about the gradually approaching forest. They scraped together a small amount of money and sent requests to the guild, hoping to slow the forest's advance. Lex sadly realized that in this case, adventurers would come even to a village far from the city. The girl added that a lot of money was needed to request rank B, but everyone chipped in and collected the required amount. They thought that now they would be able to slow down the advance of the forest. Everyone was happy, she too, even though she was small and did not understand anything. Such were the times. A monster that had never been seen before appeared and attacked the village. Many were hurt. Everyone fled to the neighboring village, and her father was destroyed by it. The girl could barely contain her emotions as she told about it. The surviving adults went to the Adventurers Guild to have them cut down the forest and rid them of the monsters, but no one responded to this request. The boy did not understand why. The monster that attacked the village was an A-rank monster. They were only able to collect enough rewards for a B-rank request in the village. But that wasn't the end of the troubles. Lex listened to the story with sadness. The people who were attacked by the monsters suddenly began to get sick. The doctor said that the monster's poison was the cause of the illness. Because of this, many of the villagers could no longer work. So she lost her father, and her mother could no longer work. Remembering her parents, she thought that this was the end. But then those scoundrels came. People begged them to help them, because their village was attacked by monsters they had never seen before, and they also caused illness. They said it was a simple matter, because they were A-rank adventurers. The old man replied that they could not provide a reward rank B was their limit. The man replied that he understood them. The man said that he asked to keep this conversation a secret. This time, they would do the job for a B-rank reward as an exception. With tears in his eyes, the old man said that they were very kind. There would be no second chance like this. And they gave away the entire accumulated sum without a second thought. Probably in a hurry, everyone wanted to believe in the best. But there was no hope. The next morning, all the adventurers had disappeared, taking the money with them, but without completing the work. They came to the guild, later telling that adventurers came to their village. They asked them to deal with a monster, and they simply ran away with the reward. They asked for at least some help from the guild, but the girl replied that she sincerely sympathized with them, but the guild was not responsible for tasks in which it was not an intermediary. People were horrified by her words. Perhaps those people knew that no one had taken up their request. Perhaps they weren't adventurers at all. Now the village had no money, no work, nothing. They didn't know what to do. At that time, the girl overheard conversations about how the fake adventurers had deceived them. Luckily, in the neighboring village where they fled, there lived my mother's older sister. She took care of them. The girl is sincerely grateful to her for taking care of her mother. When she, as a future child, decided that she had to cure her mother and all the villagers. And she can't be returned, but the rest could still be saved, and they could live happily ever after. That's why she became an adventurer. To earn money, get medicine, and gain strength to restore the village, and to become a real adventurer, capable of protecting everyone. Liliera said that the story was long. Taking the boy's hands, she thanked him for still being alive. She was very happy about it. The blushing protagonist said that it was not worth thanking, and to himself he thought that her smile was very dazzling, so the answer came out awkward. At one point, they both became embarrassed that they were sitting and holding hands. The girl suddenly pulled back, pulling her hands away. Waving them, she apologized for the suddenness. Her hand was injured. He used healing magic again. Apparently, the blood came from the fact that his nails dug into his palm. Apparently, she clenched her hand into a fist too tightly. The girl herself did not understand how it happened. She apologized again because he was probably surprised. Remembering the past, she did it unwittingly. The guy realized that these memories were so heavy that she was hurting herself. He asked her if it was true that she had gone for the herb to get that very medicine. The girl replied that it could be used to make medicine to cure the disease. He asked her what the name of the disease was that had struck down the villagers. The girl replied that the disease was called Arza. The boy was shocked by what he heard. He realized that it was true, that this herb helps with the disease, but he felt like he forgot something. Suddenly, it dawned on him so much that his eyes widened and his mouth dropped open. The girl asked him again in confusion about what was happening, to which the guy replied that this disease could be cured even without grass. Liliera did not understand how this could be done. The boy said that they had to move immediately. He asked where the village next to theirs was. The girl said that they had to go around the forest of beast demons and move southeast for about 2 days. The guy would say that it was good that she needed to go right now. The girl didn't understand why now. It was already noon. If they left now, they would only reach the intermediate village by nightfall. But the guy confidently extended his hand to her and told her not to worry. He suggested that they go on a journey, after which they went outside the city. She asked him why they had gone out of town. After all, the carts were on the other side. He replied that they didn't need them, so they would set off together. The girl replied that then the journey would take them a whole week. The guy raised his finger and told her not to worry, because they would fly. This caused even more shock in the girl. The main character picked her up in his arms and got ready to go. After the boy used the wind wing spell, they rose high above the city. From a bird's eye view, they could survey the entire settlement they had been in. The girl looked in amazement at what appeared before her. Suddenly frightened, the girl hugged the guy tightly. He thought blissfully that it was very soft and smelled nice. Then he became confused by his thoughts and decided that he couldn't think about such things. He said that since they would cross the forest by air, he needed her to show the way. But the girl only squeezed his head tighter and screamed that they were really flying. The guy calmly answered that it was the magic of flight. But Liliera screamed that she was absolutely not talking about that. She panicked because they were moving. The protagonist tried to explain again that it was the magic of flight, that's why they flew in. However, this information made the girl cry. He uses attack magic that destroys monsters at once, and he creates powerful barriers, not to mention healing, and he can fly. She was interested in who he was. Lex replied that he was just a B-rank adventurer, but the girl screamed that she didn't believe him. In a bright flash, they flew over the forest. Some time later, they landed at the entrance to the village. The girl said that it was incredible, because they really got there. Smiling at her, the main character said that they needed to go and treat her mother. The girl asked him again, incredulously, if he could really treat her. He said confidently that he could do it. The girl took his hand, and they went. Approaching the wooden door, the girl knocked and said that this was her home. Opening the door, the woman asked who had come at this time. But seeing the unexpected guest, she was very happy and exclaimed that Liliera had not come for a long time. The girl was also glad to see him. The aunt replied that she had not expected her to return. She had said that she would not return until she found a way to cure the disease, and all this time she had only sent money and letters. The girl answered seriously that she had found someone. The woman, stunned, asked again if she was serious. She replied that he was saying that he would cure everyone. The woman did not believe that a child could do such a thing. The girl confirmed it, saying that she owed him her life. He is a very skilled adventurer who single-handedly defeated a pack of powerful monsters. If he had not come to her aid, she would have already parted with her life. But the woman still did not trust her words. Then she laughed and said that looks can be deceiving. Suddenly, her expression became very menacing. She hit the girl on the head and said that she was just awful. Liliera clutched her head, saying that it hurt a lot. The woman told her not to whine. She should be glad that it hurt. If she wasn't there, she wouldn't even feel it. The guy thought that in such cases, it was better to keep quiet and not interfere. If you got involved carelessly, you could get into trouble. She turned her attention to him, saying that it seemed her daughter had caused him a lot of trouble. The guy replied with a smile that she shouldn't worry. She introduced herself as Alicia, and Lex responded by saying her name. After that, the woman bowed low, thanking him. This shocked the guy. With a sad face, the woman added that she was grateful to him for protecting their girl. He made a gesture of appraisal, saying that there was nothing wrong with that. After all, she was his guildmate. Alicia asked if that was true. The guy asked if he could meet the girl's mother. If it was about Arza disease, it could be cured without the herb. The woman remembered that they had talked about this. She had completely forgotten because of her. She invited them inside. They walked into a room with a small kitchen area and various tools. She said it was a little cramped in there. Pointing to the door, she said that her mother was here. Oh, called the woman, saying that her daughter had returned and brought her boyfriend. The boy and girl blushed with embarrassment. Alicia laughed and said she was just joking. Then she pushed them forward to enter. On the bed lay a woman who called her daughter. She quickly ran towards her. The aunt asked them to wait while she lit the lamp. Liliera sat down next to her mother's bed. Around her were various baskets, boxes, and a device for heating the room. The guy was silent, looking at everything. Alicia said that she herself felt awkward, but they were already cramped. The girl noticed that her mother had lost weight again. Masha hugged each other. The woman's face and hands were covered in black spots. Then she asked who this person was. Alicia said that it was her younger sister and Liliera's mother, Mariel. The guy thought that, judging by everything, she had been fighting the disease for a long time. She'd lost a lot of weight and had lost all her vitality. Moreover, these pale purple spots all over her skin were definitely symptoms of Arza disease. When these spots cover her body, women will lose to the monster's poison and lose their lives. Mariel asked if the guy was her daughter's lover. The protagonist was embarrassed again. He quickly said that it was not like that. He was her friend. The girl also screamed that he was just a friend. The guy introduced himself and said that Liliera told him what had happened. He came to heal her. The woman was shocked by his words. She cleared her throat, asked him again with disbelief, and said that he was very kind. The guy thought that this did not look like the reaction of a seriously ill patient. He understood that this was more of a show for the audience. Patients who contract the disease suffer from the moment they are infected until the very end. Despite the suffering, she acts as if everything is fine in front of her daughter. The girl turned to him and, with tears in her eyes, asked him to cure her mother. The women only responded with dejected silence. The protagonist told them to rely on him. With their permission, he took her hands and used the healing of the ancients. Magic shone around them. The girl's face and her aunts were stunned by what they saw. Mariel, looking at her hands, could not believe her eyes. The guy said that she was now completely healthy. Healing of the Ancients is an all-powerful healing spell that he created in his previous life when he was tired of coming up with a new medicine or spell to combat the various poisons and diseases that came from monsters. Because of this, of course, it requires much more mana than other spells, but it is a worthy price to pay for a panacea. The guy exhaled. He said again that the treatment was successful. All the women in the room looked at him with shocked eyes. He didn't understand what was happening. At that time, those present were literally shaking. After a while, cries were heard throughout the area about whether he had really done everything already. Later, the villagers gathered outside. The aunt with a drink hugged the boy and asked him if he was having fun. She didn't think that the main character brought by the girl would cure everyone in an instant. She still can't believe it, even though she saw it with her own eyes. The boy said something that wasn't such a big deal. After that, at the request of Liliera and the others, he took on the treatment of all the villagers who were suffering from illnesses. At first, he caught looks of confusion and distrust. But when they saw Mariel completely healed, everyone was shocked and immediately filled with trust. Joyful laughter was heard all around. As soon as he finished the treatment, the former village chief suddenly showed up and said they were having a feast. That's what it all led to. The old man happily thanked him for being able to heal their families. He told everyone to celebrate their sleeping mighty youth and congratulate Liliera on finding herself a groom. The boy sheepishly said that the latter was a misunderstanding. People talked about what a great joy it was. They suggested celebrating it well. They couldn't believe that their family could recover. There were a lot of happy people around who thanked the guy. One of the children was finally able to walk on his own. Grandma said she didn't think she could recover. It was like a dream. The guy thought everyone seemed happy. It was wonderful. When it got dark, Lexa asked Liliera if she could sit next to him. It turns out she had been looking for him for some time. He asked her how her mother was. Moving to sit next to him, the girl replied that she had returned home with her aunt. After all, she had just recovered from an illness. The guy thought that, in fact, he had completely cured her, so there was no need for rest, but it took time to restore a body weakened by the disease. The girl thanked the guy once again. She laughed and said that all she did was thank him. He said not to worry about it. She said that wouldn't do. She owed him her life, and he saved all the villagers, so she should thank him. The girl said that he had already done so much for her that she could no longer repay him, but she still wanted to reward him. Otherwise, it would be unfair if he continued to give her gifts. There are many truly kind people in this era. In his past life, he could not even imagine that people could be so kind. The girl asked, approaching him, what happened. He pulled back and said that it was nothing like that. The girl laughed in response and added that she would definitely return for a short time. They sat together under the night sky. The former village elder said that it was still an honor to host their savior. They put food in front of the main character. The grandmother said that the food was simple, but he should eat more. The guy thanked her and asked how she was feeling. She replied that she was fine, thanks to him. It seemed to her as if this illness had never happened. The old man said that this was truly such happiness. Thanks to the master, the village workers had gained strength. When they could get to work, they would no longer be a burden to the locals. Lex asked him again, and the man replied that they were strangers to the locals because they originally lived in another village. If it weren't for the disease, this wouldn't have happened. By their grace, they were allowed to stay here, but because all the working men fell ill, they were unable to lead a decent life. Many in this village had to go into debt. However, thanks to him, everyone is ready to start working again, so those who borrowed money are going to pay it back, and those who were staying with relatives are going to earn money for their own home. The guy asked about the house. The old man replied that it was still improper to abuse the goodwill of loved ones. That's what they say. The old man and woman were ready to stay here until their death. The guy thought that even though everyone had finally recovered, they still missed their homeland, where they could not return. Lex decided to ask them something with a smile. A guy was walking down the street. A girl caught up with him, asking where he was going. He replied that he was going to the Beast Demon Forest. Hearing about this, the girl said that in that case she would help him. As she ran away, she asked him to wait for her a little. A few minutes later, she returned, apologizing for being late. She changed into her combat suit. She suggested that they move out. The guy thought that she had a lot of enthusiasm and said that there was nothing to help with there. He added that he only wanted to widen the road a little. She looked at him in bewilderment. The guy realized that Liliera did not know about the road. Running towards the fence, he said it would be easier to show. Standing in front of the forest, he made sure there were no people nearby, then used hellfire. A bright flash lit up the forest. Waving to the girl from afar, he said that this is how he was going to make a road through the forest. The girl did not quite understand his actions. He shouted at her not to go ahead of him under any circumstances, as it was dangerous. The girl was terrified. She did not understand how he could use hellfire. Sometime later, they were walking along the road, and the girl asked him how far he was going to go. He replied that he thought it would take some time. He said that she could return first. The girl confidently answered that she did not agree. This is a forest of beast demons, so that the monsters do not take him by surprise, while she must protect it. The protagonist agreed with her and said that in that case he would count on her. The girl happily told him to leave it to her. Holding the broken sword in front of her, the girl said that she would use it to cover his rear. They both noticed in shock what had happened to her weapon. The girl froze in place. Lex said that it looked like it was broken. Liliera was outraged by this. The guy thought that he probably broke back when he saved her from the wolves. The girl didn't know what to do. The guy offered her his sword. She asked him if he was sure he didn't mind. The guy agreed, and the girl thanked him in return. Burning with embarrassment, the girl once again said that he could count on her. The guy again asked her to take care of him. The protagonist said that they had arrived. Seeing the area, the girl was surprised. After all, this was her village. A large number of destroyed buildings appeared before them. She didn't understand why they were here. The guy replied that the former headman had told him that there was a village here where they used to live. But the girl still didn't understand why he had come here on purpose. He replied that it was natural to think about returning to their homeland. After all, everyone had finally recovered from their illnesses. Of course, they now wanted to return home. He also thought that he still had a task to pave the way. With tears in her eyes, the girl wanted to tell him something, when suddenly they heard a terrible roar. The girl's face was distorted with fear. The guy said seriously that he thought he was nearby. The stunned girl recognized this cry. It was exactly the same as then. The protagonist asked her if the monster was there. The girl confirmed and said that it was he who attacked the village and infected her mother and the others. This is the monster who took their home away from them. He looked up and realized that he had appeared. It was Venom Rex. A mutant appeared before them, looking like a Tyrannosaurus Rex with short front legs and a large muzzle. As the name suggests, this is a dinosaur-like monster with a powerful poison. This giant moves terrifyingly fast on two legs, but still, it was he who killed the most warriors. To neutralize this poison, either high-level priest magic or high-ranking antidote is required. And if the treatment is delayed, the person, like this village, will fall ill. It is truly an extremely dangerous monster. The girl's face twisted. She realized that he was still there and rushed to attack. Lex called her, but she told him not to interfere. The guy thought that she had no resistance to poisons. It was extremely reckless to engage in battle. He shouted at her to wait until he cast a poison protection spell on her. But the girl did not listen to him and was already running towards the roaring monster. He hit her, but the girl managed to dodge him. The guy tried to stop her. The monster's poison is not only in its claws. The monster attacked again, and the girl was very scared. With a terrible roar, he tried to make another attack on her. However, the protagonist quickly moved in their direction, telling him not to roar. He jumped high into the air, landed on top of the monster, and kicked it, causing one of the Rex's spikes to break off. The protagonist cast magic towards the girl, telling her that he had cast a detoxification spell. She thanked him in return. And yet, at this rate, the girl will continue to attack recklessly. She should be taught how to fight this monster. Even though he cast a detoxification spell, it was dangerous to attack head-on. After that, he jumped towards the monster and showed how to defeat it. The monster continued to scream. The guy explained that there was poison in the needles hidden in his hands, the claws on his front paws, and the tail. Therefore, to defeat him, you need to break them and only then fight. At that moment, the monster was forcefully knocked to the ground by his blow. Venom Rex walks on 2 legs, so if one is broken, he will no longer be able to walk. After that, the guy delivered a strong blow to one of the monster's paws. And then you can attack with a spear from a long distance, or shoot it with a bow or magic to finish it off. This is the general strategy for fighting this monster. Smiling, the guy finished his explanation. The main character said with a smile that if you fight wisely, everything is simple. The girl pointed her finger at him in shock and asked where it was simple. Each step had an extreme level of difficulty. The guy replied that if the monster uses poison as a weapon, then the easiest way is to neutralize it. The girl replied that she thought so too, but it was still better to finish it off quickly. He asked her if this was what she had been trying so hard for. With her face downcast, the girl approached the hissing monster and grabbed the sword in her hand. After that, she stuck it into him. The protagonist shouted that he was still alive. She had to hit him again. Liliera didn't understand why she didn't feel like she had taken revenge. She continued to strike until the monster's growling stopped. The guy approached the heavily breathing girl and said that she had done a good job. She thanked him once again. He replied that it was not worth thanking and suggested that they return to make the villagers happy. The village elder could not believe it, and the people around looked around the village in shock. They realized that this was the same monster that was there before. The old man said that not only had roads appeared in the forest, but this monster had also been defeated. The protagonist said that it was Liliera who defeated the monster that brought them so much trouble. Looking down, she said that it was not so. It was not she who defeated him. The guy also cheerfully added that, in addition, she would be able to restore the village with the money from selling the monster parts. The villagers, shocked, asked her if this was true. Not knowing what to answer, the girl called the guy. He answered her that it was her idea to heal people and return to the village, and the money from selling monster parts will be used to restore the village. She realized that was why he had given her to finish him off. The guy laughed in response. If he had finished it off and given up the reward, it would have looked like a handout from an arrogant stranger. But it is not unusual for Liliera, who wanted to return to the village, to finish off the monster. And with the money she got, she started restoration. She said that she didn't even know how to thank him now. The guy once again said that it wasn't worth the gratitude. She had every right to this reward. The village chief said that even if they rebuilt the village, they would no longer be able to support it. He was grateful to the two, but no matter how much they rebuilt the village, it was surrounded by a forest of beast demons. Soon, the forest will swallow them up again. You never know, they will be attacked by a monster like this again, and they will have to leave their home again. The guy, spreading his arms out to the sides, said that he had a plan for this. Why not set up a station town here? The old man asked him again in surprise. The guy replied that at the initiative of the guild, work was currently underway to lay a highway connecting other villages with the city. However, camping in field camps strains not only physical, but also spiritual strength. So if there were city stations in the beast demon forest, everyone would stop there instead of developing the camp. The elder asked again how they could be trees from the forest of demonic beasts. They don't have the money to ask the guild to cut them down. Lex replied that they should not worry. If they organized a place in the dangerous forest where they could calmly rest, then the state and the guild themselves would help to preserve it. It will be cheaper in terms of budget if you don't build a new bus stop from scratch, but protect an existing location. The boy thought that for this, he should first restore the village. For this, he should consult with the Adventurers Guild. Since Marisha said she wanted to build a road through the Forest of Demonic Dawns, she would probably agree to his proposal. He asked the residents what they thought about it. Clenching his fist, he asked if they wanted to live in their home village, which they would rebuild. At first, the villagers were silent. One of the men said that he wanted to. After that, all the others also started to join in, saying that they wanted to live here again and did not want to leave their village anymore. They wanted to tell their ancestors that they had returned here. They were shouting happily that they were going to live here all together again. Smiling, the guy told the girl that it was great. Looking at her downcast face, he thought she was angry. Suddenly, the girl turned to him. He held his hands out in front of him and called her. The girl threw herself into his arms with words of gratitude. The guy did not accept that it had started again. The villagers began to encourage her not to let him go. The boy, frightened, began to think about how they should stop. The girl's mother wondered if she would soon become a grandmother. The guy wanted them to stop. They had to stop their daughter and then make jokes. The girl, meanwhile, expressed words of gratitude. In the end, he hugged the girl again until she cried and fell asleep. Local residents were saddened by the young man's departure and understood that they would miss him greatly, but he explained that he had no right to abuse the hospitality of the locals indefinitely. In addition, it became necessary to discuss the recent incident that had occurred in the station town with the representatives of the guild. In addition, he had an important task ahead of him, to officially report to the guild leadership about the complete extermination of the dangerous mutant, which he successfully eliminated during the last mission. Auntie sincerely asked Lex to stay a little longer, because not only she and her sister were grateful to him, but also absolutely all the villagers. The grandfather felt particularly upset by the boy's departure, since it was he who was responsible for repaying the debt that still remained unpaid. Lex spoke warmly to his new friends, urging them to stop worrying about any debt. He insisted that Grandpa and the rest of the community never even think about it again. And although his heart was filled with warmth from the sincere affection of the locals, he realized a simple truth. Deep down inside, he remained a true adventurer. It was difficult for the young man to stay in one point of space for a long time, wanting to explore the world. The young man smiled to himself at his own words, comparing his speech to the manner of the great swordsman, Rygard. The charming girl standing next to him suddenly said in a quiet voice that she would soon follow her companion's example and also set off to wander far from her native places. Her decision was a surprise to everyone present, and the boy was completely shocked. Lex looked softly into her eyes and carefully asked if the girl was really ready to hit the road again, having barely managed to return home. After all, it was only recently that she set foot on her native land, reunited with loved ones, and found peace in her mother's arms. Unfortunately, she found herself a hostage to circumstances. In addition to mental anguish, there was another problem. Her personal belongings were in the city of Hexi. The haste of her return led to a break in relations with friends, to whom she did not even have time to say goodbye properly. In addition to the moral obligation to correct past mistakes, there was another important aspect. The girl remembered very well that she was indebted to her companion. The young man stood there at a loss. He voiced his opinion. Why shouldn't the girl stay with her family, since her mother's health had improved significantly? As for his comrades, the guy suggested meeting them in person and explaining the reason for his girlfriend's disappearance. Maternal concerns sometimes force one to take extreme measures, and that was exactly the situation that evening. The mother approached the young man, worried about her daughter's future, and sincerely asked him to accompany her child on the journey. The young man listened attentively to the woman's pleas and, trying to be careful, asked if she felt confident enough to make such a responsible decision. The mother often brought her daughter a lot of anxiety. The woman was overwhelmed with gratitude to fate for the restoration of health, which allowed her to look at life differently. Realizing her own experiences, she decided to allow her daughter to live her own life, freely choose her path and make mistakes. The caring sister promised to regularly visit her recovered relative and take care of her. This gave the woman the opportunity to calmly let her daughter go on a long journey, knowing that her loved ones would always be able to support her in any difficult situation. The mother gently placed her hand on the girl's shoulder and quietly asked only one thing: let the girl sometimes find time to visit her parents' home. More than anything, the mother wanted to free the girl from the burden of responsibility that had been imposed on her before and give her the freedom to follow her own heart. Realizing that her doubts were behind her and her choice was final, the woman made a strong-willed decision to entrust the young traveler to a reliable companion. Having finally made up her mind, the woman approached her beloved daughter Liliera and solemnly announced the news. The man had accepted the offer to accompany her on the road. The hero, noticing the excitement in the girl's eyes, nodded encouragingly and confidently suggested that they set out on their journey immediately, anticipating the upcoming trials and opening prospects. Lex tensed up as he heard the alarming sounds echoing through the streets of the city. The boy wondered anxiously what had caused such a ruckus among the residents. The young man concentrated and shouted loudly to the villagers, urging them to take care of themselves. Then, taking a deep breath, he activated the wings of the wind, feeling a powerful flow of energy lifting their bodies off the ground. The people froze in amazement as they watched the boy rise rapidly into the air. No one had ever seen anything like it before, and the spectators stood silently, their mouths wide open and their eyes wide open in amazement. The woman pressed her hands to her chest, shocked by the sight. She literally froze in place, unable to believe her eyes. The daughter screamed that an ordinary adventurer could not repeat such a miracle of flight. Looking at the assembled residents, the young man extended his hands in farewell and sincerely wished everyone well, happiness, and a successful journey. After a long flight, the heroes landed safely on the ground in the middle of a busy city block. The body was shaking slightly from fatigue, but the joy of victory was felt by every cell of the body. Lex turned to his companion and firmly stated that he would immediately head to the central headquarters of the Adventurers Guild to present a full report on the completed mission. Liliera added that she would take the opportunity to visit old friends. The girl said she left the city quickly and quietly, without telling anyone about her intention to go on a long journey. Friends could have felt lonely and sad, worried about her well-being, and having no idea about the reasons for her mysterious disappearance. The heroes exchanged warm words of farewell, promising to meet again soon. After a short conversation, the young people went their separate ways, immersing themselves in the affairs and concerns that awaited them in the big city. The secretary of the guild announced that she would soon call the senior advisor of the guild. Someone called out to the young man. It turned out to be Ivan-san, who asked whether it was too late to show up at such an hour, and then loudly announced to those present that the new recruit had managed to return back. The man asked Lex if he had run away with the girl, or if she had rejected him. The boy wondered why this conversation had even started. Everyone knew that the young man and woman had met only a few days ago, but some were already coming up with romantic scenarios, whispering and watching them walk away together into the sunset. Roman was not there. The senior guild advisor greeted Lex warmly and apologized for the wait. The woman said that the young man was in perfect health. The boy stood in front of her, ready to tell her about his recent battle with a dangerous enemy. However, she asked him to hold off on reporting the battle and invited him to follow her to the reception room first. The young man placed the mutant on the table and wanted to take out a special blade to melt it down and make a sword. Lex asked the guild's senior advisor to leave him the blade, and she allowed it. The advisor then told him to follow her to the reception room. The woman wondered why the boy had come. It turned out that he had come to report on the recent killing of a dangerous monster and to discuss it. This was an incredibly tempting offer for the guild, but there were several problems with it. The guild wants to help them build a station town, but faces the problem of organizing reliable protection from aggressive beast-like monsters. When an enemy approaches an immobile monster near the city walls, they will be able to stop the creature, allowing the guild to issue an order to destroy the monster. The young man noted that the method was similar to a trap for demons. The woman agreed, explaining that in this situation the monster would remain tied to the village, making it easier to organize protective measures. If the number of beast-like monsters is small, it will not be difficult to deal with them. But if the number exceeds a certain threshold, it will significantly complicate the task and require serious efforts to destroy them. The forest inhabited by beast-like demons is only accessible to adventurers of rank B or higher. Therefore, only experienced high-ranking adventurers will be required to successfully overcome the challenges and survive in this region. However, this plan is far from feasible and requires serious revision and adaptation to existing conditions. The senior guild advisor added that the unique trait of adventurers is their mobility and lack of attachment to any particular place. They simply cannot stay in their town for long. The boy remembered that the adventurer heroes of ancient legends were known for their constant travels. He proposed to install a protective barrier over the station city. The barrier can be erected using protective magic, which will allow you to reliably protect the city from monster attacks, and there will be no particular difficulties with this. The woman stated that such an option was impossible, and Lex was interested in the question of why exactly this was impossible. They don't have enough mana to set up a barrier. The young man clarified that the senior advisor had misunderstood. It was enough to simply draw a magic circle of an unbreakable barrier. Then there will be no need to attract monsters for protection. She asked what this unbreakable barrier was, the existence of which she had never heard of before. The boy explained that the unbreakable barrier was a special spell that lasted indefinitely, feeding on the mana energy from the environment. The spell was used to protect large cities and was considered quite ordinary. The advisor, hearing this, cried out that it was not ordinary at all. The ability to maintain protection indefinitely by absorbing energy from the environment was a long-lost form of magic. Lex was intrigued by the concept of lost magic. When he asked what it meant, the woman became visibly indignant. She told that the lost magic was actively used in ancient civilizations, but is now almost forgotten. In terms of rarity and prestige, it is comparable to the magic of flight, which the young man freely possessed. The boy asked if the lost item they had found earlier was related to the lost magic, since the master in the city of Togi had mentioned something similar. The woman confirmed that the lost items were indeed made in ancient times, and asked if the young man had such an artifact. Deciding to avoid further clarification, Lex chose to remain silent and left the question without comment. Either way, the spell of the unbreakable barrier is officially considered lost. The woman asked if he was able to activate the spell of the unbreakable barrier. Hearing the affirmative answer, she felt deep amazement. She asked in surprise where he got the knowledge of this magic, considering that even the specialists of the Royal Laboratory were unable to restore it. The boy casually asked if it mattered. He directly continued that they would be able to build a station city in the demonic beast forest together, using the unbreakable barrier. She was also interested in what resources were needed to build an indestructible barrier. The young man replied that a certain amount of special materials would be needed. Then the woman asked for a more precise list of the necessary components. To draw a magic circle, you will need special paints, a set of gems, and a monster core. Monster core is a special crystalline mineral that forms inside the body of particularly strong monsters. The stone accumulates a huge amount of mana energy and serves as a powerful catalyst for various magical rituals and spells. The woman noted that it is not easy to obtain such a core, and it is completely impossible to make it artificially without the help of a strong magical monster. If the young man had applied earlier, the guild could have purchased the required core at a capital auction, although the guild's budget would hardly have been able to cover such a purchase. In the surrounding lands, there were only weak monsters that were unable to form the necessary core. The young man reassured his interlocutor, assuring her that a suitable core would definitely be found inside the delivered mutant. Then a man came in and said that a magic core had fallen out of the dead mutant. As the boy had predicted, the cannonball was in place. The woman wondered how he had been able to guess this in advance. The boy asked if it wasn't obvious, since strong monsters had cores. She replied that it wasn't obvious at all. The guild's senior advisor then asked him what kind of monsters he regularly fought. The young man modestly called it his special adventurous instinct. He continued the discussion by asking if they would be able to use the mutant core to successfully deploy a protective barrier around Station Town. The woman decided that she needed to urgently contact the guild leadership to agree on further actions. A few days later, thanks to the joint efforts of the state and the Adventurers Guild, it was decided to transform the village of Liliera into a full-fledged station town. The woman's name was Marisha, and she held the position of senior advisor to the Adventurers Guild in Hexy City. The subordinates called the senior advisor of the guild, and she met with Lexan again. He had been invited by her before, but now there was a new reason for the meeting. However, the woman immediately assumed that the event that had occurred was certainly something unusual and outstanding. She was amazed by the decision to build the station town in the middle of the demon beast forest. You see, the woman thought, again something completely incredible and beyond the ordinary. Such a solution was entirely possible, and the Adventurers Guild had been working on a similar project for a long time. The woman recalled her phrase about how the guild had been working on a similar project for a long time, but they lacked the necessary mana energy. Marisha believed that the boy was telling stories, and that they would not be able to have a meaningful conversation. He needed a magic stone, but such stones are extremely expensive and highly valued. The woman was surprised by the message from her subordinate, who confirmed the presence of a magic stone in the killed monster. She wanted to find out who this mysterious boy was, who managed to unravel the secret of the presence of a magic stone in the monster and possessed knowledge of the lost magical arts. With complete confidence, Marisha could only say one thing: it was better not to enter into conflict with people like this boy. The spread of the demonic beast forest that they had been passively watching for years with their hands folded had been greatly slowed down by the youth's actions. Furthermore, he had accomplished a real feat by creating a major road through the dense forest. If the guild mismanages his services and incurs his displeasure, he may leave their city and go to another settlement, or, in the worst-case scenario, emigrate to another country altogether. With such strength, he will easily achieve success wherever he goes. Considering his abilities and potential, it becomes clear that the most sensible choice for the guild would be to support the plan proposed by the young hero, rather than attempt to manipulate him for their own gain. So, Marisha was determined to make every effort to bring the boy's proposal to life and make it available to the general public. The young man happily accepted the woman's support, and she emphasized that, as long as all the necessary conditions were provided by the boy's own efforts, she had no reason to refuse the proposed plan. Moreover, if everything goes well, she will have a real chance to take the post of the next guild leader, which will be a well-deserved recognition of her initiative and competence. Lex expressed hope for productive cooperation and politely said goodbye. The woman asked if the boy had a girlfriend. She just thought it was funny and natural to ask about it because the guy is charming and apparently has a great future ahead of him. The question itself was meaningless, but Marisha had an irresistible desire to attract this promising guy to her business. She approached him and casually asked if he had any urgent business or commitments. The woman suggested that the boy go to dinner together. However, the conversation was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of Liliera, who approached them with sparkling eyes and interest. The girl asked if the negotiations were over. The young man smiled and said goodbye to Marisha. It was the girl he had saved the other day. They went to lunch, the conversation was easy, the atmosphere was warm. The woman looked thoughtfully at the couple in love and realized that she had forgotten about her career. She wondered if the young people would be able to get married and sadly noted that she had missed the opportunity to experience such a feeling of happiness. The next day, the boys came to the Adventurers Guild. The secretary turned to the young man and officially announced that his application to create a group had been accepted. The girl looked at the young man kindly and added that now the group needed to come up with a suitable name. The boy thought that the name suggested by Gyro-kun, Dragon Slayer Team, sounded amazing. But being too shy to speak out loud, he decided to hold off for now and leave the group without an official name. He asked the secretary if it was necessary to give the group a name. She calmly replied that it was not formally necessary, but that having a catchy name would speed up the spread of the team's fame. Most teams chose names because word of mouth spread faster, but Lex preferred to stay out of the limelight, believing that it wasn't the right path for everyone. The boy looked the secretary in the eye and firmly asked her to leave their team without any name. The girl nodded her head affirmatively, noting that she had no other questions. The guy's application to create a team was successfully approved. They now had access to quests that were exclusive to teams of at least 2 members, while such quests remained closed to solo adventurers. The young man asked whether the ban extended to temporary associations. The secretary explained that temporary teams were often allowed to take on such assignments, but some particularly important missions were entrusted exclusively to proven permanent teams. Thus, the number of missions available to the boys increased significantly. They sincerely thanked the girl for her explanations and help. The secretary expressed hope for the boys' successful work, since their entire team consisted exclusively of experienced Class B adventurers. But the boy himself had only recently received Rank B, so calling the entire team experienced because of 2 fighters seemed a little strange. The heightened expectations placed a heavy burden of responsibility on Lex's shoulders. However, they were now officially recognized as a full-fledged team. A group of adventurers is a union of people who are ready to protect each other, share knowledge and skills. The basis of their relationships is trust and strong friendship. According to legends, even the legendary swordsman Rygard, realizing that it is impossible to overcome all the difficulties of the world alone, found loyal friends and accomplished many feats with them. Liliera admitted that this was her first time joining a relatively serious team, so she was feeling a bit nervous. The boy asked with interest how true her confession was. Ivan-san loudly exclaimed that the lady had finally met her worthy gentleman. The man added that it was surprising to see such persistence in wanting to go their own way. In his opinion, their inclination to change was not at all a coincidence. She was close to the very newcomer that was rumored and probably owed her life to him. The girl indignantly objected, shouting that she had not fallen in love at all and that nothing like that had happened. Lex had only saved her life and the people of her village. She felt indebted to him forever. Liliera joined the team to repay the debt and asked for an honest opinion of her. The men teased the girl, claiming that the reason for joining the team was not to repay a debt, but rather a secret desire to be near the hero. One of the men said that their words were pure speculation. She continued to be indignant. The adventurers approached the newcomer with a request to tell them the true motives that prompted him to join the team. Of course, the young hero was happy because this girl was his battle girlfriend, with whom he experienced many dangerous adventures. This answer came as a complete surprise to the assembled adventurers. Murisha playfully asked if the young man liked the girls who were constantly clinging to him and trying to attract his attention. Despite everything, he was serious about becoming a real adventurer. The guy appealed to Liliera-san to make every effort on their path together, which greatly pleased the girl. She smiled broadly, showing that she too was looking forward to the adventures to come. The young man, sensing her enthusiasm, reached out and gently pulled the girl towards him, holding her hand tightly in his. Exchanging inspiring glances, they hurried towards adventure, eager to quickly plunge into a world of new challenges and discoveries. The young man called Liliera to him. The girl threw the spear with lightning speed, hitting the target exactly. The wolf collapsed, struck by a powerful blow. The girl sighed freely, feeling pride and satisfaction. Liliera was surprised by the unusual sharpness of the blade that came across her. The boy warned that they were attacked again, but he managed to quickly defeat the wolf. They suddenly found themselves surrounded by a pack of wolves, hungry gray shadows appearing out of nowhere, closing in ever tighter. A little earlier, on one of the streets of Hexi, a group of young travelers walked cheerfully forward, enthusiastically talking to each other. The young man asked if his comrades would mind, but the girl, absorbed in searching for a cure for Alza, never found a permanent squad of comrades. So this time she parted ways with her comrades again, continuing her journey alone, driven only by the goal of saving Alza. Lex replied that everything was fine then. Instead of traveling alone, the young man decided to assemble his own team and find B-rank friends. Then the girl will no longer have to worry about repaying the debt. Today's team task was conquering the blade of the wolf on the highway. The boy had only recently defeated the mutants, but the threat continued to haunt people. The young man thought that since the wolves had escaped the mutants' control, they were now looking for another place. Now the girl will not go alone, and the situation will be different. She forgot to check if she had a weapon. Liliera lost her weapon immediately after the hack during the mutant attack. She had no choice but to acquire a new weapon. Entering the store, the girl asked if there was anyone inside. All the presented samples were not of sufficient quality for real battles. The weapons of the Master Gordov from the city of Togi were significantly superior to them in reliability and efficiency. The guy was not going to compromise, since the quality of the weapon was crucial and would prefer to make it himself. He went to the blacksmith in this shop. Lex expressed a desire to start making his own weapons and rent a workshop, which greatly surprised the man working there. He thanked them for their help and offered the wolf blade and 100 gold coins as a reward. The blacksmith stood shocked, not believing his eyes at the sight of such a generous gift. The man said that the young man could use the workshop for as long as he needed. The young man thanked the owner heartily, and the girl wondered why Lex needed to stay in the forge. Having received the master's permission, Lex immediately began to create a new weapon, which greatly surprised his companion. He first asked whether the girl was originally a swordswoman, noting that she used a broken sword. She had to use a broken sword solely due to lack of funds, but that didn't mean she was a good swordswoman. Liliera constantly had to send money to her aunt, so she bought swords at a minimum price. In addition, the sword was a common type of weapon, convenient and easy to use. The young man doubted the wisdom of using cheap weapons, but he understood that such an approach would help improve his combat skills and intuition, which were necessary to advance to B rank. Since there was no way to fix the situation quickly and using the wrong weapon was dangerous, Lex suggested identifying a suitable type of weapon specifically for the girl. They decided to try a huge, two-handed sword, but it turned out to be so heavy that the girl would not be physically able to carry it with her. The next test was the bow, but it also failed to live up to expectations and did not provide the desired result. Next, they tried a heavy mace, but it also turned out to be useless and did not satisfy the girl's requirements. The girl became despondent, losing hope that even one type of weapon would be suitable. Then, the young man suggested testing the spear. She lifted the spear with ease and confidence, feeling that this was exactly what she needed. The spear turned out to be much more convenient and easier to use than Liliera had initially assumed. Using a spear allows you to strike with more force than a sword, thanks to the long handle, which allows you to keep your opponent at a distance and aim more accurately. He agreed with the blacksmith that they would immediately begin making a spear, especially for the lady. The girl noted that it was bad to go into such detail, because what she had already bought would have been quite enough for her. She should have chosen a weapon that matched her skills and capabilities. The young man added that the claims that a strong warrior can get by with any weapon are just myths. Using low-quality equipment can significantly reduce the effectiveness of a fighter. Having made their decision, they immediately set about making suitable weapons. To create the spearhead, a small, strong blade is needed. The girl asked not to waste expensive materials on her weapon, asking to wait a little, but the young man resolutely opposed this decision. The core of the body was skillfully carved from the wood of the killer plant. To strengthen the structure, the young man used a special hardening substance extracted from the scales of an ancient dragon, giving the product special hardness and resistance to damage. The boy said something extremely confusing and incomprehensible to Liliera, and he, smiling, reassured her by saying that he was saying absolutely nothing complicated. In addition, he covered the metal fittings with a special compound treated with the venom of a rare poisonous viper. The girl screamed, claiming that this was an incredibly valuable material, the existence of which she had not even heard of. However, the young man calmly replied that it was ordinary. The spear design included special elements that increased rigidity, prevented bending, increased resistance to corrosion, and maintained the blade's sharpness. She did not understand the meaning of what was said at all, but intuitively felt that the weapon being created had special properties. Meanwhile, the young man completed the forging process. The spear for Liliera was ready, and the boy with a smile asked the girl to use the new weapon with pleasure and be sure to test it in action. She was afraid to touch the new weapon, as it looked both beautiful and terrifying, causing a sense of awe. Of course, this has nothing to do with magical powers, but is explained by the high quality of materials and craftsmanship. Using the accumulated knowledge and rare ingredients, the boy learned to create magical weapons on his own, endowing them with special properties that could influence the outcome of the battle. The girl was surprised by his skills and wondered who he really was. He said he was an ordinary villager, or rather an adventurer. This concept sounded very strange to her. She shouted that an ordinary adventurer wouldn't become B rank in a month and couldn't possibly have such outstanding skills. The girl felt anger growing inside her, gradually filling every cell of her body. She tried to restrain her emotions, but in vain. Irritation broke out in short, sharp exhalations. The boy was literally shocked by her words. He froze, looking at the student with wide-open eyes in confusion. In his village, everyone had such skills. Apparently, it was an unusual village, full of secrets and wonders. He believed that there were many people in the world who had the same talents and opportunities as he did. Lex asked in surprise if what the girl was saying was true. The young man understood that Liliera was a true, self-taught master, since she had never had a teacher. He was taught that in order to become a truly independent person, it is important to learn to cope with absolutely any task on your own. She didn't have anyone who could teach her this. The team met regularly with senior adventurers to train together and share experiences. The boy finally understood the reason for all of Liliera's difficulties. She never had a real teacher who would pass on basic skills and fundamental knowledge to her. Instead, she was forced to rely solely on her own strength and intuition. Self-study inevitably leads to the loss of fundamental principles, which is very sad. The student has valuable qualities, potential, but the lack of basic knowledge prevents her from revealing her full talent and achieving real success. The guy unexpectedly, for himself, decided to become the girl's teacher, to pass on the necessary skills and knowledge to her. She was surprised by this decision and realized that understanding came precisely thanks to their conversation. For the girl, this news was a complete surprise. He clarified why Liliera was unable to use both restoration and strengthening magic at the same time, suggesting that the reason was due to her previous specialization as a swordswoman. In order to reach the level of a first-class adventurer, she needed to master the use of magic, he explained. Moreover, he had an acquaintance who successfully used two magics at the same time. The boy asked her to believe in him, claiming that he would definitely help her overcome difficulties. The girl looked at the guy carefully, taking a deep breath. After a short pause, she slowly nodded her head, agreeing to accept help. The girl realized that by following the boy's example, she would certainly gain strength and confidence. Realizing this, she decided to join him, hoping to reach new heights and realize her potential. Liliera looked at the young man seriously and firmly said that she accepted his offer to become her master. This decision meant the beginning of a new stage in her life, full of challenges and opportunities, opening the way to true mastery and development of abilities. She asked him to teach her how to fight. He readily accepted her request, and soon a special relationship developed between them. Not only did they form a strong fighting team, but they also entered into the role of teacher and student. Their interaction became the basis for mutual growth and development, filling their lives with new meanings and goals. The master, inspired by the success of his student, decided to create a unique weapon for himself. From the remaining rare materials, he constructed an unusual sword, distinguished by its exquisite design and excellent characteristics. And so, armed with a new powerful blade, Liliera confidently set out to meet adventures. The new weapon gave her confidence, making her stronger and bolder. Together with the teacher, they set out to explore unknown lands, overcome trials, and defeat enemies. During the campaign, she gradually learned to use her new weapon wisely, despite her fear and uncertainty. Although she initially had difficulty controlling the weapon's power, over time, the girl mastered it and was able to use it effectively in combat. Under the guidance of an experienced master, the Venetian woman mastered the art of spear fencing with such dexterity and grace that it seemed as if fate itself had appointed her a master of this ancient art. In fact, the guy simply passed on to the girl the knowledge and skills that his friend had taught him. Strictly speaking, as a real teacher, that young man showed himself to be rather mediocre, without bringing anything fundamentally new or original. This technique was called Ryutai Ryuku Soshu, the technique of the Heavenly Dragon Emperor. The girl smiled and noted that the name sounded too cumbersome and pretentious, clearly overestimating the importance of the technology itself. Now that both had mastered the spear technique, they decided to return home. The journey was a success, giving them new skills and an unforgettable experience. Although the forest is protected by a magical barrier, it is definitely not recommended to stay there for long. The barrier protects against external threats, but internal dangers remain unchanged. It is better not to tempt fate and leave this place in time. The young man enthusiastically announced that they had done it and would go back. Their target was the mysterious center of the demonic beast forest. The girl turned pale upon hearing this and asked again if she had understood correctly that the destination of the journey was the center of the demonic beast forest. The teacher solemnly confirmed that their target was the heart of the demonic beast forest. The master explained in detail that it was much more profitable and practical to depart from the center of the demonic beast forest. It was convenient to travel from here to the many cities and villages located around. This way, the group could reach the desired places faster, saving time and resources. Lex shared that the desire to go to the center arose after Mr. Ivan's stories. The idea of exploring this place attracted him with its romance and spirit of adventure. The girl swallowed nervously and, trying to hide her anxiety, nodded slightly, confirming that they were going to an extremely dangerous center. Her face acquired a sickly, pale hue, revealing her inner anxiety and fear of the upcoming test. Liliera screamed that he had completely forgotten to ask her opinion. The girl grabbed the guy tightly and loudly asked why they needed to fly in the sky at all when they could have stayed on the ground. The master patiently explained that since the new weapon had already been tested, there was no point in going on foot. Besides, flying significantly accelerates movement, allowing one to save a lot of time and effort. The center of the forest was considered a secret area, closed to most. However, many brave adventurers sought to penetrate inside, persuading to be allowed to enter, promising great discoveries and glory. The magical forest of Magveri was steadily growing in size, absorbing the surrounding territories. The population of the nearby settlements was in constant anxiety and curiosity about what was happening in the depths of the forest. Ivan-san claimed that adventurers were trying to find out the truth about the forest, suspecting the presence of hidden treasure. Many believed that something incredibly valuable was hidden in the center, be it magical energy or material wealth that could change the fate of many people. The girl was worried about how much time she still had to spend in the air. The flight was tiring her physically and mentally. She wanted to get to her destination as soon as possible and rest. He suggested stopping and resting, as the long flight had exhausted their strength and endurance. A short rest would allow them to restore their energy and prepare for the further journey. Lex concentrated and extended his palm forward. A second later, a thin column of bright fire burst from his hand, illuminating the space with a soft flicker. The flame danced in time with his breathing, spreading a pleasant warmth and creating a cozy atmosphere of relaxation. Liliera sighed in relief as she stepped onto the ground. Feeling the solid ground beneath her, she smiled, enjoying the long-awaited rest after the long flight. The fatigue gradually receded, giving way to a feeling of calm and comfort. The girl was genuinely happy to be back on solid ground, which she truly loved and valued. To protect their camp, the boy had prudently installed a protective barrier, guaranteeing safety in case of unforeseen circumstances. Although it was not yet lunchtime, the young man suggested taking a break to refresh themselves and gain strength before continuing on their journey. This would allow them to recover from the intense flight and maintain their spirits. The young man spread a soft blanket right on the grass and carefully laid out various food products on it. The table turned out beautiful and appetizing, fresh fruits and other delicacies prepared especially for a pleasant picnic. The student sat down next to him and, looking at the treat in amazement, noticed that a surprisingly large amount of food had come out of the small bag. Her eyes sparkled with pleasure, anticipating a tasty and filling snack. The boy laughed good-naturedly and explained that the magic bag had the special property of holding much more things than it appeared from the outside. Having offered to warm up with a cup of hot tea and enjoy a delicious lunch, the young man invited the girl to sit down and relax. The guy added that hot tea and a good lunch are the best way to restore strength after a long journey and physical exertion. The warmth of the drink and delicious food help relieve fatigue and recharge with energy for further achievements. They settled in comfortably and began to enjoy the meal. Liliera sincerely thanked the young man for his care and attention, noting that such a pleasant rest helps her feel rested and ready to continue the journey. She admitted that it was nice to have a warm drink during long journeys. The young man smiled and noted that it was not difficult. A small spell was enough to heat water and cook food. Such little things made the journey easier and more comfortable. Yes, the guy emphasized, spark magic is one of the most common techniques among novice magicians. Almost everyone is able to create a small spark, enough to start a fire. The girl added that magicians try to conserve their magical energy, so they rarely use it for simple household needs like cooking or heating. They usually prefer traditional methods, reserving magic for more important purposes. The teacher was amazed by this attitude. He noted that the mana costs for such minor spells were minimal. The fact that mages were careful with even such insignificant resources testified to the high discipline and thrift for which the profession was famous. Deciding to follow the example of experienced magicians, the master declared that he would henceforth conserve mana. The student smiled indulgently and replied that it was too early for him to worry about conserving energy, since he still had enough of it. Liliera asked how much time was left until they reached their destination. Lex replied that they were about 2 hours away from their destination. He added that the trees were much taller as they approached the center of the forest, so it wouldn't be difficult to recognize the location. The question of what was in the center of the forest intrigued both members of the expedition equally. The girl was tormented by curiosity, and the master was fascinated by the prospect of solving the age-old mystery. The feeling of an approaching solution created a special atmosphere of anticipation and excitement. Having had their fill and gained strength, the heroes set off again. The student had to reluctantly agree to continue their air journey, although the thought of another flight caused her to feel a fit of discontent and irritation. Feeling weak in her legs and tormented by a sense of her own inferiority, the girl timidly turned to the young man with a request to listen to her. Liliera asked him with a trembling voice if he realized that he was holding a real princess in his arms, blushing slightly from embarrassment. The guy, noticing her excitement, tried to offer an alternative way of moving, but she resolutely refused, insisting on the previous option. The young man understood the princess's feelings and decided to leave everything as it was. Moreover, the opportunity to observe her up close gave him pleasure and joy, calmed his heart, and instilled hope for the future. Soon, they noticed that they were not far from the center of the forest. In front of them stood a huge tree of gigantic proportions, whose presence stood out even from afar. Everything indicated that this tree was the center they were looking for. Finally, they reached their destination, the very depths of the forest. A huge tree, spreading its branches for hundreds of meters, towered before them like a colossal monument of nature. A special atmosphere of silence and grandeur reigned here, filled with secrets and mysteries of ancient times. The huge tree, about 40 meters high, caused admiration and respect. Having decided to examine the area more closely, the heroes smoothly decided to descend and land not far from the tree. The master concentrated and recited the formula for activating one of his most powerful spells, Prime Inferno. Powerful magical energy gushed from his hands, illuminating the space with a bright light and forming a huge circle of protective symbols around the group. The Prime Inferno spell was intended to destroy vegetation on a large scale. The girl explained that this magic is intended for the mass destruction of trees, not monsters. It is strictly forbidden to use it against living beings, otherwise the consequences will be unpredictable and destructive. In his home village, this magic was traditionally used to clear areas of unwanted vegetation. The spell allowed the thickets to be quickly and efficiently destroyed, making room for fields and pastures. My father told me that earlier, the inhabitants managed, without magical help, cultivating the fields manually or using animals. Only later, with the development of magical sciences, special spells appeared that simplified the process of clearing the land. The young man was lost in thought, wondering if it was possible that the repeated use of a powerful spell had affected his physical form and abilities. Perhaps it was this magic that helped develop his unique stamina and endurance. The master had always believed that each village had its own idea of magic and its application. Perhaps the true nature of magic was much deeper and more complex than he had previously imagined. The center of the forest appeared before the group, a giant tree reaching an unprecedented height. Realizing the importance of the moment, the heroes decided to move on, diving deep into the mysterious space. Now they were faced with the task of exploring the central zone. Suddenly, something moved nearby. It turned out to be a killer plant, known for its immobility and bark that is stronger than metal. The killer plant's special feature was the sharp leaves located at the ends of its branches. At the slightest movement or irritation, it quickly sheds them like knife blades, attacking the enemy. The heroes realized that they had to move here with extreme caution. The girl expressed doubt about the success of the confrontation, stating that it was almost impossible to avoid an attack by sharp leaves. It was wiser to immediately move away from the dangerous area, preserving strength and health for the subsequent stages of the journey. The young man smiled encouragingly and confidently stated that with her unique spear, victory over the monster was guaranteed. Thanks to the weapon's features, any threat was easily eliminated, giving the team an advantage and ensuring safe passage through dangerous areas. Despite the exceptional strength of the metal-like leaves, the situation changed in a flash. The student's gaze fell on another tree, and she was overcome with great shock. The reaction was instantaneous. She threw herself to the side, dodging potential danger, instinctively saving herself and her comrade. The girl tensed her muscles, putting all her strength into the blow. The spear, moving at great speed, crashed into the trunk of a huge tree, cutting it in half. The giant tree fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust and demonstrating the impressive power of the weapon. The master cast a powerful magical shield on Liliera, providing absolute protection. He convinced her that even if the strongest dragon attacked, she would remain safe and sound. This measure reduced the risks and increased the chances of successfully completing the mission. The young man reassured the girl, reminding her that thanks to intensive training and acquired skills, she was ready to cope with any threat. However, she confidently stated that she would never allow herself to be defeated, considering defeat an unacceptable scenario. The master consistently supported Liliera's successes, encouraging her efforts and noting her progress. Each of the girl's achievements brought him sincere joy and satisfaction because her development was an important indicator of the effectiveness of his teaching and personal qualities as a mentor. The girl understood that at the initial stage, her movements might seem a little awkward and clumsy. However, she believed that regular practice and training would allow her to gain the necessary flexibility and precision of movements, gradually bringing her skills to perfection. The young man noticed that when a student quickly learned something, the teacher wanted to test himself in action. Wanting to support the student's enthusiasm, he joined her, participating in the battle side by side. Working together allowed both to develop skills and learn from each other. Quickly assessing the situation, he made a precise and powerful strike, cutting through the branches of a massive tree in one swing. The branches fell heavily to the ground, raising clouds of dust and demonstrating the strength and agility of the fighter. The girl assumed that the young man had strengthened his weapon with special magic, which allowed him to deliver such a powerful blow. It seemed to her that without additional support, such an act would have been impossible. While thinking about the master's methods and secrets, she became distracted, not noticing the impending danger. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet began to shake, making alarming sounds. The student instinctively grabbed the handle of the spear, preparing to repel a possible attack. Seeing Liliera's fear, the boy hastened to explain that what was happening was not caused by an ordinary earthquake. It turns out that the giant trees of Elder Planta were experiencing extreme stress and panic in response to the intrusion of strangers. Feeling threatened, they became active, causing ground vibrations and noises reminiscent of an earthquake. Judging by the situation, the heroes encountered something much more menacing and aggressive than initially expected. Their appearance disturbed the peace of the forest inhabitants, causing a reaction from the entire ecosystem. It was necessary to urgently come up with a defense strategy and determine the source of the danger. Reacting to the sudden change in the situation, the young man reacted instantly, picking up the girl and flying upward. The ground beneath them shook, the trees swayed, and the roots tore up the earth, threatening to swallow them up forever. The ground beneath their feet began to crack, and large chunks of earth flew towards the heroes like projectiles. The airflow threw up debris, making maneuvering difficult and creating additional danger. They had to act quickly and decisively to avoid damage. Fear paralyzed his will, but the young man, keeping his cool, pointed out the main thing. The owner of the forest clearly expressed his displeasure at the appearance of uninvited guests. The time had come to meet face to face with the chief guardian of the forests. Ensign Plant, the lord of the forest, stepped forward majestically, demonstrating his dominance and superiority. Tall and covered in green bark, he radiated an aura of ancient wisdom and strength. Mist swirled around his roots, emphasizing his mystery and connection to nature. The girl could not believe that this ancient plant really existed. She doubted, considering the story a myth, until one day she saw with her own eyes an amazing tree that appeared right in front of her. It was a legendary S-rank monster that even the most experienced hunters feared. It was called the Living Forest for its ability to absorb all living things within a radius of many kilometers, leaving only emptiness and silence. She looked at the boy carefully and gently asked why he was so concerned about this issue, what exactly made him think about it, and whether he would like to share his thoughts. Lex said that she had never heard of monsters of such a high rank existing before. Liliera exclaimed that this was not at all what she was talking about. She asked why the forest had grown so large if the lord of the forests and beasts was of such a high rank. The master thought that everything was exactly like this. This ancient plant monster, called the king of the forest, is a demon that spawns many monsters from the fruits of its magical tree. The young man knew this because he had fought the ancient plant as a hero in his past life, but he had never heard of such a huge forest appearing. Or rather, he had never seen an ancient plant have so many skills. This was bad, because the monster was starting to get out of control, and this had to be reported to the guild immediately. However, on the other hand, he wanted to take advantage of such a unique opportunity. The ancient plant could move its roots like legs, and if it tried to escape, it would follow them all the way to the city. However, its so-called legs moved extremely slowly. Although the plant moved slowly, its roots were so long that it moved about 10 times faster than a horse. They decided to intercept him. It was easy for the boy to say this, but the tree turned out to be truly enormous. It could be burned with fire magic, but the boy did not have the necessary materials, so he decided that it would be a waste of time. He would do better on his own, using his sword. The girl screamed that this was completely impossible. She asked to lower her to the ground. The master persistently asked the student not to leave this place, but she continued to scream loudly. He confidently replied that he would quickly finish the fight with the tree. Lex activated a physical attack. He then successively activated the high durability, high defense, special trait, and weapon enhancement abilities. One of the roots attacked him in the face, and Liliera screamed at him to run away from there immediately. There was no need for him to avoid such an attack. His sword was made from mutant fang, so this sentient material could successfully fight against mid-level enemies. Armed with this advantage, the master decisively attacked the tree. The material of the sword turned out to be strong and flexible enough to be used effectively in combat against the monster. He thought briefly about the meaning of the word soft. The girl asked what happened. The young man turned suddenly pale, realizing that he had damaged the material, effectively destroying it. Now they will be extremely careful with the remaining material. It seems that the monsters have finally perceived the guys as enemies. But now it was too late. The monsters themselves had become easy prey for this couple. The girl asked not to be drawn into what was happening, but the master explained that they both had a common goal. The young man rushed to attack and activated the skill, Oblique Beam. He quickly cut through the roots of the tree, causing amazement in his student. The master continued to attack the tree rapidly, not giving it the slightest respite. Lex extended his hand forward and exhaled after the attack. This was the easiest method of removing large specimens. Meanwhile, Liliera screamed loudly, begging him not to involve her in what was happening, because she had never seen anything like this before. After all, the master was a swordsman, and she had little chance to see his magical abilities. He was sure that in the future she would see many more such magical manifestations. There are few wizards, and that is not at all what she was talking about. The boy suggested ending the matter immediately. Perhaps the monsters have run out of strength to attack the boys, and now they are probably trying to rip the bark off the tree and send it flying. This behavior is very unusual. Monsters resort to such actions only when they find themselves in a hopeless situation. The master seems to have forgotten this important fact. It would be much easier if the monsters believed that this was a convenient way to peel the bark off the tree. However, if they tried to do this, the boy would inevitably die. Nothing bad will happen if no one hits it. He asked Liliera not to leave him for a step, warning that even a small piece of the tree trunk, accelerating, could crash into her, causing serious damage. The girl shouted back that she was not going anywhere. Now he no longer had to worry about what was happening behind him, and the boy boldly went to attack the monster. The master deftly dodged the attacks and continued to strike at the roots. He stubbornly struck blow after blow, not allowing the monster to catch its breath. The wind created by the continuous sword strikes created a vacuum in space. Now the boy was about to destroy the tree with one powerful strike of his blade. The master dealt the crushing blow to the roots, using all his strength and skill. The huge monster fell to the ground with a deafening roar. This battle was the easiest victory the boy had had in a long time. The student found it incredible that he had been able to defeat an S-rank monster. For him, it was like ordinary chopping wood, only real wood doesn't attack people. He pulled the monster parts into the magic bag. Liliera assumed that this magical bag probably contained a lot of interesting things. The capacity of the magic bag depends on the accuracy of the initial magic formula. This particular bag can hold a huge number of items, comparable to a whole mountain of things. If the craftsman had better materials, he could have created a bag with even greater capacity. The girl also wanted such a thing, and she expressed her desire. He promised that he would make her such a bag next time, because for him it was a matter of moments. Both came to the conclusion that the plant would survive the incident quite well. Now the boys only had to clear the area, after which they could calmly go home. The girl had had enough adventures today, so she was looking forward to returning home. It seemed to her that in the last few days she'd experienced more amazing events than in the entire previous period of her life. What was even more surprising was the fact that such a huge monster had calmly settled right in the middle of this forest. The student suggested that if such a large monster lived in the very heart of the forest, then it was unlikely that valuable treasures would be found here. The guys were going to tidy up the area, first clear the land, and then fill the huge hole that had formed. The young man pressed his palms to the ground and asked the girl to wait. Lex activated earthquake magic. Liliera found herself back on the ground, scared by another jolt. It turned out that the boy was leveling the surface of the earth with an artificially caused earthquake. The roots of the ancient plant penetrated deep into the soil, forming cavities. The soil, filling these voids, created an effect similar to a strong earthquake. The girl noticed that if the earth was shaking so noticeably, then it was more like a real earthquake. An egg suddenly appeared on the surface of the earth. The master hurried to find out what this find was. There he discovered strange white lumps of unknown origin. Lex looked around, trying to find traces of the white lumps, but they had already managed to hide underground. One egg suddenly appeared on the surface of the earth. The boys instinctively grabbed the egg, not understanding what it was. Considering that this is a forest of magical creatures, the egg itself could also be a special creature. If this is indeed a monster egg, it should be broken immediately while there is still such an opportunity. The egg began to spin, attracting the children's attention. The girl looked at the egg in confusion, not understanding what was happening. It looked like the egg was about to hatch. If it was a newborn, there was no need to worry too much. Dragons are usually capable of attacking immediately after hatching, but dragon eggs are much larger. The boy was sure that this egg belonged to another kind of demon. This demon appears to have extraordinary powers. The eggshell provides strong protection for the creature inside, and it usually takes some time for it to crack and the baby to emerge. The master predicts that this monster will become an incredibly powerful creature when it grows up. The young man carefully asked Liliera to step aside. A small, fluffy lump emerged from the egg, looking charming next to the girl. The monster looked incredibly cute and attractive. The little monster looked like a soft woolen stuffed sheep, but the boy knew for sure that the creature was alive. The boys were confused, not knowing what to do with it next. Since the baby was born so close to the heart of the forest, there was a high probability that he would grow into a dangerous monster. The young man knew that he had to act immediately before he became stronger. The kid didn't seem to be threatening at all. On the contrary, he was calm and cozy. The boy had never seen anything like it before. The little monster stumbled awkwardly and fell to the ground. As the monster came closer, the boys realized that everything was in perfect order. Perhaps the baby mistook them for his parents. Like birds that take the first creature they see for their parent, there are similar types of demons. There are specialists who raise and observe such species. The kid was playing with the boy's leg, who thought that it was not necessarily a dangerous demon and should be studied more closely. It turned out that the guys would accept the monster. If he learns from childhood the rule of not attacking people, there will be no problems in the future. The kid had noticeably increased in aggression compared to the previous moments. Lex picked him up and asked worriedly what could have happened. He suddenly bit the boy's finger, and the girl fell into thought. Apparently, the kid thought the guy was a suitable snack item. No, the reason was different. His bites were absolutely weak and insignificant. If this is considered a real attack, then the baby clearly won't survive in the harsh forest inhabited by monsters. It's quite possible that the truth was simple. He was hungry and trying to satisfy his hunger. The guy suddenly remembered that he had no idea what kind of food they fed a baby demon. Then, he noticed a pair of meaty cannibals and suggested having a small feast. He said that he would now start preparing dinner and politely asked to wait just a minute or two. The master moved to attack, catching the monster off guard and causing it real shock. He began an attack on the huge bears. The baby was extremely frightened by the unfolding events. The young man offered the monster some food, and the girl indignantly shouted that they would really eat the bears themselves. He sincerely apologized to the monster for the unexpected fright and offered to try bear meat. The cracks awakened his consciousness, reminding him that he was a superior being born on this earth, destined to become the ruler of the world. Instinctively aware of his destiny, the king of all beasts, a formidable predator, he came into this world to establish himself as a supreme being. The monster heard the sounds of voices, but these were not the voices of his fellow tribesmen, but the voices of potential prey. He was lucky to be born and immediately receive food. This is direct confirmation that this creature is a true ruler. He was ready to sacrifice everything, even the heavens, just to prove that his birth was not accidental. The smell was slightly burnt, but the breeze carried a pleasant aroma. The newly awakened creature was already clearly aware that it was a predator, and its body shook with a primitive hunting instinct. He felt a strong tremor and difficulty moving, but considered this quite natural and not worth worrying about. No object could withstand his powerful fangs. Nothing could withstand the blows of his sharp claws. The first victim was honored to replenish his flesh and blood. He tried to bite the guy on the leg, but to his disappointment, he realized that he couldn't even bite through the fabric. The creature was completely bewildered and could not believe what was happening. The monster did not understand what was happening to his body, but he felt the proximity of incredibly powerful prey. Facing so many strong opponents at once could cause serious problems for the guys. The kid did not understand the young man's intentions and was completely confused. The master unleashed crushing blows of enormous force on the bears, cutting them down in one fell swoop. The monster froze in shock, looking at what was happening. The monster couldn't believe his own eyes. All the surrounding monsters disappeared at once, destroyed by a single powerful blow from the boy, who then offered the baby some tasty food. The baby decided that he had gotten into some kind of disaster, and from the intense stress he almost burst into tears. When he came to the guild, the guy intended to hand over the demonic material for evaluation. The employee suggested putting it on a special table, but the specimen turned out to be too big for the table. Then the secretary said that the material could be delivered to a special dismantling site. Lex noted that the monster was too big even for the demolition site. The woman asked in surprise if the guys had really managed to defeat such a large demon. They couldn't just transport the ancient plant to the guild, so they called the assistant leader of the organization. The secretary explained the situation in detail, astonishing her interlocutor with the scale of the event. It turned out that he was a VIP known by Mr. Lex, famous for building roads in the demon forest. This sounded too scary for the guy. Marisha apologized to the important guest for the lack of preparation of the staff. Indeed, the guy's haul was colossal. The woman knows full well that they intend to sell the demonic materials, so she quickly organized the evaluation and sale procedure specifically for them. The young man said that he had personally dealt with a Class S Naga monster right in the heart of the forest. The woman listened, amazed. The guild's chief advisor decided that she had heard incorrectly, but the boy firmly confirmed the truth of what he had told her. Marisha was genuinely shocked. The woman was overcome with profound shock and repeated in amazement what the boy had said, unable to believe what she had heard. The other adventurers, having heard the conversation, also began to repeat his words, amazed by the story they had heard. The woman asked the young man if he was sure of his statement. Liliera confirmed his words, explaining that she was next to him at the time of the battle. She witnessed this as an official member of the group. The chief advisor of the guild was interested in how they managed to get to the center of the forest. It turns out that the guys made their way through the air. The woman tried to throw thoughts about the difficulty of the path out of her head and asked to show her the defeated monster. The guys said that the monster was too big and they would have to leave the city. Marisha promised to call in dismantling specialists. All those present were in a state of extreme amazement at the size of the defeated giant, which was once a gigantic tree. It was the famous ancient plant known as the living forest. Mirishi-san and Liliera-san's opinions were in complete agreement. Earlier, in a past life, the hero played a demon who massively bred giant weeds. Turning to the boss, the guy asked to evaluate the find. Having received the consent of the chief advisor of the guild, the specialists began dismantling. The workers stood in complete amazement, unable to believe that such a huge tree actually existed. The blades of the workers' tools broke and became dull, not penetrating deeper than the surface layer of the wood. The young man explained that the bark of this monster was harder than any steel and could not be cut through with ordinary weapons, leaving Marisha in deep shock. At first, she considered the stories about the super strength of ordinary tree bark to be just a beautiful legend, but now, faced with reality, she realized that ordinary steel is powerless against this bark. The woman interrogated Lex about how he managed to deal with the tree. He admitted that he used a special weapon and strengthening magic. Again, unable to believe it, she insisted on an explanation, but the guy patiently repeated his explanations. The young man regretted that he had not thought to cast a spell of increased strength on the tools in advance, saving a lot of effort and time. The worker was amazed at how easily the material was cut, suggesting that the tool was cutting like slime, despite the hardness of the bark. Now, the worker could freely cut this massive trunk without much effort. The chief advisor of the guild noted that there was still too much material. The advisor suggested leaving some of the material outside the city under guard and selling the rest at auction. The young man asked if she had been present at the auction where he had defeated the green dragon. The boy's words shocked the woman again. The boy added that the green dragon's rank was low. Marisha preferred not to go into details and decided to put only high-quality goods up for auction. If the young man was comfortable, the chief advisor of the guild promised to immediately send a messenger to the capital. The proposal suited the young man. Liliera spoke hesitantly, wondering if she was suitable as a member of the team, since they had doubts. The guy couldn't believe his ears, because they had been teammates for a long time, and the girl herself would soon be able to defeat such monsters. but she thought that he just wanted to cheer her up. Lex claimed that she would definitely become stronger, and the girl took his words seriously. Together they went to see what was happening. The worker had never encountered a stone of such size before and was curious about how highly such material was valued. Liliera and Marisha admitted that in the entire history of the guild they had never seen stones of such size and value. The young man was surprised, because in his homeworld such stones were found everywhere. The stone served as visual proof that the huge tree was a real monster. Meanwhile, the assistant guildmaster officially announced to the people of Hexy City that the B-rank adventurer, Lex San, had defeated the S-rank monster, the ancient plant. The townspeople greeted the hero enthusiastically, praising his name. He himself was pleasantly surprised by such a reception. The girl explained that the townspeople's delight was explained by the scale of the victory. Usually only an elite team of experienced adventurers or an entire armed army is capable of subduing such a powerful monster. The student was so amazed by the event that she even forgot to express her joy for her mentor. After all, the achievement of the teacher, who managed to defeat such a powerful opponent, was truly impressive. Lex believed that the victory he had achieved was a simple task, but the girl claimed that there was definitely something wrong with his perception of reality, and the problem lay far from the simplicity of the duel. Marisha stated that with such achievements he would receive a promotion, and there was no need to hold a meeting about it. However, Liliera asked her to wait a minute. Liliera asks why they only promoted him to A rank. He defeated an S-rank monster. Shouldn't he be an S-rank instead? People started discussing it. They agreed with the girl. One of the guys says that it is strange to promote him only to A rank. The substitute guildmaster heard what the adventurers were talking about. Marisha replied that, after all, it was the rule of the Adventurers Guild. The rank could only be raised one at a time. Although there were exceptions to everything, there were none regarding the promotion to S rank. The girl asked the reason for the lack of exceptions. The woman replied that it was to avoid promoting too many adventurers to S rank. S rank is the highest rank in the guild and is only awarded to those who have accomplished heroic deeds. It is foolish to promote a hero directly to S rank, because it would lower the greatness of the title. The crowd began to murmur. One of the men asked what they meant by lower the greatness of the title. Adventurers do not need greatness. Marisha explains that in order for adventurers to advance to the next rank, they need a high success rate in completing tasks, abilities, and personality. She thinks that everyone already knows this. The adventurers heard about it for the first time. The main character had no idea either. These requirements aren't such a big deal if they have some common decency. However, people who lack it will have a hard time getting promoted. For example, even if she knows a certain adventurer is capable of doing an escort job, she wouldn't want to send him if he could potentially steal the client's belongings. First of all, many high-ranking clients are nobles and wealthy merchants. They do not want to recommend such adventurers to these clients, as it could potentially lead to a loss of their trust. The reason why they are very careful in promoting adventurers to high ranks is for their safety. However, she was confident that it would take a little time for Lex San to be promoted to S rank. The young man confirmed the truth of her words. She confirmed this and added that the reason his promotion was being delayed was because he had accomplished too many feats in such a short time. Lex smiled and said that he only defeated an ancient plant. He felt that other high-ranking adventurers would be able to defeat him as well, not to mention that S-rank adventurers would probably be able to defeat him with a simple touch. The woman asked the boy who the S-rank adventurers were. She sighed heavily. The protagonist did not answer. Marisha asked him to wait a bit until the ancient plant was chopped down and auctioned off. Their reward for defeating the wolves and the mutated monster would be calculated, so he should come to the counter later. 600 and 450 gold coins. Liliera was surprised by such a huge amount. The girl behind the counter said that the reward for destroying the mutated monster was 600 gold coins, and for 27 wolves, 450 gold coins. The heroine looked at the guy. Lex said that he had only defeated 10 of them. The worker replied that part of the reward came from Ivansan's team. They said that this was Lex-san's share. The reward for defeating the man-eating bears was already included. Ivan said that the hero seemed to be busy flirting with Liliera, so he sent them to him. The guy should definitely treat him to something next time. Lex thought about how he wasn't flirting with the girl. But still, he had to thank Ivan-san and the others for raising their reward. The staff started talking about the cost of purchasing the mutated monster materials. Lex clarified that didn't she mention earlier that the reward was 600 gold coins? She replied that it was just a reward for winning. The materials of the mutated monster are very valuable as they are used for research purposes. Liliera asked about whether the reward would be even greater. The parts they buy are 1 skin, 1 large blade, 4 small blades, 1 skeleton, and 1 magic stone. The internal organs and meat are also included, as they are also objects of research. The total comes to 1,500 gold coins, total 6,100 gold coins. There is also a reward for preventing the expansion of the demonic beast forest, and for creating roads inside the forest, for which another 420 coins are added. The total is 657 Dido gold coins. The worker took out a huge bag filled with gold coins. Liliera was shocked. The guy thanked the worker. His companion was in a trance from such a quantity of gold coins. There is joyfully eating meat. Lex asks him if he likes it. The little animal happily makes a positive sound. The protagonist feels that this guy's attitude has reached a total of 100. Liliera sat dejectedly at the table and did not touch her food. The young man noticed this and asked her if everything was okay. Liliera took a deep breath. And then she asked the question about whether the guy thought she was a burden. He was surprised by her words and asked why she suddenly decided that. The girl says that she is nothing more than a burden to him, just a weak creature that he instinctively wants to protect. Lex tries to prove that this is not true, but the girl replies that she knows herself better than anyone else. She also realizes that she is not fit to travel with him, that as she stays with him, she will just cause him problems. The young man did not understand what he had to do. He did not think of her that way, but how could he explain it to her? Liliera said that she had already promised him that she would repay the debts. He saved her mother and everyone in the village. Moreover, he even restored their hometown. She does not want to go back on her promise just because nothing can do it. She jumped up from her seat and asked the guy to train her. At least she wants to be strong enough not to slow him down. To achieve this, she will endure any training, even if it is difficult. Lex considered her words about training. The girl added that she would do anything. The young man clarified that she had just said that she would do anything. Liliera confirmed her words. Lex understood her. The girl began to tremble and did not understand what was going on. The young man thought that the girl had decided on her own. That's why he agreed to train her. The monster didn't understand what was happening. To respond to her strong determination, he is going to train her seriously. He will train her to become a first-class adventurer. The protagonist is determined. It reminded him of his past life when he became a master's apprentice to defeat the demon lord. After that, the training he received was harsh to the point that he regretted those words. And today, Liliera said she would do anything. He was starting to get worked up. Liliera was saying that she would appreciate it if he were a little gentler with her. She sensed danger. Lex replied that it was a funny joke. He told her not to worry. He understood everything. He would train her very hard. The protagonist is sure that she is already mentally prepared for this. Until now, she had been looking for ways to save the people in her hometown who were suffering from the disease. However, thanks to Lex-san, whom she met by chance, the problem was solved. Not only did he save her life, he helped her family and rebuilt the city. To her, he is her messiah. Feeling indebted to him, she decided to join him to repay the debt. Lex-san accepted her as his friend because he is a kind person, and not only strong but also very noble. Trying to be helpful, she decided to go along with him. But later, on her first adventure with him, he single-handedly defeated an S-rank monster. She knew deep down that he was much stronger than her. He easily defeated the mutated A-rank monster and the trees in the demonic beast forest. But even then, she thought that she could still help him. However, she did not succeed. The heroes were going somewhere. The girl walked with her head down. Liliera cast aside her dignity and honor to become his student so as not to be a burden. Lex told her that they first need to defeat the dragon. The girl is shocked. She began to deny what was happening and ask why he immediately set the difficulty so high. The boy told her not to worry. There was just a wild green dragon that was flying nearby. The girl didn't understand anything. Lex explains to her that this dragon is not very strong. The lady clarifies that isn't he already strong since he was called a dragon. The young man tells her to calm down. It is very easy to defeat dragons. She just needs to cut his neck. She, on the contrary, tells him that it is quite difficult. Lex doesn't know what to do with her. Liliera screams that she's the one with problems here. However, in any case, the hero is going to teach her how to easily defeat the dragon, and the next moment he uses healing on him. The green dragon came to life and roared loudly. The guy jumped off him and said that dragons usually fly high in the sky, so she needs to use magic or a throwing weapon to make him fall. The girl is shocked. Lex prepared to use explosive hammer and threw something at the dragon. He continues the instruction, explaining that she should then attack him while he is falling. The boy took off, and she started hitting the dragon. The girl is shocked that he is beating the dragon. Then Lex landed and said that when the dragon fell, all that was left was to cut its neck. He asked if it was easy or not. The girl answered that it was not easy at all. Liliera thought that the guy was hopeless. His training was too high level, it was not what could be called training. At this rate, she'll die in one of his training sessions. Lex told her it was the easy way out. The girl started to get upset that the guy was using the word easy in the wrong way. She didn't need him to teach her an easy way to defeat someone. She needed him to teach her an easy way to defeat something a weak person can handle. Lex said that he understood the girl. The method he showed implies something similar. Liliera replies that this is the essence of all humanity. She has neither magic that can knock down a dragon nor the ability to attack it. Among B-rank adventurers, she is quite weak. The boy didn't believe her words. He said that she had a good fighting sense. The girl added that because of him, she was promoted to B rank. The reason was partly because of her sword technique, but mainly because of her high mission completion rate and the materials she collected for the guild. Her goal was to find a herb that could cure Elsa's illness, so she sold most of the herbs she found to the guild. That's why they gave her the title of B-rank adventurer as a material gathering specialist. She sold all the herbs she didn't need to the guild, including the expensive ones, so they eventually promoted her. That's why even though she's officially a B-rank adventurer, her strength is lower. Liliera thought that after saying that, she immediately became depressed. After all, an adventurer's rank is not determined solely by their strength. Not to mention, the person in front of her was too different from a normal B rank. Lex understood everything. He decided to help her gain real combat experience to get used to fighting. The girl did not understand how she came to such a conclusion. The young man put his hand on the girl's shoulder and told her not to worry. This time, he was going to teach her his way of fighting properly. Once she learns it, he wants her to fight monsters to master it. There's nothing better than training in real battles. Liliera realized that this meant he was going to teach her something now. First, they will use everything from today's time to learn body enhancement magic without casting a spell. The girl exclaimed that she had a swordsman class. She puts down her staff. Lex tells her that in order to master it, she needs to feel the magical energy. He tells her to imagine it permeating her entire body. The boy used enhancement. This is body enhancement magic. The girl seemed to understand. Could she really use magic just by doing this? Doesn't it take more rigorous training to master it? The guy replied that it depends on the magical characteristics. She needs to learn a lot to be a user of complex magic. For example, body enhancement magic or healing magic. Magic without spells is suitable for swordsmen, as it can be used intuitively. He mentioned this before, but the adventurers he knows were able to learn this magic through this method of teaching. So she can definitely learn. The girl said that she would try. The guy liked this attitude. As they say, it is better to do and regret than to regret what you did not do. A few hours later, the girl is trying to exercise. Lex thinks that she is trying to spread the magic power throughout her body, but she is not succeeding. He offered her to use the magic of restoration again. The girl agreed. However, she failed. Suddenly, the creature jumped on the guy. The hero was surprised. He asked him if he really wanted him to use recovery magic on him too. He cried out happily. The guy used recovery magic. The creature came to life and began to rush from side to side. Liliera asked about what just happened. Lex realized that he had just used body enhancement magic. Amazing. The monster can transform and use magic. There is no doubt about it, it uses body enhancement magic. The guy clapped and said it was amazing. The monster had a menacing face. He was flying towards the main character. And then he bit his finger. Lex said that he controlled his power and weakly bit his finger. He is very capable. The monster stood and staggered. The monster was lying on the ground. The guy asked him if he was tired of playing the fool. Then he started tickling him. Liliera is shocked that even a fluffy ball of fur can learn to do this. The monster approached the girl and put his paw on her leg. And then he smiled evilly. The girl got angry. She said that she would do it. She would do it. She would definitely learn today and show them that she could use body enhancement magic. Lex doesn't know what happened, but he's glad that Liliera-san has become more motivated. The girl asked the guy to use the restoration magic on her again. He replied that one portion of restoration magic was already on the way. He used magic on the girl again and again. After some time, the girl succeeded. She finally did it. She understood this feeling, how magical power permeates the body. The guy praised her. She still can't fully distribute the magical power, and it sometimes breaks, but once she gets the hang of it, she will be able to control it. Lex congratulated Liliera. She thanked him, because it was all thanks to him. She rushed to hug him and thank him. The girl said that it was so amazing she could use magic. Lex said that he understood her and asked her to move away a little. She was too close. The girl looked up and realized what the guy was talking about. At that very second, she jumped away from him. She said that she was sorry. The hero replied that everything was fine. After all, she was able to use magic for the first time. It was obvious that she was overjoyed. The monster was pleased with himself. Lex suggested moving on to the next stage. The girl agreed to continue training at the same pace. They stood with their backs to each other and took a deep breath. The hero said that her next training would be to fight this dragon using body enhancement magic. Liliera shouted that it was impossible, but the guy said, "Fight, not win." The edge of the demonic beast forest. Liliera breathes heavily, and the next moment she uses Ice Shot. A nearby tree was covered in ice. Lex encouraged the student to keep up the good work. The girl thought about Lex-san burning down the forest while teaching her how to use magic without spells. It's effective. But she was very tired. The hero told her that he could restore non-magical power by transferring mana. She replied that even if she did, he would not be able to restore her mental state. Then the young man suggested finishing the training and eating something tasty in the tavern. After these words, the girl felt relieved. Standing at the reception desk, they were told that their reward for destroying 29 trap plants was 2 silver coins. The girl said that it was not enough. The employee replied that there were a lot of such materials, hence the reward. Liliera understands this. To receive so much after all the work, it is not surprising that ordinary adventurers do not want to stop the expansion of the forest. Then the employee turned her attention to Lex. She asked if it was true that he had stopped the forest from expanding and continued the road into the forest. The guy confirmed and showed that today he had burned this part of the forest and widened the road. The employee said that they had calculated the cost of the ancient plant and the elders that he had destroyed the other day and would pay him the full cost. The guy thanked the girls. He had completely forgotten about it. He destroyed 20 elder plants and received 1,800 gold coins. Liliera was shocked by such a sum. The young man noted that it was much more than he thought. Someone explained that it was because they made good wood material. It was Marisha-san. Lex asked if they really use these plants as wood materials. The woman confirmed his words. Plant monsters can be used as wood materials, but the material from weak monsters is no different from normal trees. However, elder plants are different. They are high-ranking, so they have high-quality material. Marisha noted that it was good that they brought a lot of them. It is wood material, so a small amount will not be useful. When building a house or a ship, it is better to use the same material. The young man agreed and said that the strength would be the same. In addition, elder plants are rare monsters that live deep in the forest. They are very difficult to kill because they are very tenacious and strong. Unlike normal monsters, each part of them is made of wood, so it is difficult to obtain materials from them. Lex understood why it was so expensive. Marisha confirmed his thoughts, and for the fact that he brought a lot of them, there was an additional reward, and now the price of wood material from rare monsters is growing. A man needs high-quality monster wood. He will certainly buy the ancient plant that is up for auction. It will be worth a lot. The young man asked about the fact that, knowing all this, she advised to put him up for auction. The woman put her index finger to her lips, indicating that the guy should remain silent. And then she said that, after all, she was the guild master's assistant. The Adventurers Guild gets a share of the money from the items sold at the auction. In other words, they also benefit from it. Sitting in the tavern, Liliera eats and drinks something. She says that it is so delicious here. It cures her fatigue. The guy said that the girl learns pretty fast. She probably has good compatibility with water magic. Liliera didn't know that people have compatibility with them. Actually, the guy is going to train her until she can use all 4 basic elements. Liliera noted that it would take a long time. Lex wanted to resolve the issue of the reward they had given. He took out a bag of coins and handed it to the girl. He said that it was her part. The lady was surprised. At that time, the monster was eating a piece of bread. She said there were a lot of them. Lex pointed out that at least she had helped him defeat the Elder Plants before he fought the Ancient. Besides, most of the Elder Plants were killed by the Ancients, not by them. He had simply collected them. In addition, it was she who suggested bringing them. If he had been alone, he would have ignored her. Liliera said that it was thanks to his magic bag that they brought these plants. The guy offered to split the reward. However, the girl would be embarrassed. Without him, she wouldn't even be able to get to the middle of the forest. They started asking. A few minutes later, Liliera received the full reward for one elder plant, and for the ancient one, they divided 8 to 2. The hero asked if this was enough. The girl agreed and said that for her this was already a good reward. Standing on the terrace after the meal, the girl looked into the distance and asked what they would do next. Lex did not understand what she meant. She replied that she was talking about their future plans. They had reached the core of the demonic beast forest and defeated the S-rank monster. It was also thanks to him that she achieved her goals, so they had no reason to stay in this city. Lex said that he understood the girl. She was right about something. They had already done most of what was needed in the forest. Marisha-san asked her to prevent the forest from expanding and to create passages inside, but only if it was not difficult for him. He could stop at any time. The young man thought that the woman had taken care of him, so he thought that at least he would finish the roadwork. Lex said that when the auction for the ancient plan ends and they get the money, it would be a good idea to move to the next city. The girl was surprised by the words about the next city, and then she was very happy and said that then everything was decided. In that case, she needs to buy new equipment for the upcoming trip. The hero was surprised that she wanted to buy equipment. She replied that she used the cheapest armor and old things to make ends meet. The guy did not know that she had armor. He doesn't remember her wearing any armor when they first met. Liliera said she only had one. She was just watching quests when they met, so she didn't wear it. But she also didn't wear them when they gathered for the party. The hero had a feeling that he had only seen her in them once, when they fought Venom Rex. Liliera glared at the guy. She asked him if he knew that armor was expensive, even if it was not new. Not to mention that it would cost extra to get the armor to fit a woman like her. On top of that, she planned to go home after testing the new sword. Who would have thought that she would have to go on an expedition into the forest and fight an S-rank monster? Lex scratched his head and said that he didn't know that. Liliera replied that he didn't know that, because fighting an S-rank monster is not scary at all for an ordinary adventurer. The guy felt very sorry. He didn't take into account what Liliera was thinking. It was perfectly normal for her to be angry with him. He offered to give her a new set of armor. She asked if he was sure about that. He confirmed his intentions. Liliera smiled and said that in that case she accepted the offer. The guy sighed with relief. Lex said that he knew a good store nearby and suggested going there tomorrow. The girl agreed to go with him because the store he recommended would probably be excellent. Liliera says she didn't expect to fly just to go shopping. She was sitting on her knees next to the huge gates. The girl wondered where they were. It was not nearby at all. The hero replied that they were in the city of Togi. The girl clarified that Togi was 5 cities away from Hexi. Lex confirmed it, but they arrived in an instant. Liliera noted that he had not said that they would get there so quickly when it took almost half a day to get there. The monster sat on the girl's hands and trembled. The young lady noted this and said that the guy even scared him, and he is always impudent. Lex scratched his head and said that they just flew by. There is nothing special about it. Liliera is surprised that he calls the wyvern attack just flew by. The monster is also outraged. Lex said that it was just a flock of wyverns. They couldn't match his flying speed. The girl noted that the guy really needed a lesson in common sense. The monster agreed with her. The young man whispered that the girl was saying it as if he didn't have it at all. She heard his words and said that she had been talking about it from the very beginning. Normal people can't fly. That alone makes him abnormal. Come to think of it, he hadn't seen anyone fly in this era. That meant the people of Togi City were surprised because he was flying. Lex realized that people in this era cannot fly. The girl is shocked by his conclusion. She told him that even a decade ago they couldn't do that. So, people in this country, living in cities, can't fly. The hero decides to remember that. Liliera had a feeling that the hero was misunderstanding something again. Entering the city and walking through the streets through the crowd, the girl asked where they were going. Lex replied that he knows a forge here. He is famous in this city. The girl asked if he was really that famous. It seemed she had heard about him somewhere. The youth thought that Gordov-san's fame had reached even Liliera-san, who didn't care about equipment. Lex announced that they had finally arrived. He said that this was the gun shop they were looking for. The girl recognized the place. This gun shop that took care of his gear. A young man entered the shop and greeted the owner. He turned and asked about the person who had come there. He spoke as if they were friends. Then he recognized the main character, and they greeted each other. Gordov said that he heard that the guy was going to go to another city. How could he help him this time? The young man said that he had gotten hold of new material, so he wanted to borrow his workshop. The man was glad to have the opportunity to teach him new techniques. He closed the shop and told the boy to use it as they wished. Lex said that he didn't have to close the store. Gordov noted that this was a rare opportunity. He couldn't miss it. He didn't want customers to distract him. Liliera intervened. She said that she thought they were there to buy equipment. She also asked why the dwarf called him master. The young man realized that he had not yet introduced them to each other. He introduces a man. This is Gordov. He is a blacksmith who runs a workshop. Then he moves on to a girl. This is Liliera-san. She is in his group. And also a pet, a fluffy one. The man repeated the words about the master's friend. He assumed that she was probably very strong. She looked quite young. There was something special about that. The hero said that she would undoubtedly achieve great success in the future. Liliera asked if this was really the same Gordov from the city of Togi, the famous Gorlov. Lex confirmed it, and the blacksmith himself said that he was an ordinary newbie compared to his master. Gordov noticed the guy's weapon and asked if it was really the master's creation. Lex confirmed it, and the blacksmith asked to take a look. The hero replied that he didn't mind, and then asked Liliera if she minded. She didn't mind. Both heroes held out their weapons. After examining the weapons, Gordov couldn't believe it. Did such technology really exist? Not to mention such a method of forging. The man smiled, thanked the master, and said that he was glad that he was able to see these masterpieces. He told the boy to use the workshop as much as he wanted. Lex thanked the man. Liliera asked the hero why Gordov called him a master. She remembers what he said about them going to a good store. Why is he suddenly asking to overcome the workshop? The boy replied that it was because Gordov-san's workshop was better than the one in Hexy City. The girl understood what a good workshop meant. It was a good store. The blacksmith blushed, became embarrassed, and said that the master was flattering him. Lex reported that everything was fine, and he was going to start right away. He took out the necessary material from his inventory. Gordov asked if it was really wood material. The guy confirmed it and said that it was the material of an ancient plant. The man was surprised that this was the same legendary ancient plant. The young man suggested that Gordov hit the material with a hammer. The blacksmith was surprised, but decided to try. He took the hammer in his hands and swung. When he hit the tree, nothing happened. The blacksmith did not understand what it was. This wood material does not break, not to mention that it is as strong as iron, but lightweight. Lex notes that it is harder than iron. It would make good armor, light and strong. Gordov could not even imagine that such a material existed. He trembled with delight.